and gentlemen, it is my great privilege and distinct honor to introduce the 44th President of the United States of America,
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan, Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Now, you might be thinking, Hasan, is it a special day because you shaved your face? Is it a special day because I am going to DREAMCON tomorrow? I'm going on a travel situation? Is that the reason? Is that the reason why it's a special day? No, it's not. Am I in the wrong timeline where you enjoy soccer? Croatia. No, ladies and gentlemen, you know why it's a special day. It's always a special day. On this beautiful day, it's Friday.
Saturday, Sunday, what?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's frickin' Friday. It's fricked up Friday. It's Friday, it's Fry Slay, it's Fry Gay. Only a couple days before Pride Month is here. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we're still going to celebrate this Friday as we always do because it's an important occasion that we must recognize. Something that our forefathers fought long and hard for, so you can have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of dignity in your life. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Phase Up Friday. What's up, Burgles? God damn, with 100 gifted subs already. The immaculate vibes are upon us, ladies and gentlemen. No matter what people say or do, we are going to have a good time because it is frickin' Friday. President Trump and Elon Musk are speaking to supporters. We'll obviously watch that. But before we do that and ruin our day, let me tell you, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, I will do that. I shouldn't have put NIGHTREIGN in the announcement in the title because I feel like a lot of people are going to be annoying about it, as people often are. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, personal news wise, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, and that's precisely what I'm going to do. Last night I ended the broadcast another half day, as you know, and part of the reason was because we were shooting another banger episode of the Fear And podcast. For those of you who don't know, Fear And is my podcast that is a non-political podcast that I do with Cutie Cinderella, Austin Show, and Will Neff. And March is the producer extraordinaire. And we shot the pod. It was a half day, but it was a full day for me, obviously. And after I shot the pod, I hung out with my mom and my dad, as always. And we watched a couple different things. First, we tried to watch this like anime. My mom is trying to like, you know, do outreach, I guess, to her son. And she's trying to like find something that we could both enjoy. She wanted to watch an anime. And the anime that she wanted to watch was... My dad is yelling in the background. The animation that the Japanese anime that she wanted to watch was like... I forget what it was. It's on this app called Canopy. I looked it up last night. Hold on. Some movie app that she wanted to download, but like, hold on. Common Side Effects? No, I didn't watch Common Side Effects with her. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you what we watched. Hold on a moment. I Googled it. Okay, maybe I didn't Google it. Did I not Google it? I thought I had. It's Canopy mentioned, what the fuck? Canopy is free with library cards. Yeah, it was like about an 11-year-old girl and her mom that move into an island in Japan, and when they move into the island after her father dies, you know, things start getting weird or what. A letter to Momo. Thank you, Will Max. Of course, we have all of the nerds in here. I'm sure plenty of you are using your stupid ass library cards on something good like Canopy. Okay, I'm just kidding. I think that's fantastic. So. Yeah, a letter to Momo. But I didn't thank you to Macy's for the playlist, by the way. I have that. I have the press conference. We'll obviously dive into it, you know, as fast as possible. But as I was saying, so my mom is like, let's watch a letter to Momo. So we actually start watching that, but it's not that good. I watched the Knicks last night, put on a show for the record. A lot of you doubted me yesterday morning when I was talking about the New York Knicks. A lot of you were doubting me. You were like, oh, who do you have? Who do you have? And I was like, I have the Knicks. And you were like, they're done, little bro. They're done. Yeah, it turns out, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, calm down. Bing bong. That type of shit. Okay? New York is the Tel Aviv of America. That's right. All I'm saying is New York is on the up and up, okay? Many of you might not have heard of this place. It's a little known city called New York, New York. In any case, yeah, that was exciting. That was exciting stuff that took place. Obviously, here's Zoran.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Hit him with a follow back too. Yeah, little known city you might have heard of called New York City. That's right. Manhattan, the Big Apple, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. And some of our dreams obviously revolve around the next mayor of New York. Shouts out to Zoran Mamdani. Okay. Potentially, New York is on the up and up. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Okay. Imagine this. Close your eyes and picture this for a moment. Okay. Hold on. I got to set the scene up real quick. Hold on. Close your eyes and picture this. New York defeats the Taliban. It's like a reverse 9/11. It's like if the attackers were destroyed, they were eviscerated. The box cutters didn't work. They redirected the flights back. It's like 9/11 never happened. Close your eyes for a brief moment. The Taliban is out. New York eliminates the Pacers to move on and ends up winning everything. Okay? Close your eyes and just imagine a universe that we live in. Okay? Music. Jalen Brunson comes out. They ask him, microphone to his face. What are you looking forward to? Just like they do in the NFL. This time they're doing it in the NBA as well. Jalen turns around, grabs the microphone, and says, New York is on the up and up. That's why I want Zoran Mamdani to be the next mayor of New York. The crowd goes electric. They go crazy. People are rioting in the streets. Socialism has been brought to Manhattan. Just think for a moment. Jalen Brunson says, Zoran Mamdani for New York mayor. As you know, as the latest polls are coming out, Mamdani coming close, within striking distance of Andrew Cuomo. Striking distance of Andrew Cuomo. All of a sudden, it's a pure wipeout. Every red-blooded, patriotic New Yorker comes out to vote for Zoran Mamdani. All the aunts, aunties, unks. Finally, New York is unified under the reign, watchful leadership, guidance of socialist Zoran Mamdani. Cat comes out. He's not even doing a zesty voice. Turns out that was a lie all along. Or better yet, he's doing his zesty voice while reading verbatim quotations of Chairman Mao. The entire country is now Maoist. All of a sudden, land ownership is abolished in the country. America invades Israel the next day. This is the future I envision. This is New York's destiny. That's what's going to happen, I think. Think about that. AOC comes out and also endorses Zoran after all of that. Okay, the cat part of this story is probably the only part of the story that is not even unlikely, okay? That part is, from what I understand, and I did not know this, Karl Anthony Towns literally has posted Ho Chi Minh quotes in the past. So him quoting, I don't know, from the Little Red Book or like quotations from Chairman Mao is not that surprising. Like that, I could see that. Yeah, the only part that would be Cat's not zesty, he's just Dominican. Okay, first of all, that's reductive. Okay, you're basically saying the same thing twice. It's like saying, oh, like this person is not gay, he just likes sucking penises. Like, okay. Sure. Or not reductive, redundant. Sorry. My brain is already poo-poo. My brain is doo-doo. I'm sorry I had to make a Benson balloon edit. All right, so okay, so now you're the gay police. Listen up. I am the sheriff, okay? I am the sheriff. Just remember that. All right, call cat, big cat is more fun to say. All right. Where were we? Yeah, here's him posting Ho Chi Minh. Like, that's not even a joke. Remember, the storm is a good opportunity for the pine and the cypress to show their strength and their stability. Ho Chi Minh. The actress who plays Dedra Miro on Andor has always been huge on Free Palestine. Hilarious. She's been playing the other side on the show. Yeah. It's not surprising. There are plenty of incredible actors that play incredible villains who happen to be, on the right side of history. So, other personal news. I watched the show that pissed off the Mormons with my parents last night because we couldn't do the anime thing. Because the anime thing was like, not great. But what is it called? Like primeval Western or whatever. I don't know what it's called. It's just the one that like really pissed off the Mormons because they show Mormons as like insanely violent. American Primeval. Yeah, it was primordial, whatever. American Primeval. How do you say that word? Primeval? What is wrong? I feel like Twitch has basically put holes in my brain. I genuinely can't. Yeah, Primeval. American Primeval. Okay. Anyway, we watched that 2 episodes of that, but it was like it was hard. It was a hard watch, man. It's a really good show, but it's like also kind of a hard watch because of how evil it is, because of how insane it is. Like it is I guess it depicts like the brutal nature of the Wild West without any sort of like fancy aesthetics. It just shows you exactly what's going on. And let me tell you, okay, I would not have enjoyed it. I would not have enjoyed living in the Wild West, okay? It is not good. Folks, it's suboptimal. Yeah, Red Dead made me think, maybe there's some beauty in the Wild West and the constant exploration. Nope. Take it back. It's not good at all, okay? Things were bad. They were not good. Yeah, Arthur Morgan fooled all of us, okay? Red Dead is rose-tinted glasses. Anyway, so I watched 2 episodes of that, watched another episode of Andor. Andor is fantastic, obviously. And I'm almost done with season 2 of Andor. It's really good. It's really, really, really good. And I will say it's good because, like, look, it's still Star Wars, so it's on guardrails, right? Like, the narrative is still on guardrails. Like, it's still got training wheels on it, if you know what I mean. Like, some of the stuff that you hear from the back and forth, the conversations that take place, like, some of them are whack. I'm not gonna lie to you. They're not exactly great. But the overall story is fantastic. The overall story is fantastic, and I greatly appreciate it. I just finished episode 9. I think there's only 1 episode left, if I'm not mistaken. And I will be watching it tonight, possibly on the plane. Okay. Oh, there's 3 more. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, great. I will watch the rest of the episodes. Fantastic. I love that. That's great. That's amazing. Yo, Tyler, it's me, your dog, Robert. Text me if you see this. American Primeval basically shows the reality of how Mormons move when there's no social stability. They were violent rapist bandits back in the day, and if society collapses in the near future, they'll become violent rapist bandits again, but this time they'll have Lockheed Martin mech suits. Yeah, it made me definitely afraid of Mormons a little bit. Like, I think Cutie Cinderella has already made me afraid of Mormons a little bit and like how they get sometimes. But American Primeval made me really afraid of Mormons, okay? Remove that jersey immediately. It triggers the good part of your fan base. Croatia eliminated Brazil last World Cup. How dare you? I mean, yeah. Okay. I did go to Utah. Yeah, I was in enemy territory. I was behind enemy lines, dude. What is this? Hasanabi versus Maya? Because Tom and Jerry duo. 4 guests and only 3 mics, and this is what we have to do. Hold on 1 second. Let's see.
How about we just take away yours?
That's funny. You're funny.
Meanwhile,
Beautiful. My opinion.
I feel like if you encountered yourself, sorry to cut you off.
God. Are these expensive?
I think someone left them. They're Saint Laurent, so probably, but someone left them in my house, so you can keep them if you want.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I love coming to Hasan's house.
a few moments later.
Have you ever heard of Alvea's Sanctuary?
Viewers dropped when you brought on the girl.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Wait, what did you say? What was your question? I'm sorry, I have a real celebrity in the chat. I got a little.
Nothing, it's fine.
I had a real celebrity in the chat, so I got excited. We're moving on fast away from this to much kinder, much gentler, much more fun times. Oh, okay. Well, I'm under attack. There is something happening. We are bringing an enemy into fear and territory. No, I didn't want her to be on it.
That's.
What'd I do?
Welcome to the podcast, Maya.
Hello, everybody.
Boo. Boo.
Hello, Maya. How are you?
Boo.
I'm.
Oh, God. Okay, we get it. Damn. We get it.
Turkeys are. Come on.
I loved.
They got like a ugly ass tag right on their face.
Guys, how do you?
She definitely gagged me. I was gagged.
No. What? Messed up.
That was a good one.
That's messed up. She basically brought Rain to Los Angeles so that she could avoid playing basketball with me because I would cook her.
Take them outside.
Who's that in the middle?
Damn, Hasan, your head looks comically small there. I'm gonna be real.
That's
actually kind of fun. Did they edit it?
This is not new. She's not here just because you're here. Also,
You have like a problem with me or something?
Leave her alone! Leave her alone! Get out of here!
He's cute.
he's cute. Are you
He's
nuts?
a cute guy.
No. If I see that thing and I have a gun, I'm shooting it like immediately.
I'll take the time.
What, just because you're scared of it?
It's so big and like
Yeah,
that
okay,
fucking
so are
beat.
you. I'm gonna save you the mumbo jumbo. I'm just gonna.
Half of the chatter saying this is like, there's some chatter saying this is like 2016 millennial editing. The other half of the chat is saying this is Zoomer editing and I'm too old for it. I'm too old for this shit. Huh. Piker.
Translate it. They want to replace.
Save us the mumbo jumbo. Yo, you're so good. You're just cutting right to it.
Thanks, Hasan.
You're cutting to the
I needed
chase.
that
I
from
like
you.
it. This is good. This is good political commentary.
Harm.
Thank you.
Even if it's coming from a woman, which I obviously don't think women should do political commentary. I don't think anyone should do political commentary. Just me.
Oh, who is you?
What the hell is it? Hasanabi? The people saying Zoomer are boomers or millennials. This is literally fear and. Austin, I'm trying to lose weight, but I like iced coffee too much. What do you mean? Iced coffee has a lot of sugar. Not if you get it without sugar. Okay, well then it tastes like shit and I don't like it. True, that is exactly how our dynamic is. Apparently, Elon Musk has a black eye in today's press conference. All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'll get into it. No more fun or reacting to the podcast, reacting to other stuff. All right, let's do it. All right. Elon is back in the White House. Girlies are fighting. Trump, taco, tariff, time. Scotus lets Trump revoke TPS. DREAMCON tomorrow. Get in now. I love the stupid do we have a blast off meme, by the way? I love the silly conspiracy theories that liberals engage with. It's very good. Why didn't you go today when literally everyone is there? I don't know. Because I wanted to be different. Well, you got a problem? Why didn't I go when everyone is there already? Because I'm a 33-year-old adult who is a political commentator, and I feel like if I were to take off a Friday, or at least like if Friday was also a fun day, okay, a lot of you would freak out. Okay? Many of you can't even handle 3 minutes of like looking at memes and not giving many of you can't even handle 3 minutes of looking at memes instead of immediately diving in. They're like, bro, you have to watch Elon Musk talk right now. You have to watch Elon Musk talk. He has a black eye. He has a black eye. He got hit in a lover's quarrel. Stephen Miller punched him in the face. Like, you're just like making shit up just so I will dive into whatever the fuck's going on in the White House currently. So yeah. And he doesn't look like he has a black eye at all. I don't know why you're saying that.
People you don't know, and that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even blame the individuals because the way the government works.
Anyway, we're blasting off.
So when you do try to, when someone within the government tries to stop money being spent, there's usually someone that complains, and then their manager will say it's not worth the trouble. Just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again. So was it I think it was
New York Times, Elon's ketamine usage. Musk told people he was taking so much ketamine, a powerful anesthetic, that it was affecting his bladder. A known effect of chronic use. He took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms, and he traveled with a daily medication box that held about 20 pills.
Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good.
Yeah.
No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. They're fine.
Has Elon done a sober stream? No, brother. He has never done a sober stream. That much is clear.
But I know him very well, and they're fine.
I got a little shiner here.
What do you think about the Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men?
Well, you know, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent, and at the end they were $28 million short.
There's no closed captioning on this. I'm sorry.
It's a lot, but they couldn't get 28 million at the end, and now they want to spend. I read that they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then the consultants should be running the deal, not them. But I read that they want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything, and they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I could tell you what they did wrong. I could tell you every one of their programs. When they say men playing in women's
Which music
sports,
video?
I would say that's not a winner.
Oh, the BB No
When
Money
they
one?
say
Yeah, I talked about it
transgender for
yesterday.
everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say open borders so the entire world population of criminals can pour into our country, I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free. But I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up. From what I read, I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. It's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right.
Oh my God! You guys weren't lying. This motherfucker really has. Yo, this motherfucker has a black eye. What is happening? Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh my God, bro, what happened? Bro, this is getting freaky,
they like
dude.
Me or don't like
They're
me.
doing Diddy parties in the White House. Now I believe the Stephen Miller shit. Now I believe it. Lovers quarrel between Stephen Miller's wife, and Elon Musk. Did Stephen Miller punch Elon Musk because he was being selfish in the bedroom? Is Elon Musk a selfish lover? Is Elon Musk not a service top, but instead a selfish one? Is Blue Anon real? Is Donald Trump actually a Putin agent? Oh my God.
Left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us and use them viciously, actually, viciously. And if we didn't have the power to use tariffs on them, and instantly, not when you go back to Congress and try and get hundreds of people to agree on something, that would take months to get just one simple proclamation. If we didn't have the power to counteract their powers, you wouldn't have a country left. We have to act fast. We have to be fast and nimble, as they say. And that was a really great moment, I think, yesterday when that stay was lifted. And hopefully now we'll go to court and just win that battle. Because if we don't have the power to do what they're doing to us, we are going to be a great nation no longer.
Elon Musk was once idolized by folks on the left in this country before joining your administration. Now he's considered a hero by conservatives. Why do you think this man, what he's done in American life, has been so politicized? Does it only
his life has been amazing. I mean, I look at so many different things. I look at that rocket being, guided back into position. I've never seen that before. I thought it was a space movie. I thought it was a movie. You look at what he's done in terms of communication, it's been unbelievable. So many different, even tunnels going underground, not having to go through all the process of
look at his face.
He's got a company that does that. He's got so many different companies. Starlink, as an example. He saved a lot of lives.
He actually got clocked. What is
North
this?
Carolina. I don't even know if you remember, but I called you. They needed Starlink in North Carolina. And I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. I said, what is it? Who owns it? He said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I happen to know the gentleman. This was before his government stay. And they said, we really need it because North Carolina became an island. It was, people had no communication. They had no access to anything, and they were dying. And I called up Elon, and you can't get it because it's so successful. It's very hard to get. And he had so much of it brought over there, and they told me it was unbelievable. It saved a lot of lives. So, he's just done a lot of things. I don't think he gets credit for what he's done. But he's a very good person, too. You know what? If he wasn't a good person, but he did the same things, I'd probably maybe speak differently. He happens to be a really good person. Who loves the country.
Mr. President, one big, beautiful bill. You had indicated this week that there were some things you didn't like about what had passed in the House. What changes do you want to see the Senate make? And you had also indicated there were things you didn't like about the bill. What would you be suggesting he push senators to change in their version?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll go first. It's an unbelievable bill. It cuts your deficits. It cuts, it's a huge cutting. But there's the things I'd like to see maybe cut a little bit more. I'd like to see a bigger cut in taxes. It's going to be the largest tax decrease or cut in the history of our country. I'd like to see it get down to an even lower number. I was shooting for a slightly lower number. I would have liked to have done that. But with all of that being said, when you look at the tax cut and the fact that the original tax cut, which made us so successful, we had the most successful 4 years in the history of our country, the economy, and this is going to be even better. And you see that by the reports that came out just yesterday or tonight. I guess they were released this morning at 8 o'clock. You see the kind of numbers where somebody that pro is like, whoa, I haven't seen numbers like this since I've been doing this. Human emotions have never seen numbers like, and we've just started. The bill is a great bill. It's going to be jiggered around a little bit. It's going to be negotiated with the Senate, with the House. But the end result is it extends the Trump tax cuts. If it doesn't get approved, you'll have a 68% tax increase. You're going to go up 68%. That's a number that nobody's ever heard of before.
No one's ever heard of that number.
Tax increase. If it does get approved, you'll have a large tax cut, the largest we've ever had. When you add the past tax cuts that we got you, the Trump tax, they call them the Trump tax cuts. It's an amazing bill. It does amazing things. With all of that, it's going to be adjusted a little bit over the next coming weeks, and I think it's going to be passed. The Republicans want to pass it. With all of the great things it does, including an extension of debt, it's the extension. We have to extend the debt. If we don't extend debt, we're in default. Now, the Democrats might like our country to be in default, but in 250 years, we've never been in default. That was handed to them by a very well-meaning man that gave it to them because he thought it was the right thing to do. It could have been their problem before the election, but this man thought it was the right thing to do, and he was well-meaning. I don't hold anything against him for that, but that was put on our plate when it should have been on the Democrats. September 28th, a famous date. It should have been taken care of by the Democrats, but this person, a man of power, gave it to us so that in June that comes due. Well, we have to take care of that, because if we don't take care of it, we have a country in default, and we don't ever want to have a country in default. You know, I'll tell you, a certain senator, Elizabeth Warren, said that she would never, ever allow a default on our debt. She would never let it happen, and she would like to get rid of the debt ceiling, what's called the debt ceiling. I call it the debt extension because we really need an extension, that she'd like to see that gotten rid of. And there are many people that agree. Many Democrats agree with that. But we gave that through, and you know, I don't want to say an error. He did it well-meaning. They gave that to us. It was a Democrat problem just before the election. Would have had a huge impact on the election. And to our benefit, we won anyway, but to our benefit. But felt that really for the good of the country, we should extend that. But Elizabeth Warren and various other people would like to see that. Her whole career, she wanted to see it terminated, gotten rid of, not being voted on every 5 years or 10 years. And the reason was because it's so catastrophic for our country. And I always agreed with her. That was one thing I agreed with her on. Now, I haven't spoken to her, but I would say that if you asked her that question now, she'd say, no, it's their problem. But it's a very unfortunate situation. It's a very unfair situation. And she happened to be right on that. It should be gotten rid of, or it should simply be extended. But that's one of the things that gets taken care of in this bill. That automatically gets extended for a 4-year period, and it should be. But I agree with Elizabeth Warren on that. I think you should get rid of it. It's too catastrophic. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What message do you like to send to international students? Are they still welcomed to study in the United States? And one question for Mr. Musk.
The students, well, we want to have great students here. We just don't want students that are causing trouble. We want to have students. I want to have foreign students. I think Harvard, you know, it's close to 31%. That's a lot.
He's like, as long as they don't,
$5 billion.
as long as they say Am Israel Chai, then we're good.
Nobody knew that.
That's it. That's the most significant part of this.
But we found that out over a period of time. That was sort of a Trump thing. We ended up in litigation.
They need to be pro-fascist, no anti-fascist nonsense.
In finding out and in going through the books, we found out that the country gave them $5 billion plus, much more than that, actually. And we're having it out with them, and let's see what happens. I think we have a very good, well, it's a very sad case. It's a case we win. We can't lose that case because we have the right to make grants. We're not going to make any grants like that. But I don't think Harvard's been acting very nicely. I think Columbia wants to get to the bottom of the problem. They've acted very well. And there are other institutions, too, that are acting, but Harvard's trying to be a big shot. And all that happens is every 3 days we find another $100 million that was given. 2 days ago we found $200 million more. The money's given to them like gravy. I'd like to see the money go to trade schools, where people learn how to fix motors and engines, where people learn how to build rocket ships, because you know somebody has to build those rocket ships.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see trade schools set up, because you could take $5 billion plus hundreds of billions more, which is what's spent, and you could have the greatest trade school system anywhere in the world. And that's what we need to build his rockets and robots and things that he's doing, and to build lots of other things. And, you know, I went to school with people. In some cases, they weren't good students, but they could fix the engine of a car better than anybody I've ever seen. They could take it apart blindfolded. They had an ability at that. And they did very well. They made a lot of money. You know, it's a very skilled job. It's great. But I'd like to see a lot of money going into trade schools. I've always felt that. And we probably found our pot of gold, and that's what's been wasted at places like Harvard. And the money's been wasted. Yeah, please.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask quickly, Mr. Musk, what is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there's a bruise there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France. So, but
What does that mean?
No,
I didn't notice it.
First lady of France.
Getting slapped.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, no, I was just horsing around with little X, and I said, "Go ahead, punch me in the face," and he did. Turns out, even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually.
What? It was X that did?
Yeah.
X could do it.
No way.
But I didn't really feel much at the time, and then I guess.
Oh, I didn't even feel it. I'm so strong.
Actually.
President Trump, I got one. I know that you try to stay pretty neutral because not your war, but as
and by the way, not my war. I just want to solve the problem for people. This was not a war that was going to happen if I were president.
Right, and so not your war, but as you try to fix it, and as you survey this hellscape of the Ukrainian front lines,
it's horrible.
And you and your team deal with a very stubborn Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Do you
and
Zelensky.
Yeah.
But do you look at this
very
conflict
Zelensky too.
any differently now? Like, do you look at this and see Putin as the good guy or the bad guy?
So, I've known him very well, and I went through a lot of things with him because Russia was, the Russia hoax turned out to be a total hoax. New York Times, they got a Pulitzer Prize. They have to give back the Pulitzer Prize. That's my lawsuit, and they're doing very poorly in that lawsuit. But they wrote stories about how it was true and it was false, and a lot of Washington Post also. I have gotten to see things that I was very surprised at. Rockets being shot into cities like Kiev during a negotiation that I felt was maybe very close to ending. We were going to solve a problem, and then all of a sudden rockets got shot into a couple of cities and people died.
He was right at the edge, dude. He was right about
some things that I was surprised at.
He was right at the precipice of solving the crisis.
So I'm very disappointed in that way. With that being said, I'd like to see it end. 5,000 people.
Sad
I think
how
the numbers
it just
even
was
more than that,
unsolvable
but 5,000
all of a
people
sudden.
A week are being killed. Mostly soldiers, but also people that live in little cities and towns throughout Ukraine. And I'd like to see that stop.
And I asked Caroline this yesterday, but I want to ask you directly. So many of the things that you're trying to do are held up in court right now. If the courts are going to have so much influence over U.S. policy, do you wish you would have just become a judge instead?
Yeah, well, look, it wasn't meant to be that way. If you look at the founders, the president had certain powers, and you have your three groups, and they all had supposed to be pretty equal powers. But you can't have a judge in Boston running foreign policy in places all over the country because he's got a liberal bent or he's a radical left person. That's what the executive branch is for, and you have checks and balances. But we had millions of people pour into our country, many criminals poured into our country, murderers, mental institutions from all over the world being emptied out into our country. And if we don't get them out and get them out quickly, could lose your country very easily. This is a bad, that anybody would allow this to happen to our country. With all of the things, we took over inflation, we took over some wars, we took over a lot of problems that didn't exist when I was president. None of it existed. We wiped out ISIS. Other than that, we had no wars. Putin was never going to hit Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked. That attack, as you know, Iran had no money. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. They had no money whatsoever. That wasn't going to happen. All of these things that happened weren't going to happen. You wouldn't have had inflation. So it's very sad when I came back. But the thing that is the hardest is that they allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone-cold criminals. They moved their criminal population into the United States, and of all the things that are bad, I solved inflation, I believe, already. I got the fuel prices down. The fuel prices came down. That's one of the reasons they screwed up the energy. They screwed up the cost of gasoline and oil and gas. And you had tremendous inflation, the greatest inflation probably in the history of our country under Biden. And when people said, oh, but the economy was, no, the economy was terrible for the people because they couldn't afford the energy. And the energy brought everything else up. Energy is the big deal. But with all of that, We solved that already. In 4 months, we solved it. $1.99.
One of the interesting parts about like the reversal of the taco situation is that it's also a secret admission of Biden's economy not being as bad, at least by the time that Trump came into office, because like if he's reversing if he's reversing back to the mean, back to where Biden had said it, then that means that like Biden had actually recovered the economy by the end of his reign, which is also another interesting thing. Like he's just fucking the bag up for no reason.
The other side, like why would somebody do something? You know, in business, I try and study why would they want to do this? Why would they want to sell it? Why would they want to buy it? One thing I can't figure out is what would an administration, what were they thinking when they allowed millions of people from prisons all over the world, not just from South America, Venezuela, all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, hundreds of people, thousands of people from the Congo, rough prisoners, from Asia, from Europe, rough parts of Europe. Why would they allow them to come into our country? Why would they do that? It's the one thing I can't figure out. And I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime, not a smart person, but a somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people, Biden. And so I really don't feel sorry for him. But he wasn't a person that would allow murderers to come into our country. He wasn't a person that was in favor of transgender for anybody that wanted it, take kids out of families, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't understand why a thing like this, how a thing like this could have been allowed to happen. Very sad. It's very sad for our country.
I think the fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. Empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims. And there's been way too much.
Bro, you have empathy for no one. You barely have empathy. You can't empathize with a single person. Shut up.
That's not constitutional. That was never intended.
I hate how much these guys like run around and reframe the narrative to be like, oh, dude, if you think that like black and brown people have been systematically underserved due to discriminatory practices, that means you automatically love criminals. Like, you're a criminal and you're sitting next to a criminal. What do you mean? It doesn't make any sense. Like, they have completely reframed the conversation where it's like, oh, dude, do you think, for example, that America shouldn't be bombing Yemen? I guess you love terrorists. You love terrorism. You fundamentally love people who want to terrorize the United States of America. It's like why are we adopting this framing? Why is this something that we are we have to respond to as though it's like sincere or serious? It's very frustrating.
To get people out without having to go to a court case. I mean, it was up to some of these judges. Every single one of these millions of people, criminals, prisoners that were let go from jails because they save a fortune when they do. They brought them into the United States. You know what they're saving? The money they're saving? But some of murders, it's very important that we're able to get those people out of here fast, bring them back to their country where they belong. And those countries take them, because if they don't take them, they have to go through the wrath of the United States, and they take them. But we have judges that don't want that to happen. And it's a terrible thing. That's going through the court system right now, that whole situation. But when ICE and with Border Patrol, they've done an incredible job. When they do this incredible job and they capture 100 killers and drug dealers, and we can't keep them for years here as we go through trials. We have to get them out rapidly, and we know who they are. And we're very careful about who they are, but we have to get them out rapidly, or again, we're not going to have a country. Okay? Maybe one or two more. Go ahead.
Are you concerned that tariff may also affect companies like Tesla, which has parts manufactured abroad? And this is also to you, Mr. Musk.
Well, he's going to end up building his whole car here. I mean, I thought he built his whole car. Pretty much he does. He's got incredible factories, and like I looked at one in Texas. It's unbelievable. I know all of the manufacturers will build their parts here too. I mean, it used to bother me. They make a part in Canada, a part in Mexico, a part in Europe, and sent all over the place, and nobody knew what the hell was happening. I think it's ridiculous. You build a car, make it in America, and...
You're saying major brandonization is happening, but this is the type of brandonization that took place in the first administration as well. Some parts of this is not full Brandon. Other parts of it are brandonization. Him rambling on about a nonsensical bullshit in a way that he believes favors them is not necessarily brandonization, but just regular Trump. There is brandonization taking place, though. That is for sure. That is a certainty. Yet another exercise in futility. Let's take a look at Elon Musk while the cameras are leaving. This is when you'll see more honest moments from him. Well, okay, he just looked like shit as always. Interesting conversation that took place here. Obviously, part of the reason why they did this is because what the fuck? Okay, give me some of the high notes from this. What is the Aaron Rupar cut? I need to see some of the parts that I didn't get to see. I need to see what's going on here. Obviously, there is the pure graft from the Trump White House in terms of cryptocurrencies and whatnot. Did you see this? Oh, Democrats were celebrating. Oh, that's not. Wow. Okay. Elon Musk poached Stephen Miller's wife during his grand exit from the White House. No. That's crazy. So they are. Blue Anon is actually going full blown. Dark woke is real. Dark woke is happening. The Daily Beast has gone full dark woke. So this is what's going on now. Like, this is what we're doing. Musk takes Stephen Miller's wife as Trump aide, rage tweets. So this is a real thing. Like, this is, they actually are, like, there's a real cuckening taking place in the White House. Elon Musk is officially making his exit from the federal government. It appears he's taking one of President Donald Trump's top aides with him. Katie Miller, a top advisor and spokesperson for the Department of Government Efficiency of the White House, is headed out to work for the tech billionaire. It's prompted rumors to swirl across the internet that there's trouble in the West Wing paradise. Miller is married to White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, who on Wednesday fired off a lengthy post on X over Musk criticizing Trump's big, beautiful bill. Okay, I need to hold on. Let me see. I should paywall remover this. I should paywall remover this real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Instead of zapping it. All right, let's see. God, this is a terrible removal of... What is happening, man? What is going on? Okay, there it is. We got it. Okay. Okay. Katie Miller, a top advisor and spokesperson for the Doge. Okay, Miller is married to the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Katie Miller, who also served in the first Trump admin, was named to work with Doge in December. She will reportedly now work for Musk full-time and has already been helping him set up interviews unrelated to his Doge work as he bids the government farewell. Daily Beast reached out to the White House for a comment on Miller's departure. Musk's Doge appeared ready to bring a wrecking ball to the federal government when it started its work, shutting down U.S. aid in one weekend and demanding millions of federal employees justify their work. However, the tech billionaire appears to have delivered far less than his operation set out to achieve as he exits. The clear impact of Doge's work, yeah, we already know that. The world's richest person literally once wielded a chainsaw on stage during his role, but he departed with a post on X. As my scheduled time as special government employee comes to an end, I would like to thank President Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. He wrote on Wednesday, the Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. A special government employee allows members of the private sector to work for the federal government for up to 130 days. Musk's time is up on Friday. Like Musk, Miller joined the administration as a special government employee, so her time at the White House was also restricted. Does Elon Musk have too much power? According to an Associated Press poll conducted, 88% of the Democrats say yes. Overall, across the board, 65% say too much. 27% only say about the right amount, and 6% say too little. Even within the Republicans, 37% of Republicans say too much. 69% of independents say too much power. Okay? Understandable, because he's gross, and he is a repulsive little monster, and therefore a lot of people were disgusted by him, and he was not charismatic enough to be able to... He was not charismatic enough to be able to navigate through this while also simultaneously trying to fire a bunch of employees. Also, who are the 4% of Democrats that say Elon Musk has too little power? I never understand the way some people respond to these polls. I'm like, this does not make any sense whatsoever. While Musk claims Doge's mission will only strengthen, he also criticized Trump's massive bill tackling his domestic agenda on his way out the door. He said he was disappointed because it increased the deficit and undermines the work that the Doge team did. Miller's husband sent out a lengthy post on X pushing back that the Congressional Budget Office is finding that the bill increases the deficit by $3.8 trillion is an accounting gimmick. But multiple analyses of the legislation all found the same thing. However, in a separate post, he did praise Doge's work as among the most valuable services ever rendered to government. His wife has not commented on her departure from the Trump admin, but she has posted and reposted about Musk's his AI company, SpaceX, Doge, and X in the past 24 hours. The Millers were married in February 2020 at the Trump Hotel, just a few blocks away from the White House during the president's first term. Trump was in attendance. Together, they have 3 children. The couple was first introduced in 2018 by a mutual friend, despite having already spoken on the phone multiple times because of work, according to their wedding announcement. During the first Trump administration, Katie Miller worked for the Department of Homeland Security and later as press secretary for VP Michael Pence. When Musk moved to Washington, he was often spotted with his young son, X. He's been married 3 times and his father at least 14 children. So I guess the blue and on conspiracies that they're piping, right? Like Elon Musk is cucking Stephen Miller. They had a threesome, and basically that's what happened. Like Elon Musk basically stole Stephen Miller's wife from Stephen Miller. And that's the blue one on conspiracy. I think there was already a conspiracy theory that we saw. Blue one on conspiracy theory. Does anyone have that TikTok? I'm sure someone must have seen it. I know one of you guys actually sent it to me. There is this blue one on conspiracy that's popping off right now surrounding the potential threesome allegation between Stephen Miller and Elon Musk and Stephen Miller's wife. I don't believe it, but I want to see it regardless. And I think it's very funny that Dark Woke did it again. Dark Woke is back, bigger than ever, more powerful than ever before, and popping the frick off. Glenn was in the threesome. I don't like that. Don't do that. Glenn Greenwald, regardless of my disagreements with him, and regardless of his contributions in recent years, it still does not undermine his good journalism that he did in the past. And also, he was literally fucking sexual. Like he was victim to revenge porn and blackmail. So I don't think that's appropriate. Yeah, he's a gay man. Yeah, and he has some interesting fetishes. Who gives a fuck? Okay, calm down. Also, Glenn has been weirdly solid recently. I mean, he's always been he's always been he's always been a free speech absolutist across the board. And not only has he always been a free speech absolutist, he's always been good on Israel. So he's always been solid on Palestine. He's always been solid on like Middle East. I wouldn't say always been solid, but like at least for the past 15 years, he's been solid on intervention in the Middle East. I think there was like a point where he was like pro invading Iraq or something, but he's gone back on that and has spent years and years criticizing the administrations. Who leaked this video? I don't know. But yes, there's a video that was circulating. Glenn Greenwald spoke on it. Well, I'll cover it in a little bit. I won't show the video, obviously, but I'll cover Glenn's response to it. I saw people say it's Mossad. Do you think there's any veracity to that? It would not shock me. I don't understand how, like, the thing that I don't understand is how he doesn't have any OPSEC whatsoever. It is shockingly bad OPSEC for him. He may have OPSEC, but theirs might be better. Come on, Megaphonics. We're talking about a guy who literally who played an incredibly important role in uncovering one of the greatest mass surveillance, illegal mass surveillance strategies that the American government applies to literally our allies and foreign adversaries alike. It is impossible. Like his OPSEC on that was crazy. Like he was purchasing laptops with cash from like random places in an effort to make sure that there was nothing that he could just like exclusively cut off the trail. We're talking about a guy who played, again, an incredibly important role in uncovering, by way of Edward Snowden, uncovering mass surveillance strategies, illegal mass surveillance strategies of the federal government, the NSA specifically. The Snowden story literally fell in his fucking lap, man. Like, yeah, he helped it get out, but it's not like he did it on his own by his own scrabbiness. What are you talking about? The fucking courage required to be able to put that together. Are we doing this now? Are we doing this? Listen, you can talk about his last 8 years of ridiculous, like perhaps too sympathetic to Donald Trump performance, but what you're talking about right now, what you're undermining right now is one of the most important pieces of journalism in the fucking 21st century. What the fuck? That is insane. That is insane. Do you have the CIA and the NSA hunting you? I could have stopped that plain ass chatter. Yeah. Kind of random, but Giuliani mentioned you on Kimmel's 6-minute mark. Giuliani? Rudy Giuliani? What? Rudolph Giuliani knows who I am? Are you fucking joking? America's mayor, Rudolph Giuliani? That's weird.
2.8 million followers on Twitter.
Best of America's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, who's been cast out of the Trump inner circle and is doing his best to entertain tens, if not dozens of people live on Rumble.
And Sam Piker has how many people? 2.8 million followers on Twitter or Twitch. Twitch is different than Twitter, right? Right. What the hell is Twitch? Is that another Chinese
it's
operation?
I don't believe so. It's for gamers. Primarily.
So he
we're on Twitch.
We are? Well, let's get off.
I mean, hold on. Excuse me. I have a question. Mr. Giuliani, what is it that you're wearing? I mean, he is dressed like there was a fire in his apartment. He had to get out fast. It's a red T-shirt under a Western-style tweed and suede sport coat.
Ethan Klein has found another ally. another ally from the most likely places that he is securing allegiances from has entered the fold. Wait, we have to find that stream. We need to see what else he said about you. I assume he's talking about how I'm like anti-Semitic or something. That's the difference between you and your legion of haters. You will call balls and strikes. Yeah. Incredible stuff. Also, both me and Rudolph Giuliani are 9/11 guys in very different ways. So we already were in the same 9/11 cinematic universe.
Topped off with a red checkered pocket square. It's Full Mental Jacket. It's like Ronald McDonald scored a guest spot on Bonanza.
I actually like the jacket, low key. The red doesn't work though. I mean, but the jacket itself is not that bad.
All I can assume is that his caregiver hates him. The good news for Rudy is he probably won't have to worry about any more of those pesky investigations.
Wow. I don't think Rudolph cares about anti-Semitism after famously saying Jewish men have small cocks because they can't use them after they get married. Yeah, or my favorite. Rudy Giuliani did my favorite type of anti-Semitism because it was one that I had never heard before. And I don't think anyone will ever say it before or after this sentence was uttered. Remember when he said, oh, Moses parted the Red Sea? Who cares? So many other people have done that. I have never heard anyone say that before. That is a completely new and unique thing that Rudolph Giuliani came up with. It was amazing. It comes with the recognition that Moses actually parted the Red Sea, like literally, okay? Taking that literally, and then simultaneously claiming that it has happened many times over and that it is not a big deal. You have to have the best mind to be able to say something like that. It is one of the funniest things. Oh my God. Get over Passover. It was 3,000 years ago. Ex-New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani tells Jews. Giuliani is accused in the complaint of disparaging Jewish men's penis sizes and commenting about the freaking Arabs and Jews. But of course, he's a massive supporter of Israel, so obviously nobody cares about this kind of thing. Oh, it's so funny. Dude, get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago. The Red Sea parted. Big deal. It's not the first time that happened. I'm sorry. When has that ever happened? Like that's never... What are you saying? I love that. I love that because it implies that Moses did literally part the Red Sea, okay? But also, it is a frequent occurrence. It's a frequent occurrence and not a big deal. Come on, man. He's like, it happens once a year, guys. Calm down. Big whoop. Oh, anyway. But now he's probably talking about how unimaginably anti-Semitic I am or something.
Hasan Piker. Do you know who Hasan Piker is, Ted?
Yeah, get over the Passover is like 3,000 years ago. The Red Sea parted, big deal. It's not the first time that it has happened. What does he know? Hashtag open the vaults. He knows something. He was there.
Hasan Piker
I do not.
Hasan Piker has how many people? 2.8 million followers on Twitter or Twitch. Twitch is different than Twitter, right?
Right.
What the hell is Twitch? Is that another Chinese
it's
operation?
I don't believe so. It's for gamers primarily.
So he
we're on Twitch.
We are? Well, let's get off. This guy. Well, no, actually, no. I'm wrong. I really want to make a different point here. This guy immediately went on right after the 2 young people were killed, and he said that it was a false flag operation.
That's not what I
Meaning
never
that
said
we
that.
or the
Okay, to be fair to Rudolph Giuliani, he is 700 years old, so I can't even fault him for being duped by the dumbest kind of propaganda. That's great though. I love people who are just completely devoid of a brain. You know, Jake Tapper, Rudolph Giuliani, New York Post writers, people who write for Fox News. You know, all of these guys were like, yeah, he's definitely said it was a false flag. I never did. I said the exact opposite. I never said it was a false flag. I don't believe it is a fucking false flag. It is one of the strangest ways of criticizing my commentary. You could be like, oh, he likes that this happened or something. You know what I mean? You can lie about that. Why the fuck are you lying about the dumbest thing?
Israelis really killed these kids. This is Hasan Piker. And he was taken off Twitch. But then he was reinstated in 24 hours, and now he's gloating. He's I lived, bitch, he said. Now
he's looking at my Twitter post. Them pushing this button so hard makes me think it's a false flag, though. I didn't before. No, this is an act of desperation from people who really, really want to like maintain some kind of like Israel is still good, guys. But as I've said before, it is very difficult for Israel, even post October 7. It has always been very difficult for Israel to bring forward like cool people that will defend Israel on the timeline. And that was when people's like feelings towards Israel and Israel being a victim was at its highest level. And the only people that were like, you know, joining in on the fun and immediately running with like, we must kill all of the Arab population. We must cleanse the lands of all the Palestinians, which is not a real nationality. It was like the Amy Schumers of the world and the Michael Rappaports, right? Like it was never like someone who is a super famous individual or someone who has like a lot of like they couldn't get an actor, like a top billing actor or director or someone like that to come out and aggressively defend Israel. And that was when Israel had the most amount of I guess, positive media coverage coming out. Since then, it's over, right? Like 19 months of genocide, ain't nobody's coming out to defend Israel at this point. So the last remaining people who will defend Israel at this stage are the likes of Rudolph Giuliani, you know, a couple New York Post writers, the Free Press, Barry Weiss. That's it. They're cooked. So, not exactly a good time to be a defender of Israel. I guess the only guy they can get is like, the only guy that has like somewhat of a platform is fucking Ethan Klein, ironically enough. And even his perspective is so carefully crafted where like most people who are pro-Israel don't even want to entertain what he's saying or promote him because he keeps saying in an effort to defend his position that Israel might be doing a genocide. And that's a bridge too far for everyone that wants to defend Israel. So even though he attacks all of Israel's, all of the people who are critical of Israel, he still takes this like both sides position, even though he hyper focuses on the Palestinian side. He still says like, yeah, you know, I don't really like settlers. They're valid military targets. It's a genocide when my wife is not around. It's just a war when she is around. because of that position, like even the Hen Mazigs of the world can't necessarily like actively defend him with regular frequency. So that's it. That's the best you're going to get out of people. Just like someone who has been on an extended crash out for the last 19 months. And Rudolph Giuliani and I guess John Fetterman, whose brain literally leaked out of his ear. Did you ever think in your life that Rudy Giuliani would be talking shit about you on a live stream? Yes. Oh, this is Seth Rogen. I mean, this is a very famous conversation back and forth between Seth Rogen and Mark Maron about like Israel. It's
Jewish person in America.
It's awesome.
Probably here because someone tried to kill their grandparents not that long ago, and we should be in Eastern Europe, and it would be nice to live somewhere that was not a part of the Christian apocalyptic.
I mean, this is also way before October 7th. This is like years ago. Seth Rogen talking about like how he realized that maybe it's not. Hold on.
Prophecy is also probably a good idea. It's like maybe settle somewhere that the Christians don't think you all have to die in order for the
and then they want us all to go there. They need a certain number.
They
of
need
Jews.
us to go there so we can die. So the apocalypse.
But Christians they need us for their ridiculous vision, and
exactly.
they're not
like our ridiculous visions are temporarily parallel.
Would you ever go live in Israel?
No, it would be. To me, it just seems very like an antiquated thought process. Like if it is for religious reasons, I don't agree with it because I think religion is silly. If it is for truly the preservation of Jewish people, it makes no sense because, again, you don't keep something you're trying to preserve all in one place, especially when that place has proven to be
volatile,
pretty volatile. And I also think that as a Jewish person, like I was fed a huge amount of lies about Israel my entire life. You know, they never tell you that. Oh, by the way, there were people there. They make it seem like it was just like they're sitting there. It was like the fucking doors open.
Hours for the taking.
Like it literally. They forget to include the fact to every young Jewish person, basically, like, oh, by the way, there were people there.
Well, they just want to make sure that you are frightened of your own survival to the point where when you get old enough, you will make sure that that money goes to Israel and that trees are planted and that you always speak highly of Israel and Israel must survive no matter what.
I think like for Jewish people, especially who are who view themselves as progressive and who view themselves as analytical and who view themselves as people who ask a lot of questions and really challenge the status quo, like, what are we doing?
Well, there's a thing. I mean, I get frightened to talk about it. You start.
I know.
You have to log in the Fossabot. The commands are broken. Do I? Oh, because of the ban. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Yeah, this is. Yes, please log in. Hold on. I will. 1 second, chat. Jesus Christ. All of you are. Yeah, I mean, it's Seth Rogen is the man. He's awesome. He's amazing. He's always had incredible takes on this. All right. I logged in. It should work now. But the reason why I brought that up is because there is a guy. Wait, what is this? What does my tweet have to do with Hasan? This dude's got his dick so far down his throat. What is happening? After a lot of thought and research, I've terminated my contract with Gamer Subs. I don't want to move forward with companies that are partnered with Ethan Klein. I know it's difficult these days to find brands that don't have problematic entanglements, but it is what it is. This woman is a Twitch streamer. Ma'am, may I suggest starting with Amazon? They're at the top of the BDS list, but that might have actually required you to sacrifice something. Never mind. I heard Hasan is actually considering going to Gaza. Let me just virtual signal about Ethan Klein The biggest threat to Palestinian liberation and the easiest way to farm cloud online. We honor your bravery. Praying for your daddy that Hasan noticed this. You can share an ice cold Dr. Pepper together, owned by Zionists, on BDS list, drank daily by Hasan. What? Yeah, that's it. You could take that. Yeah. And then she says, what does my tweet have to do with Hasan? This dude's got his dick so far down his throat that any kind of negative feedback has to be linked to Hasan. Bro, why does no one... Dr. Pepper, yeah, first of all, number one, let me explain something, okay? Dr. Pepper is not on the BDS list. I use the Palestinian National Committee BDS list, okay? That's number one. Dr. Pepper is not on that list. Number two, Amazon is on that list, but Amazon is not on that list for Twitch, and it's not on that list for a permanent fucking blockade of Amazon and all Amazon-related products, because Palestinian National Committee understands that half of the websites that we are on and that we use AWS as its backend, okay? And therefore, blockading all Amazon products would be virtually impossible. This is precisely the reason, no problem. This is precisely the reason why the BDS list in and of itself is very limited and very targeted. Okay? Amazon is only a pressure target and not a consumer boycott priority target. Ethan lied about both of those things. Exactly. Which is so crazy. I think Cloudflare owner is also a proud Israel supporter, but similarly, how are you going to boycott Cloudflare? Exactly. Now, having said that, okay, yeah, it's like boycotting the U.S. by not driving roads. Having said that, and this is a conversation we've had a million times over, Syra did not mention any of those things. She didn't mention any of those. I didn't even see this. I didn't even know that she had made this decision. So what the fuck does that even mean? Like, what is happening here? Like, what? I don't understand. Like, people make up their own minds about this stuff. What? Smaller streamers giving out sponsorships, the virtue signal for Palestine? Meanwhile, Hasan showed up chugging BDS sodies on stream. I don't know why. Especially because, like, these guys don't support BDS at all. And not only do they not support boycott, divestments, and sanctions from the state of Israel, but they also simultaneously don't even support the cause of Palestinian emancipation. It's always a motherfucker who doesn't support your cause telling you how you should support your cause differently. It's so strange. That's the freak Ethan Stan who was sending unsolicited DMs to Taylor Lorenz to argue with her about Ethan and then leak those DMs. I don't understand it. I don't understand who this is for. I guess it's for an audience that is like, that has this incredibly narrow framework that only cares about like being pro-Palestine or anti-Israel from an incredibly narrow framework that revolves around like a content creator's personal ambitions and personal grievances. I guess that's what it is. Like, it just, I understand why one man can, I guess, like fall down this pipeline and become this manic, right? I don't understand how an entire audience of people will also fucking go along with
And
it.
at this point, if Ethan Klein crashes out on a creator, you gotta follow that creator because they.
Holy shit, 104,000 likes. Oh my God. Okay, it makes me happy to see that, like, in a very, very specific part of the internet, this kind of has a lot of motion. YouTube, the slop tuber stuff, the commentary community. But outside of that hyper niche part of the internet, everyone looks at this and is like, this is insane. This is the most insane thing I've ever fucking seen. Oh my God. Great.
They're pretty good. I didn't know who Vanilla really was until this past week when Ethan started going off on her. She's like the funniest person on the internet right now. What the fuck? I swear, Ethan Klein's crash out is like the closest we'll ever get to seeing what J. Jonah Jameson's hate for Spider-Man would be like in real life. Like, I don't think he's realized that he's now like in lolcow territory for people. I feel like his community just keeps feeding him Hasan content so that he keeps crashing out because it's funny to them. I mean, it's funny to all of us, let's be honest. He's just such a gross little like narcissistic troll, bro. I don't know why I ever watched him because like the signs were always there. I guess I was just a stupid teenager. Look, I'm a content creator with kids and I make less content than Ethan does. So I just gotta ask, when are you spending time with your kids when you are making all of these Instagram stories, bro? You probably say some shit like, shut up, daddy's working. Daddy's working. Oh my God, those kids are gonna be so messed up by Ela and Ethan. Can you imagine being a teenager arguing with Ethan as your dad? Fuck that, dude.
Good to see that there is some semblance of normalcy out there. Even SlopTube are now tired of Ethan. What is this? Chud is officially breaking the Ethan Hasan shackles. I mean, this guy's like not exactly a great dude himself either, isn't he? I mean, I'm not too familiar. I feel like a lot of these guys basically merge into one unit for me. Yeah, but I guess like it's kind of like how Piers Morgan saw the writing on the wall and jumped ship. Piers Morgan saw the writing on the wall and jumped ship and is now saying like Israel is doing a genocide. I suspect that in a similar way, like maybe some of these like centrist or center right commentary accounts are also recognizing that there is a lot of outside pressure when you like leave the limited confines of like the slop tuber ecosystem. All of a sudden, most normal people's attitude here is not on the side of the guy who has been on an extended crash out with the backdrop of a fucking baby murder live streamed Holocaust happening. This has 1 million likes now. What is this?
You know who hit me up today on Instagram?
Oh, I saw
Teddy
this one.
Fresh.
Yeah, this
They
is
said-
the one that like this is when I was like, oh, thank God, there's like normal people out there. Holy
You know who hit
shit!
me up today on
Like she didn't even say anything. She just said she doesn't like Teddy Fresh, and then Ethan Klein fucking called her
Teddy Fresh.
anti-Semitic, dude. It's anti-Semitic to not like Teddy Fresh.
They said, hey, we'd love to send you some stuff. How about? Do I need like media training now that I'm like, have more people in here? How about? Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Out of your freaking mind. The clip of you talking about Teddy Fresh is going viral on Reddit. H3 fans are gonna come after you. Oh, fuck! The millennial who only wear color block pastel, they're gonna come for me? Fuck! Please, even if Ethan wasn't a raging frigging lunatic, I still would never wear fucking Teddy Fresh. Just so butt-ass ugly.
It's pretty funny to be on the inside of this drama and then see peeks into other insular internet dramas and be like, who are these people? Because that's how others must feel about this. Oh, like this one. Yeah. This thing cheated on Liz. Ladies, you are never the problem. I feel insane. Like, am I supposed to know who any of these people are? I'm willing to bet a lot more people know who the fuck me and Ethan are, though. than like TikTokers. I think. Are they TikTokers? I don't know who these people are. Like, because like, especially because of Ethan, not even because of me. But because of Ethan, because he's like so he's been such a fucking presence on the internet for so many years. I was going back and forth with a guy on Twitter, checked your name under his search bar, and it was a lot. Asked bro if he was okay, told him that it was a lot to focus on, and he hasn't tweeted about you since. Yeah. It's just like, it's just strange. It's strange. It's strange stuff. And every single step of the way, he could have just like pulled out and been like, yo, my bad. I'm taking a step back. My bad. But because his subreddit is his lifeline, and it is completely captured by people who operate lolcows with regular frequency, they are basically puppeteering him to dance to whatever tune they want to, and they do not have any real care or consideration for his mental state. And it's ironic because many people who used to be friends of Ethan Klein do actually have an understanding of his mental state and have tried to both privately and publicly stop him from continuing down this pipeline. And he is just, he's lost it. He's like, nope. Quintupling down, baby. Yeah, they're turning a 40-year-old man with children who is a multimillionaire and was a very favorable figure online for many years into a Chris Chan style situation. Like, they are literally using him like a sock puppet. Sad state of affairs. What? She also endorses Zellner? Wait, what? No, he probably ranked Zellner. There's no way that she fucking is endorsing anyone but Zoran as number one. You guys are probably misunderstanding. New York has ranked voting, and therefore everybody gives like multiple endorsements, but he is number one Zoran. Guys, what are you talking about? I was hanging out with him the other day before I went to link up with Zoran. Yeah, it's multiple endorsements. Calm down. Yeah, he already endorsed Zoran. He like. Yeah, and also she got endorsed by AOC. Yeah, he also endorsed Brad Lander too, I suspect. He endorsed the Slate like he should have. The whole point of Slate endorsements is to encourage people who like one of them to rank the others. Is good strategy. Exactly. No. I disagree with people that say that you're not supposed to endorse multiple people as long as you make it clear that your number one choice is Zoran. Okay? Like a singular endorsement. The reason why there's two different mindsets on this, okay? Ranked choice voting implies that you want, like Brad Lander right now, okay? Brad Lander is a progressive New York City comptroller, okay? He's nowhere near as progressive as Zoran's campaign, but ultimately Brad Lander has, most people that rank Brad Lander first are going to rank Zoran second. Having said that, however, there are people, because people are weird, within Lander's voter base that have Andrew Cuomo ranked second, right? I believe it's around 30%. And what you do in this process when you endorse multiple people is to create a coalition so that all of those people that would rank, Senator Zellner first will then turn around and rank Zoran second. Do you understand? The reason why these guys do it, the reason why these guys also endorse a slate is because they want to make sure that there is a coalition that just does not rank Cuomo at all in the New York mayoral primaries. Okay? Doesn't the progressive vote get split? Not necessarily. There is a fear that it might actually split the progressive base, but it hasn't happened. And because it's ranked voting, it's ranked choice voting. Ultimately, the goal is to try to get Zoran to be the viable number one candidate through enough of these like allegiances from all these other bases of support to get people to rank Zoran number 2 if they're not going to rank him number 1. I do think that when the dust settles, like everyone, myself included, have been very critical about AOC and Bernie Sanders not endorsing Zoran. I think that endorsement will come. I suspect that I still have some faith, and I suspect that they're waiting, or at least AOC, who understands the New York mayoral primaries a lot better than we do, who has the capacity to elevate a candidate to the number 1 rank for sure, is waiting for maximum impact. And I suspect that it will be around the time when early voting starts or right before early voting starts in an effort to ensure that there is maximum impact on its timing. Because like, we have been paying attention to this race far before the race ever even became a matter of importance for many New Yorkers. AOC does not have that kind of pull. She has an annoying ass voice. You are so delusional if you think that AOC does not have that kind of pull in New York. Are you out of your mind? She literally absolutely does. Okay? This is not a nationwide race. We're talking about the New York mayoral race. AOC in New York, 1,000,000% has that pull. Are you kidding me? Bernie Sanders has less pull than AOC in New York, okay? I think the last election, AOC endorsed Maya Wiley 17 days out. We're getting closer to that time, so I think she will probably endorse a slate of Zoran Lander and maybe Adrienne Adams about 2 to 3 weeks before voting starts. Yeah, that's precisely what's going to happen. Also, the AOC endorsement, if I remember correctly, if my memory serves me, the AOC endorsement literally skyrocketed Wiley into second place, like shot Wiley up into second place. Okay? Isn't this election in November, which is like 10 years from now? The primaries are coming up soon. I forget exactly when it is. But here is Chi Ose's first round of 2025 mayoral endorsements. Chi Ose proudly endorses 3 candidates for mayor with full statements for each below in alphabetical order. He expects the issue of ranked endorsements closer to primary day. It's going to be Zoran number 1, by the way. Okay? I know that already. I know him personally, okay? He is a Hasanabi head. Whoa, what happened? What? Is it Mini F? Mini F? Baby F? Audio got choppy? Okay, regardless. As I was saying, yes, he's number 1. He's number 1 for Zoran. Y'all are crazy if you think that it's going to be anything but that. Wait, I'm not American, so I don't know, but has AOC endorsed a DSA candidate before? My friend, AOC was a DSA candidate herself. That's funny. Anyway, Zoran needs the voters that AOC has good pull with, primarily Hispanic and black voters, so she would be a big help, I think. Yes. AOC herself is the DSA candidate. Primary is on 6/24. Early voting starts at 6/14. No, she wasn't. She is a Democrat. What? In New York City, there is no DSA slant. There's a Working Families Party slant. Like you can be on the Working Families Party ticket. There is no like Democratic Socialists of America. DSA is not a party. DSA runs Democrats. Yes, AOC was a Justice Democrat and also DSA. Anyway. Oh my God. DSA is sus, man. They're anti-socialist. They want to reform capitalism and say Red October was terrorism. You need to stop. No one cares. Stop. We're talking about a fucking New York mayoral race, okay? Stop. Just shh. It's not for you. It's not for you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Sometimes it's okay to just like, sometimes it's okay to not involve yourself in these affairs. Okay. It's all good. Yes. They're not principled and committed to a vanguard party. It's okay. It's not for you. It's all good. All right. That's not an anarchist, chatters. What are you talking about? No, that's not an anarchist. That's someone LARPing as an ultra. Anyway. Listen. Yeah, that person is not an anarchist. That person is the opposite of an anarchist. He takes too many showers and reads too many books. What is this? What did he do? Atlas Intel Republican primary. Vance is 37%. Rubio, 18. Trump Jr., 8.8. New. Ron DeSantis at 8. God, Ron DeSantis. Atlas Intel, 28. Democratic primary. Buttigieg at 31.5. Oh, my Lord. All it took was for him to go on the Andrew Schultz podcast. Oh, my God. Americans are so malleable and so easy to manipulate. It is crazy. But some good news, at least. AOC is at 19.4%, up 3.5. Kamala Harris is at 16.6%, minus 7 points. That's good. Sanders is not on there. Yes, he's not because he's 700,000 years old. Please stop. I do worry a lot about Pete Buttigieg. I worry a lot about Pete Buttigieg because he is a great communicator in exactly the ways that MSNBC watching liberal moms enjoy, and that is terrifying for me. He is not like Obama. Obama had broad appeal. I don't think Pete has broad appeal beyond a Democratic primary. And even then, not as much appeal within the Democratic primary as he ran for the Democratic primary and did not succeed in the Democratic primary prior to this. So he does not have... A Republican would win 500 electoral votes against him. I don't know about that. Can you explain why he's bad? Because he is a machine politician and a neoliberal through and through, but he also has the capacity to speak the language of progress, but in a way that only, in a frequency that only wine moms enjoy. Okay? He is a shark. He is exactly the type of guy that, he's exactly the type of dude that a lot of these fucking college-educated chatters will say, I don't understand why you don't like him. He seems to be a very smart guy. Yeah, he is. He is a very smart guy. Okay? I'm frustrated by that. I'm worried about that. But in the process of being a very smart guy and tailoring his messaging, he has a lot of pop-off moments, a lot of good moments, and a lot of insane moments that are that showcase his like the extent of his his ability to communicate a progressive vision. Like when he said Medicare for all, in parentheses, those who want it. Not an Obama kind of politician, because Obama was fucked up enough to go the full distance. Obama straight up ripped into Hillary Clinton for the Iraq war and then did the troop surge, okay? Obama was able to literally lie his face off and present himself as a candidate for change and hope and progress, only to turn around and not do any of those things. Pete Buttigieg, on the other hand, is not even lying. I worry if he actually does lie, because he will become an even more powerful figure to deal with. Having said that, Pete Buttigieg is a soldier for the cause. He is a soldier for the establishment Democrats, okay? He's a McKinsey consultant. He fixed spread prices in Canada. He intentionally deceives and misleads those who might be following him into thinking he might entertain a working class agenda, which, to be honest, he would die to ever keep from ever arriving. Yes. How are his politics different from Biden's? When did I say that? I think even Joe Biden, first of all, the only difference between him and Joe Biden, I would say, is that one, he doesn't have the long career of doing like white supremacist politics in America in the way that Joe Biden did. Not to say that he wouldn't actually end up contributing to a white supremacist agenda if he was in power, considering his short stint as a mayor in a small town, and what he did with the police force there. But also, Joe Biden at least walked the picket line. When Pete Buttigieg appears at a picket line, he looks like a Pinkerton. Okay? Like, I hate Joe Biden. He's a genocide dare. He was not the working class hero that he tried to present himself as. Having said that, he did actually go to the UAW picket line. When Pete Buttigieg would like go to a picket line, he'd ask questions like, how much money do you have on your strike funds? How much money do you have remaining on your strike funds? Like instantly. Anyone who knows anything about labor unions, like when they see a guy like Pete Buttigieg, is exactly the same disgust that people have for the likes of JD Vance, a consultant. When a guy like Pete Buttigieg comes to your town, people are going to get laid off. Okay. It's the same principle behind Mitt Romney. When Mitt Romney comes to your town in middle America, you remember what has taken place after they leave, okay? That means layoffs are coming. They're eliminating redundancy. Anyway, he's too McKinsey pill to appeal to your average working class Midwestern dude. He's not someone you could see yourself having a beer with, as dumb as that sounds. Well, there's that too. All right. That is, we're done with the Pete Buttigieg rant that I was engaging in. We already talked about Zoran. Let's get back to the New York Times with some of the clips from. Okay, here. We'll do this last Pete Buttigieg clip real quick. Here. This is a famous one. I love this clip.
On the front lines of corporate downsizing. You've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing. You've been on the front lines of our misadventures. I'm sorry, of our misadventures in foreign policy. You've had direct experience of many of the things that make a lot of young people very angry about the way that this country is operating right now. You don't seem to embody that anger.
So the proposition that I've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing is just to get that out of the way.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
No, I worked for a consulting company that had a client that may have been involved in fixing, or was apparently in a scandal. I was not aware of the Canadian bread pricing scandal until last night.
You've been on the front lines of corporate downsizing. You've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing. You've been on the front lines of our misadventures. I'm sorry, of our misadventures in foreign policy. You've had direct experience of many of the things that make a lot of young people very angry about the way that this country is operating right now. You don't seem to embody that anger.
So the proposition that I've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing is just to get that out of the way.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
No, I worked for a consulting company that had a client that may have been involved in fixing, or was apparently in a scandal. I was not aware of the Canadian bread pricing scandal until last night.
You've been on the front lines of corporate.
McKinsey is what Hogs think socialism is in all the worst ways. Yeah. Another part of this, another part of the story, obviously, is that guys like Pete Buttigieg are hitters, right? They're corporate assassins, basically. And the way that McKinsey and consulting firms are designed is basically to reduce your workload and your responsibility in the mass layoffs that you're engaging in, so he can turn around and say, oh, well, we had a client. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just crunching numbers or whatever. When in fact, it basically operates in the same exact way. For those of you who don't know, corporate consultancy firms like McKinsey, like Bain, okay, PricewaterhouseCoopers, all of these companies are basically assassins, okay? And people that work for these companies basically operate like assassins. Or a better analogy, like a firing squad, okay? Firing squads will have some guns that are filled with blanks and some guns that are filled with real bullets. The reason why firing squads have blanks and real bullets is so that no one actually knows who's pulling the trigger, okay? And the division of responsibility in the consultant structure, the consultancy structure is similar to that, okay? Where there is at least some kind of like responsibility sharing and also offloading some of that direct responsibility and culpability from the minds of all of these people that worked to engage in mass layoffs. It is a way for people to sleep comfortably at night, not thinking about how guilty they personally and individually are for all of those mass layoffs. That's it. No one gets fired for hiring. McKinsey is well known in corporate America. Don't blame me. I was just doing a job someone told me to that without me would not be done, but someone else would do it if not me, and I want to buy the bread and do wild parties on the weekend. So a lot of what Pete Buttigieg did at McKinsey is going to be engaging in the elimination of redundancy. That's the corporate speak for mass layoffs. So that's why I say, like, guys like this, when they come to your town, especially in the Midwest, especially in the Rust Belt, a lot of people have tremendous resentment for people like that for understandable reasons. Anyway, moving on from that, Israel has finally lost Radiohead's very own Tom York. Now, of course, Tom York still had a incredibly middle-of-the-road fucking take on it. But it's an indication that the tide shift is here. As you guys know, Radiohead has been getting railed for being Zionist, for performing in Israel, and also for not really saying anything about Palestinians. Tom York is the front man for Radiohead, and he finally came out with a statement. Let's read. Some guy shouting at me from the dark last year when I was picking up a guitar to sing the final song alone in front of 9,000 people in Melbourne didn't really seem like the best moment to discuss the unfolding humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Afterwards, I remained in shock that my supposed silence was somehow being taken as complicity, and I struggled to find an adequate way to respond to this and to carry on with the rest of the shows on the tour. That silence, my attempt to show respect for all those who are suffering and those who have died, and not to trivialize in a few words, has allowed other opportunistic groups to use intimidation and defamation to fill in the blanks, and I regret giving them this chance. This has taken a heavy toll on my mental health. You know who the real victim of Israel's genocide is? Tom York of Radiohead. That's right. He's a creep. He's a weirdo. He's a Zionist. What the hell is he doing here? He does not belong here. Okay? The real toll here was Tom York's mental health, not the almost 20,000 children that Israel murdered in broad daylight in a live stream child holocaust, but actually Tom York, Thomas York of Radiohead. Anyway, I would hope that for anyone who has ever listened to a note of my music, of my band, or any of the music I've created over the years, or looked at the artwork or read any of the lyrics, it would be self-evident that I could not possibly support any form of extremism or dehumanization of others. All I see in a lifetime's worth of work with my fellow musicians and artists is pushing against such things, trying to create. First of all, it's just a both sides argument, and the primary focus of this is still how much he was vilified in this process, okay? So remember that. Not only is this an awful self-aggrandizing victimization narrative that he is hitting here, okay? But it's also still both sidesing the matter. This, you will see a lot of these, okay? It's incredibly self-indulgent, yes. You will see a lot of this. You will see a lot of this in the upcoming weeks and months, where many artists who are unconditionally and firmly committed to Israel having to basically crawl through a mile of rusty nails to finally come out and be like, oh, God, I just don't want to do this, but also Israel, oh, come on, you've killed too many children. Okay? You'll see it. You'll see it. I actually posted in my Discord yesterday about this, ironically enough, before I even saw Tom York's tweet or statement, where I said something along the lines of like, you will see a lot of like YouTubers who come out and make bold declarative statements about Israel being violent or whatever, now that they do not fear severe social and political and career repercussions for it. But in the process of other people coming out and saying like, yeah, I was always an anti-Zionist, or yeah, I always was saying fuck Israel, or just saying it quietly, in that process, if they fucking turn around and offer any criticism whatsoever to all of the people who have been actively calling this out for 19 fucking months, if they do that, I'm not letting them get away with that shit. Okay? I'm not Mr. Gatekeep the fucking genocide that Israel is doing. I've said this already. There's going to be a lot of people that you will see coming forward. Going forward, you will see a lot of people coming out and saying, I've always been against this, guys. Please. Okay? I've always been against this. But I don't mind it. I don't necessarily mind that people are coming out now that it's like safer. It's good. It means that more people are recognizing this. It means that there is no environment of censorship that can cause severe penalties to your future ambitions or whatever. That means that there is so broad momentum. Okay? You guys played a role in that when you went out and you protested every fucking week. You made it so that there was a permission structure. Okay? So now that it's happening, now that the tide is shifting, don't immediately push people away when they come to this conclusion. Don't immediately assume that they're being cynical, even though many of the people that are now coming out, only now coming out, are being cynical. They are cynically doing it, okay? But make no mistake, you shouldn't immediately push these people away unless it's something like what Tom York is saying, because he still is trying to both sides of the fucking situation. Bullshit. I'm still getting punished for speaking out as an American Jew in the entertainment industry. No, I know. There's still people who are in the crosshairs, myself included. Okay, people who have been doing this for quite a while. That the Israeli government has actively put the beat on, actively put crosshairs on. It is what it is. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. All I see in a lifetime worth of work with my fellow musicians and artists is pushing against such things, trying to create work that goes beyond what it means to be controlled, coerced, threatened, to suffer, to be intimidated, and instead to encourage critical thinking beyond borders, the commonality of love and experience, and free creative expression. Sounds naff, but true. For others, let me fill in the blanks now so we're nice and clear. I think Netanyahu and his crew of extremists are totally out of control and need to be stopped, and that the international community should put all the pressure it can on them to cease. Their excuse of self-defense has long since worn thin and has been replaced by a transparent desire to take control of Gaza and the West Bank permanently. This is an interesting thing to state right now after 19 months of, live stream child Holocaust, especially considering that a day after October 7, they said they were fighting human animals, and that Israel had the right, nay, the responsibility to shut off food and water and electricity into the Gaza Strip to punish all of the entirety of the Palestinian population. They've never shied away from their exterminationist rhetoric. As a matter of fact, the only reason why people are now openly recognizing it is because it has become impossible to deny. Impossible to deny. I believe this ultra-nationalist administration has hidden itself behind a terrified and grieving people and used them to deflect any criticism, using that fear and grief to further their ultra-nationalist agenda with terrible consequences, as we see now the horrific blockade of aid to Gaza. While our lives tick along as normal, these endless thousands of innocent human souls are still being expelled from Earth for what? At the same time, the unquestioning Free Palestine refrain that surrounds us does not answer the simple question of why the hostages have still not been returned. For what possible reason? I don't know, man. Maybe because they're fucking genociding everyone in the Gaza Strip, which includes the fucking Israeli hostages. Perhaps that's part of it, don't you think? This is what I mean. There is no quarters for this kind of fucking bullshit, especially this far out. Okay? If you're going to come out and you're going to fucking swing for the fences and try to basically reduce the impact of months and months of your silence and your refusal to recognize the humanity of Palestinians, you can't fucking turn around and be like, why does Hamas still have the hostages? I don't know. Read a fucking article, man. Read one singular article. You can read Haaretz if you want. They have basically laid it out for the past 19 months. Okay? They basically laid it out for the past 19 months. Only a couple days after October 7, Hamas came out and literally told the Israeli negotiators that they would release all the hostages as long as Israel did not enter the Gaza Strip. Israel said, fuck off. Of course we're entering the Gaza Strip. 19 months of Israeli leadership saying over and over again, we don't give a fuck about the hostages. We don't care about the hostages. We don't want to do a ceasefire. We want to keep doing our exterminationist campaign. And you still have this like insane statement 19 months in where you're supposed to be like, oh, you guys finally bullied me into saying something. Are you happy now? Only to turn around and be like, why does Hamas still have the hostages? I don't know. At this point, maybe you should investigate that yourself. Why did Hamas choose the truly horrific acts of October 7th? The answer seems obvious, and I believe Hamas chooses to hide behind the suffering of its people in an equally cynical fashion to their own purposes. Ridiculous. I also think there is further an extremely important point to make. Like, if you ask this question, follow it up. Follow it up with like a little bit of reading. Hamas does not exist if Israel's occupation doesn't exist. It's that simple, okay? Palestinian emancipation has taken multiple forms throughout the 77-year occupation. Hamas is like the last formation of it, and its militancy and its targets have changed even throughout the limited timeline that Hamas has even existed. at first as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout charity, Islamic charity organization, then an active fucking party, and simultaneously a form of militancy that initially only targeted and struck non-civilian enemy combatants, that then also in the aftermath of the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre, turning around and actually targeting civilian targets as well. There is obviously no excuse for killing civilians, okay? But you have to recognize where this desperation comes from. If you act as though these groups just basically formed out of their hatred for Jews, especially when you're talking about the situation for Palestinians under the violent occupation of Israel for 77 years of ethnic cleansing, expulsions, death and destruction, humiliation, complete control over their lives, you are not actually fucking covering the situation. You're not even remotely curious as to how this happened. Hamas kills its own people. They're opportunistic and siphon off the wealth from the locals. They should get removed. While isn't real, isn't good. They're just as bad. To say that Israel and Hamas are equally on equal footing is the most idiotic, childlike thing I've ever heard in my entire life, okay? I understand that your liberal brain wants to say, no, those guys are bad too, okay? They are not on the same planet. They are not on the same fucking zip code. You are basically saying Jewish partisans that fought against the Nazi occupation in the lead up to the fucking final solution had bad ideas and engaged in acts of resistance against civilian populations as well, and therefore they're just as bad as the Nazi occupiers. That is an insane fucking analogy to make, and the reason why you would never make that is because you have the capacity to recognize right from wrong when it comes to systematic violence and the resistance born out of that systematic violence when it's in the fucking rearview mirror. Hindsight is 20/20. Look in front of the events that are unfolding after 90 fucking months, and maybe you can understand why the fuck they are not even on the same zip code on the same fucking planet, okay? Jesus Christ. How can people still say this shit at this point? At least have the decency to pipe down, okay? At least have the decency to keep quiet and listen to someone whose positions you have arrived at far too late. This is what's frustrating to someone like myself, okay? Also, Twitter is busted right now, unsurprisingly. But it is crazy. It is crazy to literally be a latecomer to this and only now recognize that both are bad. They are born out of that situation, but they stamp down on their own people. Born out of what situation? Who caused the situation? Don't use vague generalities, okay? Tell me, who caused the situation? Who caused the Nakba? What the hell? There is a reason why no one would say the Nat Turner Rebellion ultimately was incredibly violent, but it's nothing in comparison to 400 years of chattel slavery as a practice, okay? Just like you can't say, well, the apartheid in South Africa was bad, but also a lot of the violent practices of the ANC and MK was really unconscionable. You can't say those things. The reason why you don't say those things is because you understand you have a much better way of analyzing things that took place, okay? No idea just looking at this from an average Joe position. Yeah, my job as a communicator, as a political commentator, is to explain to the average Joe that there is a severe asymmetry of power here, okay? A severe asymmetry of power. No, you don't have to be a perfect victim. Do you understand? That's ridiculous. And if you can comprehend that for any other time throughout history, even though there has been a liberal brain poisoning and a whitewashing of history. That's why people look to Nelson Mandela as a peaceful figure, okay? They rewrite history in an effort for you to feel this exact way when you see regular emancipatory movements, non-state actors fighting justifiably against a fucking state oppressor, a settler colonial enterprise designed around designed around the notion of ethno-religious supremacy, an exterminationist principle. That's what Zionism is. It is a fascist ideology. It's a racist ideology. It is no different than Nazism. Even the average Joe podcasters are 5,000 times more informed than this chatter. It's embarrassing to be... Yeah, exactly. You got fucking Theo Von. You got people like Theo Von at least going, dude, of course people are going to fucking fight back. What are you supposed to do when met with the ultimate violence of Israel? Okay, when they recognize, they have the capacity to recognize right from wrong, but a lot of people still maintain this position where it's like, oh, average Joes don't really understand it. Libs think Jewish partisans were good just because they were Jewish and not because they were fighting fascists. The phrase never again was made by Kahan specifically as an expression of ethnic chauvinism. No, never again's application was not supposed to be Kahanist. Never again's application was never supposed to be Kahanist. And many people don't even think of it from that Kahanist framework until post-October 7, where so many... No, that chatter is not wrong. That chatter is not wrong. That chatter is not wrong. That chatter is actually fucking correct. Okay? Most people do not hear never again and think, oh, this means never again just for Jews. That is the Kahanist interpretation of this statement. Okay? Yes. I wouldn't say Kahan made the phrase. I think he popularized it within a certain sect. Okay? But never again was not, was never seen as that Kahanist interpretation. Okay? Please don't say that. If you ask the average person what never again implies, no one would ever think of the Kahanist interpretation, never again just for Jews, because that is what it is. For those of you who don't know, Mayor Kahan is a ultra right-wing, super racist, basically the Grand Wizard of the KKK, but for Jews, okay? A Jewish supremacist, ultra right-wing terrorist. That's who Mayor Kahan is. And this is not an exaggeration. I mean, he was branded a fucking terrorist by the Israeli government, okay? His follower, Baruch Goldstein, famously went into the fucking mosque in Jerusalem and shot and killed, did a heinous act of terror in occupied West Bank. He is a sociopath. He was a sociopath. Or not in Jerusalem, sorry, Hebron. I apologize. Okay? Like, he is such a terrorist. Mayor Kahan was such a fucking terrorist that that the terrorist state of Israel considered him to be a terrorist. A Brooklyn native, of course. Just like Baruch Goldstein was also one of our own. Anyway. Yeah, 29 dead, 125 wounded, including children. A counter-protester I met had a long-live Baruch Goldstein poster. Yeah, it's fucking freaks. A lot of people are able to basically mask their insanely extremist, insanely racist ideology, especially when it comes to Jewish supremacist thought, because most people don't know about these movements. Most people have not done any reading on even the history of Israel or the history of Palestine. And on top of that, most people only know about Judaism and Jews from the perspective of marginalization, post-Holocaust, and also how anti-Semitism manifests due to the way that they've learned about Jewish history. Okay? So for a lot of people, they get scared when someone even says, like, there is a Jewish supremacist slant, a Jewish fascist supremacist slant amongst some of these movements. And the irony, of course, is that the Jewish Power Party is now a viable party within the Israeli Knesset, within the Israeli parliament, okay? Jews in Israel are not a marginalized population. Jews in Israel are the oppressor population. It's like saying fuck white people in America, okay? This is something that a lot of people cannot comprehend. They don't understand it because their entire lives they've been taught like Jews have been pogromed, historically been undermined, historically been attacked, and that's precisely what's going on right now. Like that is the framework that they operate off of. Over there, that is not the case, okay? And the greatest example I can always give you is this. In the Western world, where when someone spray paints the Star of David outside of a Jewish person's house, that means that person is probably going to get hate crimed, okay? In Israel and in the West Bank, in occupied Palestinian territory, occupied illegally by the Israeli state, when they spray paint a Star of David outside of your house, that means Jewish settlers are going to come in and blow up your fucking house. And this happens on a regular frequency, on a regular basis, okay? Jewish settlers go to people's houses, blow them up, and get full protection from the Israeli occupying force in the process. If you try to even fight back, or if you're in the crosshairs, you get killed, either by the settlers themselves, who have been armed by the American state, okay, by way of Itamar Ben-Gvir from the Jewish Power Party, okay, which is literally the Klan, okay? Like imagine the Klan, but instead of white supremacists, they are Jewish supremacists, okay? They either get killed by those guys or they get killed by the Israeli occupying force. And there's only so much back and forth we can have here. There's only so much back and forth we can have here where it's like a big part of the reason why you're confused is because of your lack of knowledge on this stuff, your lack of interest in finding out about the history of Israel. And I think a lot of people, instead of turning around, taking a deep breath and being like, let me listen to what this person is saying sincerely and try to understand this different perspective that I had never encountered, a perspective rooted within truth, by the way, historical truth, rather than the whitewashed, bastardized lies that you have learned, okay? Instead of doing that 19 months into a genocide, you still go, I'm going to react with anger. I'm going to react with resentment because you're telling me something that does not correspond to my previous social conditioning. And it's very frustrating. It's your lack of knowledge in this process that's causing you to fucking lash back out in this way. Anyway, having said that, and I this is my criticism for Tom York as well. When he says, why hasn't Hamas truly chose the truly attacks of October 7? The answer is Hamas chose the truly horrific attacks of October 7, the truly horrific act of October 7, as a direct consequence of, at that time, 75 years of Israeli occupation. And this isn't just my assessment of the situation. Even liberal Zionist publications like Haaretz had the exact same approach, had the exact same take, because that is the truth. That is the truth. You cannot keep killing people at a rapid clip and dominate every facet of their existence and expect and then show them that there is no negotiation, that negotiations in the so-called peace process have only led to more land grabs from the Israeli state in the West Bank, and then expect them not to do anything when you back them into a fucking corner. That's it. Not agreeing with the tactics of Hamas or openly stating that there were atrocities that unfolded on October 7 does not change that dynamic, does not change the much larger atrocity of 75 years at that time of apartheid and military occupation and death and destruction. I also think there is further an extremely important point to make. Social media witch hunts, nothing new on either side, pressurizing artists and whoever they feel like that week to make statements, etc., do very little except heighten the tension. Like this fucking asshole. How old is Tom York, dude? Let me see. 56 years old, brother. 56 years old. You're a whole ass, almost 60-year-old adult. And you're over here talking about how the real problem here is social media. That is disgusting. I'm sorry that as a major artist who literally played in Israel, people were looking to you to say something, okay? I don't care. I listened to a lot of Radiohead when I was growing up. I don't personally give a shit whatever Tom York says, okay? I don't care if Tom York would come out and release a statement, but there are obviously plenty of people who look up to people like Tom York. And in that moment, shouldn't your conscience guide you? Shouldn't you look at what is happening, what is taking place, the genocide that is unfolding, and say, my conscience is the reason why I'm making this statement, and not talk about social media pressure? You're fucking 60 years old. You're a multimillionaire. Jesus fucking Christ. Get over yourself. This kind of deliberate polarization does not serve our fellow humans and perpetuates a constant us and them mentality. It destroys hope and maintains a sense of isolation, the very things that extremists use to maintain their position. We facilitate their hiding in plain sight if we assume that the extremists and the people they claim to represent are one and the same, indivisible. If our world is ever able to move on from these dark times and find peace, it will only be when we rediscover what we share in common. And the extremists are sent back to sit in the dark. Oh my God, what a fucking fence sitter. I sympathize completely with the desire to do something when we are witnessing such horrific suffering on our devices every day. It completely makes sense. But now I think it's a dangerous illusion to believe reposting or 1 or 2 line messages are meaningful, especially if it's to condemn your fellow human beings. They are unintended consequences. It is shouting from the darkness. It's not looking people in the eye when you speak. It's making dangerous assumptions. It's not a debate, and it is not critical thinking. Importantly, it is open to online manipulation of all kinds, both mechanistic and political. What is the alternative? I can't answer that easily. I do know in communities around the globe, this subject is now dangerously toxic and we are in uncharted waters. Dude, no one is holding your hand through this, okay? Like, it's not that hard. The only reason why it would be hard to make a fucking statement like this is only because you love Israel. That's it. And you still can't let it go. And there are plenty of people who do have this framework, by the way. Plenty of fucking people who are stupid-ass boomers who just cannot let this concept go, that Israel is still like a good country, a moral nation, okay? There is a reason why when Radiohead played in Israel or when artists play in Israel, that is a controversial thing for many people way before October 7. Do you know why it is controversial? Because it's been an apartheid. It was an apartheid before October 7. October 7 happened because of the Israeli apartheid. That's it. There has never been a moment where Israel was a moral nation. I mean, there is no such thing as a moral nation anyway. Jesus Christ. I mean, states do an unimaginable amount of violence, but there are some kinds of violence, especially in the grand design post-World War II, where the type of repressive forces that come with the regular maintenance of an apartheid is seen a bridge too fucking far by the average person. That's it. Israel being a settler colonial occupation that maintains the notion of Jewish supremacist thought and runs on an exterminationist policy of all of the indigenous population of the land, the Palestinians, the non-Jewish population of the land. This is a fascist ideology, and it is no different than apartheid South Africa. If it's worse, if not worse. I mean, it is worse. And it's not my assessment that is worse. It's Archbishop Desmond Tutu's assessment that Israel is a worse version of apartheid than even South Africa. It's over. It's over. It's done. The violence is still unfolding. The famine is still unfolding. But Israel's days, in terms of being like a normal country, is done. It's over. Okay? Israel will never be able to recover from the reputational damage that it brought about itself because of the arrogance that it displayed on the global stage as it engaged in its ethnic cleansing campaign of Palestinians, an arrogance that was born not simply out of Jewish supremacist thought or whatever, even though that plays a role on it, okay? But an arrogance that was born out of having 75 years of unlimited propaganda coming from the West. That is the reason why many people ask, myself included, how the fuck are they lying in the worst ways possible? Like, they're not even trying to massage the narrative at all. The reason why they don't even have to massage the narrative at all, or think that they don't have to massage the narrative at all, is because they've never done that. Okay? They've never done this in the past. They've never had to. They could just say whatever they wanted to, and whatever they said went. What is the alternative? I can't answer that easily. I'm sure that at this point, what I've written here will in no way satisfy those who chose to target myself or those I work with. They will spend time picking holes and looking for reasons to continue. Yeah, you did a horrible job writing this. I have written this in the simple hope that I can join with the many millions of others praying for the suffering, isolation, and death to stop, praying that we can collectively regain our humanity, dignity, and our ability to reach understanding, that one day soon this darkness will have passed. Once this chapter of ethnic cleansing is closed, Israel will actively move in the direction of whitewashing and trying to launder its reputation. Okay? It is up to all of us to make sure that we do the right thing and don't forget the hundreds of thousands of Palestinian victims in the process. That's it. Israel will inevitably hit the liberal Zionist slant to say, this is entirely in the hands of Benjamin Netanyahu. I can't believe he did this. Oh my God, it's a couple right-wing ultra-nationalists that really changed the dynamic of this country. I mean, this is not who we are. This is not what we represent. It is what Israel represents. Here is Avi Shleim, Iraqi Jewish Israeli historian Avi Shleim of the New Historians, writing for the Middle East Eye, saying, why I support the UK taking a more nuanced position on Hamas. The government wants to distinguish between the group's military and political wings, a policy that ended with a total proscription in 2021. The reputation of Hamas sank to its lowest point after its attacks on October 7th, in which 1,200 Israelis and foreigners were killed and 251 taken hostage. In Israel, this attack provoked a tsunami of anger, strident calls for revenge, demands for ethnic cleansing of Gaza, and a national consensus in support of the total eradication of Hamas. The results have been the longest, deadliest, and most ruinous war in the history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Hamas is a social movement and a political organization with a military wing, the Al-Qassam Brigades. The military wing was prescribed by the British government as a terrorist organization in March 2001, and in November 2021, former Home Secretary Priti Patel added the political organization to his list of prescribed groups. This decision marked an abrupt reversal of the government's previous policy, which made a clear distinction between Hamas's political and military wings. Patel, a staunch supporter of Israel, argued unconvincingly, in my opinion, that the distinction between the two wings was no longer tenable. For its part, Israel has always denied that there is any difference between the two wings. In August 2017, as Secretary of State for International Development, Patel went on a trip to Israel, accompanied by Lord Polak, honorary president of the Conservative Friends of Israel, and a major fundraiser for the Tory party. You might recognize the Conservative Friends of Israel, I believe, or no, it was the Labor Friends of Israel. One of them was outed as a pedophile recently. She had previously served as an officer of CFI's parliamentary group between 2011 and 2014. While pretending to be on private holiday, Patel held 12 secret meetings with high-ranking Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Upon her return, she asked her officials to explore the possibility of diverting some of the foreign aid budget to enable the Israeli army to carry out humanitarian work in the occupied Golan Heights. She was subsequently forced to resign for concealing the nature and purpose of her trip to Israel. In 2019, then Prime Minister Boris Johnson rehabilitated Patel by appointing her as Home Secretary. Johnson shared her Manichaean view of the Middle East struggle, in which Israel represents the forces of light and Palestinians the forces of darkness. The change of policy towards Hamas was announced not by the Foreign Secretary, but by the Home Secretary. Patel said that designating the whole of Hamas as a terrorist organization should be seen through a domestic prism. It would help to protect Jews in this country. This argument is baseless. Hamas does not carry out operations outside of Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, and it has no presence in Britain, and it poses no threat to British Jews in this country. Hamas's 2017 document of general principles and policies, unlike the 1988 Hamas Charter, explicitly distinguishes between Judaism as a religion and Zionism as a political project. You will never hear that, though, from people. Okay? They love talking about the 1988 Charter. It affirms that Hamas's conflict with Israel is due to the occupation, not religion, and states that it would accept the creation of a Palestinian state within the 1967 borders without recognizing Israel. Hamas has now instructed Riverway, a London law firm, to make an application to the Home Secretary to remove the government's designation of the movement as a prescribed terror group and recognize its legitimate role as Palestinian resistance movement engaged in the struggle for self-determination and liberation. The application is made by Mossa Abu Marzouk, the former head of Hamas's political bureau. I am among 19 experts supporting this legal filing through reports on the history and context of Palestinian dispossession. My report describes the central role played by Britain in facilitating this dispossession from the Balfour Declaration of 1917 up until the present. Western media outlets have relied heavily on the Israeli narrative of the 7th of October, including its countless false allegations and outright fabrications, such as the story of 40 decapitated babies, while underreporting the Palestinian side of the story. One of Abu Marzouk's most significant correctives of the dominant narrative concerns the background to the Hamas-led October 7th attack. According to him, Hamas sought to achieve specific military objectives during the operation with clear instructions not to target women, children, and the elderly. Since deviations from these instructions admittedly occurred, Hamas is prepared to cooperate with the International Criminal Court and any other neutral third party in an independent and transparent investigation into the events of that day. If you recall, this is something that I stated after October 7th. I said this on October 8th, that war crimes that took place on October 7th, and there were many, okay, and a lot of them were fucking filmed, should also be prosecuted within the framework of a 75-year occupation that Israel was committed to. This has always happened in truth and reconciliation committees that have been put together in the aftermath of, atrocious forms of systematic violence. This position stands in sharp contrast to Israel's denials of journalists' entry into Gaza and its refusal to allow any independent investigation of the atrocities and war crimes committed by its forces. To explain Hamas's behavior is not to justify it. Killing civilians is wrong, period. But here, as always, the context is all important. The attack of 7th of October did not occur in a vacuum. It occurred against the backdrop of decades of brutal and suffocating military occupation. Moreover, as a people living under unlawful military occupation, Palestinians have a right to resist, including the right to armed resistance. Again, correct. In effect, labeling Hamas's political leaders as terrorists, pure and simple, gives Israel a free pass to inflict death and destruction on Gaza without being held to account. And nuanced understanding of the history, motives, and policies and principles of Hamas. The terrorist framing stands in the way of a more balanced and nuanced understanding of the history, motives, policies, and principles of Hamas. For the record, the terrorism designation is so that there is no nuanced perspective and understanding of not just Hamas, but all Palestinian people. Bir kime? Peki. The designation is designed specifically to stop any kind of commentary, any kind of questioning of official narratives coming from the Israeli side, because they are exterminating Hamas, and you can always get away with doing whatever the fuck you want to do. Okay? To make it illegal to even present such things. In the past, in the United States of America, the American government has quite literally designed the new designations to prosecute even lawyers that offer legal counsel to terror groups. As material support. The majority of Western supporters of Israel genuinely believe this is anti-Semitic, though. I don't care. It's because criticizing Israel is considered anti-Semitism. Remembering the deaths of Palestinian children will be and is considered anti-Semitism, though. I know. But it is on us and people like myself as communicators to showcase how depraved that mindset is. Also, we are at a interesting impasse where anti-Semitism allegations are nowhere near as powerful as it once were due to the steady effort of pro-Israel groups that have very actively targeted people who aren't anti-Semitic, but simply anti-Israel. Okay? That's why Zippy Hotoveli screams blood libel all the time. People believe it. No, you are having this is a genuine misunderstanding. There's people and then there's politicians. Politicians are trying to maintain the old narratives. People don't believe it anymore. And because there is an overwhelming amount of people that go, okay, dude, you say everyone is anti-Semitic whenever they say, I don't want babies to be murdered. When that is the majority opinion, and that absolutely is the majority opinion now, okay, it doesn't matter. There is too much pressure for media to continue behaving in the ways that they have, and there's too much pressure on politicians to continue maintaining the positions that they have in the past. It's that simple. And for the record, I will take it one step further and I will tell you, okay, that there is a dangerous side to the story as well. The dangerous side of the story is that people genuinely do not give a fuck about anti-Semitism, okay? Why did the majority of British Jews think that Corbyn was Hitler then? Dog, you're talking about a very different time. What do you mean? You're talking about a very different time. I know. I'm talking post-October 7, where there is a direct reversal of Israel and its position in Western society. It has become a fucking pariah state. And you're talking about people who were correct and on the right side of history before this pariah state opinion was mainstreamed. Anyway, I think people are anti-Israel. I also think a lot of people are anti-Semitic. Yes, that was the other thing I was going to say. Part of the reason why people don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism allegations is because Israel defenders have weaponized that against Israel to defend Israel over and over again. The other part of the reason why, and that's why I said it's like kind of scary as well, is because people legitimately don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism, like across the board. Not even as its cynical application of like defending Israel. People just do not give a fuck about anti-Semitism. They are anti-Semitic. Okay, a lot of people are unironically fucking anti-Semitic. Straight up. That's it. And the reason why it got to this point is because of that awful conflation and because of years and years of being able to design a social structure, years and years of being able to design a social structure where critics of Israel were silenced and suppressed, even if they weren't anti-Semitic. No one ever used a scalpel to address carefully who was being anti-Semitic and who was not. And once they hit that button over and over again and exhausted it, and the overwhelming majority of people's position shifted to going fuck Israel, all of those conflations between Israel and Jews became a negative association for Jews. This is what I've been saying for years. I've been saying this before October 7, and I've kept repeating this over and over again post October 7, if you don't distinguish between Jews in diaspora, Jews that live in the Western world, and Israel, at a certain point, people are going to learn that. People are going to learn that lesson. It is identical. It is identical to like a British Salafist running around and saying that ISIS actually represents true Islam, and that if you actually criticize ISIS's actions, you are Islamophobic. Okay? Imagine every serious institution in the media doing that comparison, but in a way where they think they're defending Jews. That's it. It's over. Anyway, here's what's actually unfolding. Hamas reviewing a renewed ceasefire deal as Israel continues bombing Gaza.
Late afternoon in Gaza City, Israeli warnings followed by strikes.
Terrorism designations is incredibly effective as a stopping mechanism in the West. I mean, it honestly worked on me until I started watching you. Yeah.
On residential buildings.
For the record, that's the reason why. That is precisely the fucking reason why there are many, many people in powerful positions that still in a last-ditch effort are trying to fucking deplatform the likes of myself. Okay?
The man who recorded this survived with scratches and bruising. Earlier, an airstrike apparently without warning resulted in more serious injuries. Since yesterday, large parts of Gaza City have been under evacuation order. Israel's defense minister today telling Hamas to accept the terms of a US ceasefire proposal or be destroyed. But civilians, as so often, bearing the cost when the missiles find their targets. And this was northern Jabalia this morning. The attack here came shortly before 1 a.m. while families were sleeping. Homes turned to fragments for children to sift through in search of keepsakes from life before.
People heard news about a ceasefire. Then civilians sleeping in their homes were surprised by random shelling. And here they are, cut in pieces. We have stopped calling on Arab and Muslim countries. We appeal to every free person in this world.
On the day the UN labelled Gaza the hungriest place on the planet, far-right Israeli protesters again tried to block aid lorries on their way in. The draft ceasefire plan would allow for a full resumption of aid using UN agencies, but Hamas has yet to accept it. Their sticking point, the lack of a guarantee that Israel would not resume fighting. Instead, a commitment from President Trump to a permanent resolution if Israel and Hamas reach an agreement through talks.
Yeah, I wonder why. Because Israel's like, yeah, in the first 7 days, you will give us all of the Israeli hostages that remain, and then maybe we won't keep bombing you for the subsequent, 53 additional days. But after that, we are bombing you again. They're openly saying that. So yeah, of course, the responsible party for the well-being of Palestinians is not going to fucking, one, disarm themselves, because that's ridiculous, especially amidst a goddamn genocide. What an insane question. And they're also not going to, come to the fucking bargaining table if the one side is saying like, oh, by the way, this ceasefire is bullshit. Like, we're going to keep killing you, and we're going to keep killing all of the children, and there's not really anything you can do about it. Also, give us the hostages back. Who the fuck would be on board with a deal like that? After 19 months of genocide, and 19 months of refusal to do any real ceasefire negotiations and violating all those negotiations, like, is it really unjust to demand a permanent ceasefire? How many deaths, how many children need to die? Israel is in desperate need of a tide-changing event at this point to try to recover the insane amount of negative coverage that it's receiving from regular people. And I don't know if there's anything that will actually restore a victimhood narrative to Israel. The embassy shooting did not change it. People very quickly turned back and were like, yeah, well, you're still doing a genocide. We should probably put an end to that. And I don't know if there's anything that could change the tide shift at this point. And the worst part about it is that it's not like people became fucking pro-Hamas all of a sudden or became not Islamophobic all of a sudden, chat. They just realized because of the metric ton of violence, a lot of people were like, oh my God, maybe Israel was just lying this whole fucking time. Or, oh my God, this level of violence is completely fucking unacceptable. That's it. That was the only thing that changed this attitude amongst the broader public.
There are still some quiet spaces in Gaza. Here in her grandparents' home, 5-year-old Wad has been given a new jigsaw. But how to make sense of what has happened to her and her family this week? On Sunday night, silhouetted against flames, she managed to escape an Israeli strike on the school where she was staying. Her mother, her brothers and sisters were all killed. Her father remains in hospital, badly injured.
So far, she's not the Wad we used to know. Hopefully, gradually, step by step, we'll bring her back to who she was. We bring her toys to play with so she can forget a little. We're trying to bring her back to her senses, to her memory, to reduce the anxiety. We're doing all we can to ease the stress she's carrying.
The plan is to surround her with familiar, loving faces, as much engagement and distraction as possible until her father recovers. But in the background, the sound of drones. It's hard to block out the war. The memory that in their last 2 days alive, her mother and siblings didn't eat. Now she says she wants to buy flour so with her father they can make bread and eat together.
What happened to Wad? Do you think surviving fire like that is insignificant? To you or to anyone else? Can't the press speak out, call on the world, on Arabs, Muslims, the EU and Israelis? This girl was pulled from the heart of the fire by God, so you'd wake up and end this war.
In the meantime, Wad's extended family are trying to give her moments of joy in the midst of such profound sorrow, to start rebuilding a young life, even as the destruction all around remorselessly goes on.
Well, joining me now is Nomi Bar Yaakov, a leading international lawyer and peace negotiator who was previously director of the Middle East program at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. I mean, so as a negotiator, what do you think of the way Steve Witkoff, Trump's envoy, has gone about this negotiation?
Well, I think not just this negotiation, I think all negotiations he is involved with are tricky. I think you need experts in the actual subject matter to negotiate. And I think that proposal for 60 days is inappropriate at the moment. The war needs to end. Israel needs to withdraw from Gaza, and all 58 hostages need to be returned. So having a kind of deal whereby it's sort of sounds like It may happen, it may not. I'm not sure at all that it's going to happen. But what next? You know, you need to have experts who know that unless the end game is clear in the negotiation, and the end game has to be two states, a Palestinian sovereign state and an Israeli sovereign state, we're not going to get anywhere.
Well, that is clearly not stated anywhere, and the United States is not clear.
It's crazy because like the experts that they're trying to bring forward are like wishy-washy two-staters at this moment. You can't put the fucking toothpaste back in the goddamn tube, man. It's done. It's over. They need to come at this with the recognition. I think they're trying to, and that's why I'm saying like they're gonna assume the end game here, even though there is no like day after plan for Israel, there is already designs for a day after plan for the propaganda arm of Israel. And that day after plan for the propaganda arm is a two-state approach and liberal Zionism and going back basically to the conditions that created Hamas to begin with. The two-state solution is literally separate but equal. It sounds good to the onlooker if they are not equipped with the knowledge of what the two-state solution creates. A two-state solution or a pathway towards a two-state solution is simply a continuation of the one singular state that Israel has illegally occupied on all of the historic Palestinian lands in perpetuity. That's all a two-state solution is. Okay, when people say, "Oh, we want a two-state solution," the correct terminology to apply in this process is to end the apartheid, to end the occupation. Saying, "Oh, we just want a two-state solution," it's like, okay, well. That is what the argument was for years and years and years. The one guy who actually entertained that notion or kickstarted that process was assassinated by Israeli society. And supporters of his assassin are now within the governing coalition. Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich. I'm talking about the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin. Like October 7 happened because October 6 was a two-state solution.
About what the end position is, other than a Trump Riviera, you know,
and that's the problem
in Gaza, and that is a big problem in terms of how you approach whether you should go along with this. I mean, does America feel like an honest broker?
Well, America's never pretended to be impartial. America is Israel's greatest ally, and that is why the Gulf states are taking the lead role in mediation and negotiation. And there is an Arab plan led by Saudi Arabia and Egypt. And that plan is to transfer authority from Hamas in Gaza to a technocratic Palestinian government that will be agreed upon between all the Palestinian factions, and thereafter to rebuild the Gaza Strip without relocating one single Palestinian. That plan is on the table, and that is the only plan that will lead to a sustainable solution, to a sustainable peace ultimately.
I mean, is Hamas's apparent agreement to hand over power, technocratical power, to a new Palestinian administration.
This is real.
Enough.
For the record, this is being presented by Saudi Arabia and them, but like this quite literally is something that Hamas has said yes to, chatters. understand that much has been made of the selfish and evil nature of Hamas in Western media. Much has been made about the selfish and evil nature of Hamas in Western media. But and that's part of the reason why, in order to continue this narrative that these guys are like all selfish and they just want to dominate the Palestinian the Palestinian existence in the Gaza Strip, they refuse to actually cover a lot of the negotiations from the Hamas perspective. And Hamas has said that they will dissolve and that they will completely step aside. They will not disarm. No one, like Palestinians, will not disarm. But Hamas is willing to dissolve its political movement in its entirety and step aside for a technocratic Palestinian controlling entity in the region. If people were truly motivated by death and destruction and like simple dominance, why the fuck wouldn't they just become the Palestinian Authority, chatters? Palestinian Authority is a perfect example of collaborating with the Israeli government and getting a lot of clout and a lot of money and freedom to travel. If if Hamas wanted simply just to dominate the Palestinian lives without actually trying to move in the direction of emancipation, they would have just basically become the Palestinian Authority. It is precisely the opposite. And that's why they fucking keep saying, oh, these guys are so selfish and so brutal and so barbaric and anti-Semitic. It's fucking bullshit.
When Israel is saying it wants to destroy Hamas, that's where it's not clear, isn't it? You know, does Hamas need to offer to leave?
Well, what does
the territory,
what does destroying Hamas mean, Christian? How do you destroy a movement? It's an ideology, and who will replace Hamas? You could get somebody far, far, far more radical. You know, it's possible. You're not going to replace one movement with a peace-loving movement with this kind of approach. The approach needs to be holistic, and it needs to look at the immediate needs, and the humanitarian situation in Gaza is beyond catastrophic, so that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. And then you need to build upon it, and Hamas leaders need to be given some sort of possibility to leave the Strip and hand over if we're going to get anywhere. But it's very clear they're not going to leave. They're not in control of most of the Strip at the moment. And the problem is that you're getting gangs controlling different streets. You're getting different factions, different families.
This is true.
And it's total.
This is true. She's actually not wrong about this aspect of it. And this is Israel's design. Israel is going to the fucking criminal elements within the Gaza Strip and saying, we'll work with you. We'll give you pieces of the land. As long as you fuck shit up, as long as you steal aid, sometimes Israel gives them a military base to operate out of in a red zone. There is an IDF, Israeli Occupying Force military base, that some of these gangs literally operate off of. They give them arms. They give them gear. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's ISIS affiliates that Israel is working with within the Gaza Strip. Think about that.
Chaos, and it's going to be more and more chaotic unless this is sorted out promptly.
Hamas has suggested that while it decides how to respond, it is consulting other Palestinian factions.
Yes.
What does that mean? Who are the Palestinian factions?
Well, no, there are many factions in Gaza and in the West Bank. They signed an agreement earlier on in the year in Beijing. I think there were 18 factions. And we're not, you know, so it's not just Hamas and Fatah. It's not just, Hamas is in control of Gaza and Fatah in the West Bank. And there's also, you know, I think the Palestinian population would like to see elections in Palestine, in all of Palestine. So that's Gaza and the West Bank. But there are lots of groups. I mean, I can name them if you like, but you know, the big ones are Fatah, of course, and the PFLP and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They're the ones that are the known ones. But there are plenty of other splinter groups that are holding hostages, for example, and
yeah, there's tribal formations as well, still like big families. Not as a doubt to your point, but can you point towards some sources validating that Israel's working with some armed gangs? Yes, I covered it every single day for the past week, I would say. I think there's a YouTube video out there that you can watch where the video also has what do you call it? The video will feature evidence. But yeah, Hamas actually today shot and killed some of these guys. I can't show you the fucking full thing. Conclusive evidence of Israel running the very criminal gangs looting aid in Gaza. Hamas released footage today of an ambush against what they thought were Israeli Mistarvim undercover soldiers in Rafah. But upon closer inspection, they turned out to be the Abu Shabab's gang, the Israel-backed warlord, drug dealer, and serial criminal responsible for the looting of the vast majority of the aid under IDF protection. Abu Shabab runs a gang of 100 to 200 armed mercenaries who set up a military complex in Rafah with Israel's backing. In the footage, Abu Shabab's mercenaries were walking around the depopulated Rafah, freely carrying weapons in front of Israeli troops. Currently, any Palestinian that walks into Rafah is killed on the spot. Okay? Israel protects these guys with drones. The Guardian has written about it. Haaretz has written about it. Numerous outlets at this point have written about it since November of last year. Okay? Israel is now open about their collaboration with these guys. Israel previously was covertly funding and facilitating and sending arms to these guys. Now they openly fucking say it. The mercenaries were conducting surveillance activities for Israel in those areas.
Which is supposed to be under Israeli control. The UN's Sam Rose described a loot.
This lady is like kind of cooking too. She's been cooking up big steaks every day.
Valley in the south between Kerem Shalom and Khan Yunis, where they say trucks would frequently be attacked. A photo posted last week showed a Palestinian man in military gear carrying an AK-47 with UN cars visible in the background. It's more than 3 kilometers inside an IDF-declared combat zone. The picture came from the Facebook page of this man, Yasser Abu Shabab, who multiple aid officials have named as a gang ringleader, though he denies his men were involved in the looting. The new US-backed aid system has said its continued distribution on Wednesday, claiming delivery of 800,000 meals. This was the scene on Tuesday as people were unpacking the box.
The Abu Shabab clan has disowned their son. Statement from Yasser Abu Shabab's family completely disowning him for his collaboration in gangs. Statement from the Abu Shabab family in Gaza regarding our son Yasser Abu Shabab and his security group operating in Gaza. One of the biggest problems with this, when people go, oh, do you have more evidence on this? Do you have more evidence on this? Is that a lot of the stuff is coming from either outlets that you don't consider to be fucking valid, or when it's Sky News covering it, okay, they barely touch on it. So you have to tie it all together. You have to tie it all.
Gang ringleader, though he denies his men were involved in the looting. The new US-backed aid system has said its continued distribution on Wednesday, claiming delivery of 800,000 meals. This was the scene.
Like there's a Guardian article that I read on stream a while back. There is a Haaretz article that details what these guys are doing in collaboration with the Israeli government. But there hasn't been deep dive investigative reporting from like the New York Times or the BBC, and I'm not holding my breath for that. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Let's be real, given their fucking position as major dick riders for Israel.
The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room were the.
Yeah, Washington Post, I think, covered it as well here. Gangs looting Gaza aid operate in areas under Israeli control, aid groups say. UN memo obtained by the Post concluded that gangs may be benefiting from a passive, if not active, benevolence or protection from the Israeli military. I hope this is good enough for the chatters who were looking for evidence. When you say ISIS affiliated, do you use that as an umbrella term to say Islam fundamentalist? No, because there's fucking fundamentalists within Hamas as well. No, ISIS affiliated means ISIS affiliated. Affiliations to the Islamic State. There are obviously ISIS affiliated groups that have operated inside of the Gaza Strip far before October 7. They are, according to at least people with a lot more knowledge than myself, people who are from Gaza, people who are Palestinian, a lot of those ISIS affiliates actually operate within the Gaza Strip because Israel allows them to, because Israel sees them as a beneficial group that can be used at times as a destabilizing force, or at other times, potentially like this one, a force that you can use to dominate the region. Ironically enough, Israel kept saying Hamas is ISIS in the aftermath of October 7, but Israel has always collaborated with ISIS, both in Syria and also in the Gaza Strip. It's not the Shabab guy that I'm talking about. It's not Abu Shabab. There is another one. His name is Al-Shoni. I think it's Al-Shoni. He is the ISIS affiliate. Abu Shabab is the drug dealer. The other guy is the ISIS affiliate whose father was a direct collaborator with Israel. Anyway. Abu Shabab has also ties to ISIS in Egypt. Yeah, I think that's also true. In the Sinai, which is where he gets his drugs from, through a tunnel system underneath the Rafah border. Drugs that he sells within the Gaza Strip. Anyway, Musk, I will continue to visit the White House. Oh, wait, let me finish this. What am I doing? Here, let's finish the Hamas reviewing ceasefire deal, and then we'll get back to the drama.
It's not that there are around 18 groups officially and many more if you want to look at it unofficially. And what the danger is we are going to move towards a totally chaotic situation where there is no control whatsoever unless there is an orderly transfer, which has to be part of the ceasefire moves forward.
Nomi Bar-Yaakov, thank you very much indeed. Well, joining me now is Hussam Zomlot, head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, who was born in Gaza. Ambassador, thank you for joining us. Does the Palestinian Authority want Hamas to take this deal?
Well, what the state of Palestine and the government of the state of Palestine and the Palestinian people want is to end this genocide. We do not expect a pause of genocide. This is unheard of. Genocide must be stopped immediately, and we know how to do that. We need to exert maximum pressure, not just give lip service. The international community has a responsibility to undertake to stop this 21st century live stream genocide.
So a temporary ceasefire doesn't do it?
There is no war in Gaza. War happens between two armies, my friend. There is no war in Gaza. And for the last 600 days, the world has seen that this is a campaign of mass murder, mass destruction,
It's really interesting that even now people still try to go, well, it's a war. Like, do you have no interest in thinking a little bit outside of the world that you've designed for yourself? Like, next week at this point, that kind of statement is going to be seen as genocide denial. Like, while you're at the fucking edge, now is the time to stop with this, like, oh, it's just a war shit. Okay? Because the dam has broken. And the waters are raging down the fucking, down the mountainside. And you're just sitting in the village going, nope, it's fine. Just a little bit of rain. It's crazy. I don't understand how you can still say this shit this close out from a complete attitude shift. It was never a war, chatters. It was always an exterminationist ethnic cleansing campaign. Make no mistake. I'm simply talking about how people are still refusing to adopt the proper framework. I'm simply talking about people and their overall refusal to say the truth. As clearly now, it's pretty obvious that most people are no longer entertaining this like war narrative. Greek doctor Christos Georgalos on a stint in Gaza. I can't say I went to war. War is a very different thing. There was no war in Treblinka. There was no war in Auschwitz. War has two armies. Here you have a population that's mainly civilians and women and children who have no way of escaping, and bombs are systematically raining down from the sky. They hit hospitals. They hit journalists. Rubio announced that they won't grant visas to people who criticize Israel. Fuck America. America can suck my dick. America can eat my dick, okay? It's okay. Yeah, all right. Don't grant visas to fucking normal people. Continue going down this idiotic, self-defeating spiral. You mentioned the creation of a permission structure that allows the shift in media coverage. What changed exactly? The dam. The pressure valve had to be released one way or another. Overwhelming majorities in every fucking Western nation were freaking out over lack of movement from our leadership. So either you would just tell them democracy is not real, shut the fuck up, and we're just going to Israel high our way out of this, and you have nothing to say, which would have invited even more of a militant reaction against that sort of thing. Because when democracy falls apart, when people have to reckon with the reality that our democratic elected representatives are actually not interested in representing us at all of a sudden there's opportunity for revolt. And what's interesting about this is that for Western leadership, especially in like Europe, where they're a little bit more sensitive about their image as the inventors of liberal capitalist democracy, they had a tough choice. Either start criticizing Israel a little bit officially through the official organs of the government, or show their public that they have no interest in the democratic process at all, that they are not responsive to the needs and demands of their citizenry. So they chose the lightest form of criticism they could possibly engage in, but that created a permission structure within the media to actively criticize Israel. That's why people like Piers Morgan came out and were like, it's a genocide. I've had it. I'm telling you, that's what it is. This is what protesters have been saying for over a year now. The West's free pass for Israel to commit war crimes has killed its credibility. If we abandon Gaza, if we consider there's a free pass for Israel, Even if we do condemn the terrorist attacks, we will kill our credibility, Macron tells a top defense forum in Singapore, adding, and this is why we do reject the double standard. I told you. How long? How long have I been saying this? It's not just about saying America bad, it's proving why America's bad. And the American allegiance and Western world's allegiance with Israel has shown every single person that has been paying attention to what's going on and what the reaction is from the American government and from their own governments. It's caused people to recognize that, one, the international rule-based order has been a lie, something that we all knew, by the way. And two, that your representatives, your elected representatives, do not care about any sort of humanity, any sort of decency, any of the values that they claim to care about, that they claim to defend. Thomas Massey says, nothing to justify the number of civilian casualties, tens of thousands of women and children inflicted by Israel and Gaza in the last 2 years. We should end all U.S. military aid to Israel now. For those of you who don't know, Thomas Massey has always been a number one fuck Israel guy in Congress. This is not new. Oh, this guy's very funny. Let's see what he had to say. He's Irish, chat.
Janice McU-turn here, writer. Guys, I think we can all agree the images coming out of Gaza this week, they've ripped my heart out and flung it against a wall. It's unacceptable, and I now, through enormous personal courage, actually, I'm ready to use that blasted G word. It's genocide, guys. I'm ready to tell you that it's genocide, guys. And I can no longer stay silent. That's what it is. I can no longer stay silent. Now, I was kind of delighted to stay silent for the last 19 months, as many within my industry were paying the ultimate price for sticking their head above the parapet and just calling it what any sentient being would have to concede is a live stream genocide. Mostly people of colour, by the way. But sure, that was great for me, less competition. But I do feel now's the moment for me to come in. I mean, if you come in too early, you could be labelled an Islamist, whatever that means. Come in too late, you're a Holocaust denier. I feel by coming in now, I've given myself the best chance of being commercially viable to both sides in a post-genocide world. Look, as a writer, I think we can all agree that's where all the great literature comes from, doesn't it? Just sitting on the fence, seeing which way the wind will blow, and then going in the direction most expedient to one's career. Now, if the wind blows the other way again, I just want to put on record one more time, October 7th, absolutely condemn it in the strongest possible terms, like sick. But yeah, just praying for peace, guys. Namaste.
This guy's awesome. He's been doing this. He's been doing this bit for a minute, not just like about people who are coming out and finally have something to say, but just in general, he's very pro-Palestine. Wait, what? I'm preparing to leave the country, David Pac-Man. Did you watch his vlog? He's not leaving the States, but he's looking at his options since he's a naturalized citizen and not native born, and being anti-Trump makes him a target. Listen. David Pac-Man is a big liberal resistance guy. Okay? He's also a naturalized citizen from Argentina, but he was naturalized like 15 years ago. I have many family members who were naturalized recently, much more recently than David Pac-Man. I will say this much. Considering that the number one vehicle that people are using to attack political dissidents in this country is their position on Israel, you know, David Pakman is probably going to be safe. I still think I'm going to be safe. This does not mean that David Pakman is not in the crosshairs of this administration. I wouldn't say that. I'm sure he is. I just think that he is lower on the priority list. Hasan, you aren't safe? Yeah, I know. I know I'm not safe. He's very low. By the time they target someone like him, every lib is in a camp already. Bad Empanada suggested Hasan leave the country. Does that make Bad Empanada a coward? I mean, I'm not leaving because I'm a stubborn fucking piece of shit. But I think Bad Empanada, if someone were to ask Bad Empanada, do you think David Pakman should leave the country? He would laugh at that. I think there is a major difference between someone like myself and someone like David Pakman. And that major difference is our position on Israel, which is diametrically opposite to one another. And therefore, I am seen as a legitimate threat to the administration. David Pakman is not. I don't think. At least for now. For now. That doesn't mean that the administration won't come after the likes of David Pakman. I'm certain once they move on from the, these guys are pro-Palestine terrorists, they will eventually cast a wider net. What is this? Former H3 guys, musician, comedian Reggie Watts' response to Tom York's statement. Why can't you guys just send me the actual fucking post from Reggie Watts? Why do you... I shouldn't have clicked on this. God, you guys have to see everything from the lens of drama. Oh my God, I am so stupid. I should have never clicked that fucking link. Hey, if in the future you see a link like that, you don't have to cover it from the perspective of Ethan Klein. Okay, you can just simply send me fucking Reggie Watts' Instagram to be like, this is what Reggie Watts had to say about Tom York, because that's the meat of the story. Not everything has to tie back to Ethan fucking Klein. Please, please, please. Thoughts on Tom York's recent statement. I was disappointed to see that Tom's statement centers his hurt feelings and frames his fans' demands for him to speak up as a social media witch hunt instead of recognizing the urgency of their call for him to speak out against the world historical humanitarian crisis in Palestine. I hope Tom will reflect and decenter himself in the public outcry against the genocide, because if he and his artistic legacy stand for love and humanity as he asserts, he can come to see his fans' actions as an act of love, loving solidarity with our suffering people, a needed affirmation of our humanity in these dark times. I also want to address Tom's repetition of a common rhetorical tactic of those who are devoted to maintaining the status quo. Dude, oh my God, he cooked. Oh my God, my goat. My goat. Reggie is the man. That's right. I'm hitting him up with a follow. There are chatters who are outright proud of and love being in the snark subs every day and post anything they see there every day. Yeah, look, as long as it's relevant to Israel, Palestine, that's fine. Okay? Like, there are things that Ethan does that I think are utterly unconscionable, like fundraising for the Atlantic Council under the auspices of fundraising for Palestinians. That is utterly unconscionable, and I will cover that, okay? But if it's like, oh my God, look at what Reggie Watts had to say about Tom York, that's a standalone position. You don't have to fucking massage Ethan Klein into this. You know what I mean? Who the fuck cares about Ethan Klein in this situation? What? My favorite segment on Piers Morgan is when people came after Hasan, bullying him to condom hummus, and he started crying, saying you didn't have to bully me into saying it. What? God died when we tested the first nuclear warhead. Oh, you're fucking memeing. Like making a joke about Tom York. Anyway. Own the Drama Frogs by launching Elden Ring. Shut the fuck up. All right, let's keep going. I also want to address Tom's repetition of a common rhetorical tactic of those who are devoted to maintaining the status quo, that one cannot speak up or demand an end to the genocide unless they fully understand the deep complexity of this historical conflict. I urge Tom's fans to reject this conviction, neutralizing, demobilizing sentiment, and trust their hearts. You don't need to be a geopolitics scholar to know that starving children and slaughtering families is wrong. Your membership in the human family gives you an authority and indeed responsibility to speak up. That's right. He's fucking so right. Wow, what a beautiful words, man. Holy shit. Karma police will come after Tom. No, it won't, because the reality of the matter is there is no justice, okay? There is no karmic justice or any real justice on this planet. I'm sorry to report. After all of these years of hoping, Dick Cheney is still very much alive. Benjamin Netanyahu is very much alive. Recep Tayyip Erdogan is very much alive. Vladimir Putin is very much alive. George W. Bush is very much alive and kicking, okay? You know it's a song, right? Yeah, of course, dude. Radiohead is the last time I listened to fucking music. I know. Yeah, I know. Don't make me start singing. I already did one Radiohead song. I already did one Radiohead song earlier today, talking about how Tom York is a creep. How do you keep going? How do you keep doing this? Because I'm a freak, dude. I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, oh, here. Yeah. Radiohead was so anti-war. No, they just love... Dude, Radiohead is like the classic progressive except for Palestine. Okay, that's it. Oh my God, you sing worse than you dance. I'm becoming a hater. Okay, calm down. I'm not a musician. I'm not a dancer. I'm trying my fucking best to entertain you. Okay? This is my 9/11 as a white guy who's almost 40. Yeah, they love Israel. It saved their first album from tanking, except it's like shocking because Israel famously only likes dog shit music, and Radiohead, they have dog shit politics, but they don't have dog shit music. Or maybe because Israel fucking loves Radiohead, it's making me second guess my loyalty to their music or my assessment of their music initially. Like maybe they were dog shit all along.
Starvation of an entire people. This must stop unconditionally. I mean, this is not subject.
But that's not on offer, is it, right now?
It must be on offer. You asked me what is our position. We need this to stop, the genocide to end and stop permanently, not a pause for 60 days. We need to make sure that aid and food and all the basic needs are delivered unhindered immediately via the international community and the UN, not via any other mechanisms. And we need to make sure that the Gaza is rebuilt in the shortest span. There is a plan on the table. There is an Arab summit that has adopted the plan. We know what to do. We know how to link Gaza with the West Bank under one political system. And we know how to make sure that the Netanyahu plan of mass transfer is faced by all of us, is challenged by all of us. And I've just seen your report that about the groups who blocked the aid, calling them extreme. I'm hearing lots of the conversations as if Netanyahu is the problem. Netanyahu is the product of an Israeli society, by and large, that have shifted to the right. And now, collectively, as an international community, we need to think what to do, what actions to be.
We've also reported this week about opposition within Israel to what's going on.
Good, and it's growing. But we need to help this opposition by making sure that the right actions are taken. Full arms embargo now. We are hearing lots from London, from Paris, about possible action. We need it now. People are dying by the hundreds.
Well, do you think things are shifting in Europe? I mean, we're hearing a slight increase in the language.
Discourse, yes. Rhetoric, yes. But the actions that have been taken so far are by far not enough to stop a genocide that are transmitted to our screens every day. It's not talks of trade that needs to be suspended. It is trade altogether that must be suspended. The UK and the US and other Western powers are still sending weapons to a country that is committing genocide and now standing trial at the ICJ. That's the highest world court for the crime of genocide. There are sanctions that need to be imposed not on individual settlers or some organizations, but on the entire ecosystem of the settlement enterprise and the state that sponsors them. There is a list of things, including the immediate recognition of the state of Palestine. I still hear some Western politicians, including UK ministers, who still saying this risks, listen to this, even the foreign secretary yesterday in an interview, what Israel is doing in Gaza risks violating international law. Seriously? Seriously? We are still using this language and we are still giving lip service? It is the responsibility of contracting parties of international system to take immediate, tangible steps to stop this genocide.
And when every Israeli minister or ambassador says this could stop tomorrow, hand over the hostages, do you believe that?
If Netanyahu and Israel really wanted the hostages, they would have been home by now. There was an agreement.
Yep. Cooking, as always.
A US proposed...
Oh, you didn't read my whole comment? Radiohead was anti-war during the time Bush was president, wrote a whole album about called Hail to the Thief. So it's frustrating they're not anti-war when it comes to Palestine. Hypocrites for sure. No, even during the time that Bush was president, they were, as far as I understand, still fucking pro-Israel. That's why I skipped over the rest of your statements. Because listen, there's a term for this. For a lot of post-October 7 leftists who only recently started recognizing what Israel was doing, the term for it in progressive circles has always been progressive except for Palestine. There's a term for it. Okay? There are a lot of people who are peps, okay? Progressive except progressive except Palestine. That's it. Like people who are some of the wokest motherfuckers you've ever seen, okay? Radlibs. Like people who genuinely are socialist, okay? Genuinely. Like, I'm not even kidding. People like Bernie fucking Sanders, okay? Bernie goddamn Sanders, who is like in American Congress, made statements that are anti-imperialist, okay? Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill wrote a fucking book about it, dude. Except for Palestine, the limits of progressive politics. This is the book. It's crazy because, no, it's not even Islamophobia. We're talking about people who are like anti-Iraq war. Okay? People who are otherwise like anti-fucking Iraq war, for example. But then when Israel comes into the fucking fold, they just don't categorize it in the same ways. They can't comprehend it. They cannot comprehend it. Zionism is so pervasive and has gotten zero resistance for decades. That's a big part of it. Now that's changing. I do not think that any new wave of progressivism will factor in even liberal Zionism into the equation. It's over. I think anyone going forward in this upcoming generation that considers themselves to be progressive, that considers themselves to be leftist, I don't think they will ever allow any kind of Zionist sentiment, to take place, to take root inside of progressive causes. Okay? You're talking about not Mark Lamont Hill, right? You're talking about the PA affiliate guy. Yeah, I know. This guy is who you're talking about. I thought you were talking about Mark Lamont Hill saying like his family has gotten super wealthy. Yeah, no, I know.
Held by Hamas. Ceasefire in January that would have seen all hostages home by now. And we always said there are hostages in the Israeli...
But that leaves Hamas in place, doesn't it?
There are thousands of Palestinian hostages taken by the Israeli oppressive regime. There are 3,600 Palestinians now in Israeli jail that are held without trial, without charge. They are hostages.
Do you agree with our previous
So yes, we need to
who says, Hamas need to be given a way to leave?
Hamas leaders have also gotten super wealthy. Yeah, I think that's a fucking lie, chatter. I know people say that all the time, but I've seen zero concrete evidence to the fucking unimaginable wealth that Hamas leaders have gotten. Especially because the numbers that people use to point to the wealth that the Hamas leadership has like accrued is literally larger than like the total number of aid that Palestine receives. Like it's like double the number of like all of the aid that Palestine receives. You know what I mean? The leader they spoke about earlier is one of the articles is a billionaire. Yeah, I know. Articles claim that. Okay. I have yet to see any conclusive evidence. I'll give you one example. Okay. People said Yahya Sinwar was a billionaire. He literally died inside of Gaza starving. Okay. He hadn't had food except for like a pack of Mentos in his fucking pocket for the past 2 or 3 days when the Israeli state assassinated him. Okay? Yeah, people say I'm a fucking billionaire. I'm sure there are wealthy members of the Hamas leadership that are landowners, and a part of that mechanism is to in their calculation, a part of that is to overcome some of these like financial restrictions that you get or whatever. But I think that too much emphasis is placed on how much wealth Hamas leadership has. And I think a lot of that is just fucking bullshit. It's the same thing that Israel said about Hamas leadership being in fucking Doha in secret, or being in underground caves strapped with Israeli babies to their chests so Israel won't fucking kill them, as though the Israeli state wouldn't assassinate a Hamas leadership. And no, there is a difference between the leadership in the West Bank being rich, who are actually rich, and there is actually material wealth to show for it. There's a meme, there are some families in the West Bank that have unimaginable wealth. Families that live in the West Bank in like fucking chateaus, basically, like Palestinians. There are definitely very wealthy West Bank Palestinians. Many of them collaborate in some ways with the Israeli administrators. That's why I'm pushing back. You're right. Ultimately, it bears no it's not a part of this conversation at all, whether Hamas is owned and operated, or Hamas is operated by like wealthy billionaires who have stolen from the Palestinian population. Doesn't change the dynamics of genocide even a little bit, and you're not wrong. But But having said that, this has always been like a Israeli technique to constantly talk about how, like, well, how can there be a genocide? Hamas is actually a selfish movement to steal from the Palestinians. When in fact, many of the wealthy families in historic Palestine that still maintain some of their wealth are there, usually in the West Bank, and collaborate with the Israeli government.
You know, is the logical conclusion of Hamas handing over power that they are no longer there in Gaza, that they are somewhere else?
No, Hamas is not rich as hell. Shut the fuck up.
What needs to leave?
Or can they stay?
What needs?
Because if they stay, then won't they have influence?
We have agreed, it's a consensus, that no political faction in Palestine will have any role in governance. Fatah, Hamas, anybody.
What will they be doing?
Whatever they will be doing, Gaza and the West Bank will be under one united government. That government will be answered to the legitimate representation of Palestine.
And do you believe, honestly, that those Hamas commanders
the unity of the
can stay in Gaza and not wield power?
What needs to leave is the Israeli occupation. It is the soldiers. It is the boots. It is all this military might that is committing mass slaughter as we speak now in Palestine. And this is not just the story of the last 600 days.
But just answer that
question. The last 600 days have been very well reported.
That those people who are military commanders and political leaders can stay in a very small place and not wield effective influence and power.
Well, Israel claims every single day that they have killed 30,000. And their estimates of Hamas military and members.
The interviewer is so funny because he's like, Channel 4 is one of the most critical resources in the Western press on Israel and has been consistently. And now that the fucking tide is shifting, they're getting outflanked by Piers Morgan, which is shocking to me. It's like, bro, you guys were at the cutting edge, okay, of real commentary on this issue. Sure, there were a lot of fucking setbacks in the process. But it's crazy. It's crazy that he's like, well, do you condemn Hamas? Like, it's so weird. I would have expected them by this point to start talking about how like this constant attention placed on Hamas and its militancy is actually counterproductive and a way to deflect the attention away from Israel's violence, which everyone can fucking see in broad daylight. But nope, turns out these guys were just there. They were honestly always at this position, not a little bit to the left and not a little bit more to the right. They were always firmly committed to this like both sides position, I guess, but in a way where like they were still critical of Israel, more critical of Israel than like the BBC, of course.
So, but their estimates before, that was the total number of Hamas. What Israel has been doing, and we have warned you, remember, and the world from the beginning, they are targeting the Palestinian people. We want that to stop. This isn't about Hamas. This has been the case for 77 years. An Israeli relentless campaign to ethnically cleanse Palestine of its inhabitants to replace the Palestinian people. And you're talking about the West Bank. See what is happening in the West, I'm sorry, you're talking about Gaza. See what is happening in the West Bank. See what Ben Gvir did in Jerusalem, in Al-Aqsa Mosque only a few hours ago. You will know that this isn't about Gaza only. This isn't about Hamas only. This is about an ideology that is 77 years old, that seeks one thing. It seeks the annihilation, extermination, replacement of the Palestinian people. And that's why I started by saying we need not to focus only on Netanyahu.
Hamas officials have told the BBC the latest Gaza ceasefire proposal does not meet the group's demands. The deal had been put forward by the US. And
a bunch of libs I know are already trying to retroactively act like they were pro-Palestine all along. Fucking cowards only get the right side of history when it feels safe from attack. It's okay. It's okay. Remember that. Keep that in the back of your mind, but don't fucking attack them so aggressively, or at least try to get them to your position, okay? Because there's still probably plenty of room to make in the minds of those liberals. If you are going to remind them of their faulty position initially on this genocide and your correct position on this genocide, then also use that as an opportunity to say there's still a lot of blind spots that you have and you should trust my opinion on this, given that you're late to the fucking game. You should examine why you were late to the game, and therefore recognize that you still might have some blind spots and push them in the direction of not even trying to fucking both sides of the situation. That's what I think a lot of you should be doing to potential allies here, because I know that there are a lot of people who want to simply say, I was right all along and you were wrong all along. Who gives a fuck what you say now that you're, now that there isn't as much like pushback or whatever. It's fine. Don't do that. It's not about that. It's not about like being right. It's not about morally posturing against other people. Remember where they were initially, because in the future, whatever, if left unexamined, their liberalism will cause them to be on the wrong side of a million other issues in the same exact way. So your goal should be to erode that liberalism that is forcing them to take and assume a position when it's far too late. Okay? So use this as an opportunity not to posture about how morally righteous you are, but instead to get them to engage in the act of self-examination, self-criticism. Try to get them to recognize on their own what caused them to not see the truth about the matter until 19 months. Okay? That's it. There are plenty of, like, anyone, depending on what timeline you're looking at, I could have just as easily told people post October 7 who actually realized the violence of Israel that I was doing this for 10 years and wow, look at you, latecomers of the fucking game. That would mean I would be morally posturing against like 70% of this fucking chat, with the exception of like all the Palestinians in this fucking chat. You know what I mean? A lot of you don't understand how lonely this area, this space and discourse was for the past forever, okay? Until October 7. There are a shit ton of you that were quick to recognize the immorality of Israel's apartheid post October 7, but plenty of you weren't there before, and someone like myself could make that argument that like, hey, this has been ongoing for a lot longer than October 7. Where were you where were you when Operation Cast Iron or Cast Lead or whatever the fuck was taking place? You know what I mean? Where were you when the first Intifada happened? Where were you when the second Intifada happened? Where were you before October 7? But I don't do that. And the reason why I don't do that is because I understand that everyone has their own fucking journey of learning, and that everyone has these blind spots. And a part of that is due to the unimaginable flow of misinformation that tries to desperately get as many people as possible on board with Israel's exterminationist policies, while presenting Israel as the only moral nation state in the fucking region. That's it. Do you get what I'm saying? So if I'm not doing that to you post October 7, you shouldn't do that to others if they're coming on board now. You should use this as an opportunity to teach them that there is something internally within their assessment that causes them to immediately go along with mainstream narratives without any critical examination whatsoever. Okay? Use this as an opportunity to radicalize your friends away from liberalism. People will get very scared when they hear me say this, but I believe liberalism has already run its course. Okay, we must evolve away from liberalism. It's over. It's obvious that liberalism has failed. Okay, that's why Donald Trump is popping off right now. It is a failure of liberalism. It's done, and most people don't want it anymore. So now it is up to us to show an alternative vision of society, an alternative vision of the organization of the economy. Because clearly, liberalism does not have answers for this. So use this as an opportunity to educate your friends instead of morally posturing against them and showcasing how fucking smart you are and how you were on the correct side of this story. All right? That's it. Because something is causing them to not entertain. Something is causing them not to critically examine this shit.
Approved by Israel. The plan sought a 60-day pause in fighting in exchange for the release of up to 10 living hostages held by Hamas. But it would have allowed Israeli troops to stay in Gaza, and it did not contain provisions for ending the war for good. It also didn't include an agreement from Israel to allow hundreds of trucks of aid into Gaza daily, something that had been included in the last ceasefire. While Hamas deems the latest proposals unsatisfactory, it is understood the group is still discussing details with international mediators. At the end of the last ceasefire, Benjamin Netanyahu imposed an 11-week-long...
I have not talked to my brother in many months because of his genocidal rhetoric. He blamed Kamala's loss on people like me that were pro-Palestinian emancipation and told me that he was going to donate a bunch of money to the Israeli lobby to finish the job. How do I reckon with that? My plan is to cut him off forever. Should I forgive him? Third post, sorry for spamming. What the fuck? Are you guys Jewish? Like, how did he become such a fucking ultra-Zionist? Are you guys evangelical Christians? Like, what's going on? Is your brother Hutch from formerly of Machinima? I don't get why. I don't understand how people are like this aggressively pro a dying ideology. Like, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, tell him to pay his taxes. Don't worry. That'll help Israel finish the job. I assume he's a fucking Sex Pestiny fan or something, right? Like, there's 0% chance that there's this much of a defense for this much loyalty and defense for someone who very clearly doesn't care about them. Ask your brother this. If Kamala Harris, no longer shackled by her ambitions for higher office, why has she not said a single damn thing about Palestinians if she was supposed to be better for Palestinians in comparison to Donald Trump? Like, I don't understand. Whenever people say, like, Kamala Harris will be so different than Donald Trump, it's like, okay, well, why the fuck hasn't she said it? She pulled a Jill Stein. Where the fuck's she at now? She came out and spoke one time and is writing a book, dude. Literally Jill Stein ass bullshit, brother. What the fuck? She pee-pee poofed.
A blockade on all aid entering Gaza. While Israel is now letting some aid in, it's still far less than the amount aid groups say is needed. Tom Fletcher, the UN official responsible for humanitarian aid, has told the BBC that Israel's blockade amounts to a policy of forced starvation and that the world has a responsibility to take greater action to get aid in. He was speaking to our special correspondent, Fergal Keane.
The chaos and the pity. The desperation that is the legacy when aid is blocked. Today, the UN's Chief of Humanitarian Affairs, a former British diplomat, told me Israel had forcibly starved Gaza.
I mean, so out loud, Israeli ministers have been saying that they want the population of Gaza to be relocated.
Is that ethnic cleansing?
It's the forced removal of a population.
Ethnic cleansing.
And in this case, by withholding of aid. Now, again, the courts will judge what to call that, and I have to pick my words very, very carefully. I'm a humanitarian, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a politician.
To be clear, what we are seeing is the forced starvation of the population.
We're seeing food sat on the borders and not being allowed in when there is a population on the other side of the border that is starving. And we're hearing Israeli ministers say that is to put pressure on the population of Gaza. Now, we just want to work. We have a plan to deliver, we just want to get in.
That's a war crime, isn't it? If you use food as a weapon.
Yeah. It is classified as a war crime. Obviously, these are issues for the courts to take the judgment on, and ultimately for history to take a judgment on. As a humanitarian, my interest is just in getting as much of that aid in as possible, as quickly as possible.
Israel has claimed that Hamas steals food aid, and it accuses the UN of acting like a mafia by refusing to cooperate with Israel's military-organized.
Yeah, the UN is acting like a mafia. Not Israel.
Aid distribution centres. Well, the Israelis say they have to do it their way because Hamas is stealing the aid.
There's very, very little stealing of aid by Hamas. Now, is some of that aid then getting to market and being stolen by Hamas from market or bought in market? Now, there's always a risk of that. In such a complex, contested, militarized environment, I don't want to see any of that aid getting to Hamas. That matters to us because these are our principles: neutral, impartiality, independent. So it's in our interest to stop that aid getting to Hamas and ensure it gets to civilians.
Mr. Fletcher visited Gaza in February while there was still a ceasefire. In recent days, he's come under criticism for stating that 14,000 babies would die in 48 hours because of the blockade, a claim the UN has retracted. Didn't you damage your own case when you talked about 14,000 babies dying within 48 hours? Pretty big gaffe.
I think we've got to be very, very careful with our numbers. We've got to be precise. And that's a lesson that I've learned in the last couple of weeks.
Are you sorry for that?
I regret that I used the 48 hours because in reality, those deaths will take place over a longer time, but they are at risk.
Because when people take that, and along with the statement about thousands of trucks lined up on the border not being able to get in, the risk is looking like a hype merchant.
There is that risk. And there is a risk, when we're out there using these big numbers, and they are overwhelming numbers. We've got provisions to fill 10,000 trucks and get them in.
Yeah. Israel's so-called aid plan has been an abject failure. If the goal was aid provision, you can believe your own eyes, along with dozens of independent humanitarian orgs on the ground, or you can believe the Israeli military and a handful of right-wing DC think tank dickheads. Yeah. You know what's really funny about this? Every single fucking Israeli Hasbara agent has been trying to present this as, oh, Israel is finally breaking through the grips of Hamas. Hamas actually is like organizing the aid drops in an effort to control and dominate the Palestinian population. And we're finally able to do that with this GHF shit, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation shit, right? That's what they've been presenting this as. But it's been an absolute abysmal catastrophe if you are able to see exactly what's going on. And even mainstream media is not entertaining the notion backed by the propaganda backed by fucking right-wing DC think tanks, okay? That's what's so shocking about it. Because under normal circumstances, when like the Foundation for Defending Democracy and the Atlantic Council and the Israeli government are in unison saying like, no, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has been fucking gangbusters. Don't listen to the UN. UN is Hamas. Don't listen to the Palestinians. Palestinians are Hamas. When they used to say this shit, BBC would cover it as though Israel was right, that this actually was a massive, spectacular success, that finally they're using aid to claw back the Palestinians and liberate them from the grips of Hamas. It's not working because people are like, enough, dude. Come on. Fucking enough. You have starved too many babies for far too fucking long, and they're not even entertaining the fake bullshit that they're presenting. But of course, if you go to the Foundation for Defending Democracy, there it is. Turns out, as many of us said for years, humanitarian aid can reach Gaza without relying on UN agencies infiltrated by Hamas, groups that enable the aid theft and help sustain the terror. There are better ways to deliver help without empowering the killers. Except it has been a spectacular failure every single time. Thing is, though, Israel's concentration camp aid scheme is, in the words of Israeli leaders themselves, just a ploy to satisfy international backers. If the goal was aid provision, Israel would allow established organizations to actually distribute aid in a sustainable manner. This is basically an even more indecent version of the Gaza humanitarian pier. Remember the pier? The fucking spectacular failure that was? The 250, was it 250 million or it was 250 million, I think. $250 million that the American government just deployed to make it seem like Israel was actually following on the needs, the humanitarian aid needs of the Palestinian population. Chef Jose Andres says, people are tired of fighting in war. Palestinian families are hungry and desperate for food, safety, and security. Israeli hostages have been held captive for 602 days. Oh my God, he's still Families on both sides of the conflict are shattered. Let them all heal. Ceasefire now and bring the hostages home now. World Central Kitchen is ready to feed, to nourish, to help. Let us get back to work. Dude, Jose Andres is so crazy because, like, he's Obama's favorite chef, right? And Israel literally killed his friends, like people that he knew, people that he had a close and personal relationship with. And he's still like, you know, come on, guys. We got to, you know, all lives matter. You know, everyone on both sides really suffering. It's like, bro, what do you mean? That is crazy, dude. Your fucking friends were assassinated by the Israeli state, big dog. Have some fucking courage. Say the truth. The truth of the matter is this. Jose Andres is a very popular figure in liberal circles, so I don't really rip him too hard, okay? And he has done a lot of good. His organization actually operates not dissimilar to UNRWA, as a matter of fact, okay? No, he's not pretty anti-Zionist Turkish Delight. He fucking is not at all. I'm going to tell you exactly why he's not at all. First of all, he works in unison with the American State Department at times, okay? Regardless of his ambitions, regardless of his motivation. And I do think he is really a humanitarian at its root, okay? Having said that, however, because of his contracts that work in unison with the American State Department with regular frequency, he 100% was like throwing a rager at even Spanish politicians who were correctly calling what Israel was doing genocidal. Israel then went to him and said, hey, we have a need to distribute aid. Israel wanted to use World Central Kitchen as a PR opportunity, just like the pier. But unlike the pier, World Central Kitchen actually does work on the fucking ground. And much like UNRWA, World Central Kitchen works with local sources, local chefs, local fucking product in an effort to boost the local economy. Okay, it's just like UNRWA in that regard. That's how UNRWA operates as well within the occupied Palestinian territories. Now, World Central Kitchen went in there, started working on the ground, and was working alongside the Israeli government. That's why it's so insane that the Israeli government still ended up killing the 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers. They were there to, in some ways, I mean, primarily to help the Palestinian population for sure, but also to do a little bit of PR for Israel to say, like, see, we're letting in, you know, these premier humanitarian aid groups to help feed the Palestinian population. And they still killed the World Central Kitchen aid workers. And now Jose Andres has a more critical approach to Israel, obviously. But even then, this far in, he's still like talking about, talking about how, like, you mad? DPS moo cow, why is the view count so low? I don't know, dude. Friday afternoon. Not enough losers like yourself coming into hate watch, I guess. What I don't understand is, why do you care? You're a watcher. Why do you give a shit? You know? My low view count is 28,000 people watching. Has your favorite content creator reached that low view count in their career? It would probably be a spectacular record showing for your favorite content creator. So why are you in here? He's a concerned fan, I know. How is Representative Thomas Massey better than the Dems? It's not surprising. He's always been that way. Anyway. I came in to do a little trolling. Looks like it worked. My fault, homie. It worked. It killed me. I'm so sad. If you knew what my perspective was, and if you knew what my world experience looked like, you would understand that being able to talk about being able to talk about Palestinian emancipation to 30,000 people on a fucking Friday afternoon is not something I will ever take granted. Do you understand? That is unimaginable. That is unheard of. Okay? Having an audience of this size, even having an audience of 5,000 fucking people to be able to talk about these sorts of issues openly and actively to 5,000 people is an enormous change in comparison to where I fucking started in my career and what the internet looked like back then. So no, I'm fucking incredibly stoked. This is spectacular that there are this many people that are interested in learning about the truth. Anyway. Where were we? Let's finish this and then we'll move on
that
to the
can feed everyone
drama.
in Gaza, all the civilians, for several months. And that's the real point here.
Mr. Fletcher drew international attention when 2 weeks ago he appealed to the UN Security Council
Jackie
to
Cowan,
act to prevent
$5
genocide in Gaza. A statement Israel attacked as support for Hamas. But how will history judge how the world responded to the Gaza crisis?
History will judge us. I think that history will be tough in the way it judges us. And it must be. When I went to the Security Council, I chose my words very, very carefully. And I'm choosing them again carefully now. I wanted to issue a warning to the Security Council that in previous cases, Rwanda, Srebrenica, Sri Lanka, the world had told us afterwards that we didn't act in time, that we didn't sound the warning and ask that the world respond to prevent genocide. And that's my call to the Security Council and to the world right now. Will you act to prevent genocide? It's been announced in advance. We can't say we didn't know what was happening. And all I'm asking is for the international community to be able to say, tell them we did what we could. That's what we're trying to do. And nothing we get thrown at us will stop us doing that.
In the ruins of Gaza, the hunger, the fear, the trauma, the anguish too of Israel's hostages. 601 days of suffering for all in Gaza, and more coming. Fergal Keane, BBC News, The Hague.
Let's return now to Gaza. And Hamas says the Israeli response to a new US proposed plan for a temporary ceasefire fails to meet, and I quote, any of the just and legitimate demands of its people. It comes as the humanitarian situation worsens, with aid groups, among them the UN, warning of an absolute catastrophe in the Strip. During a meeting of the UN Security Council earlier this week, Palestine's ambassador broke down as he appealed for help on behalf of his people. Let's have a listen.
Dozens of children are dying of starvation. The images of mothers embracing their motionless bodies, caressing their hair, talking to them, apologizing to them. It's unbearable. How could anyone tolerate this sorrow? Excuse me, Mr. President. I have grandchildren. I know what they mean to their families. And to see the situation of the Palestinians without us having hearts to do something is beyond the ability of any normal human being to tolerate.
Well, I'm joined tonight by Danny Danon, Israel's ambassador.
Oh my God, this fucking animal, dude.
To the UN. I'm wondering, Mr. Danon, when you heard that testimony and before that a surgeon's testimony saying that he hadn't treated any combatants but only children, I wonder what was going through your mind and how did it make you feel?
You know, when I listened very carefully to the testimonies, I asked myself,
why the Palestinians cannot even mention Hamas. You know, I have been to the Security Council hundreds of times, listening very carefully to the Palestinian representative. Not even once since.
Dude, sometimes I think to myself, do I fucking hate this guy because he represents Israel? Or is he also like uniquely annoying and out of touch and arrogant? And I think it's the second thing. Like it's definitely the first, but I think even if someone was like completely uninitiated and started watching this guy try to defend child murder, they would very quickly become anti-Zionist, I think. Every fucking Israeli official that goes on television is a goddamn charisma suck. They are the most arrogant, the most entitled, the most cartoonishly evil representatives of politics I have ever fucking encountered. Even the most out of touch ghoul in the United States of America at least tries to massage the fucking narrative. These guys come on and basically are saying like, why have you not thanked Israel? Do you not love Israel? Why do you not love Israel? Israel is number one. No politic here. Why are you doing politic? You love Hamas. You love Hamas. That's it. It's like fucking like a barking dog. Like a bad dog. And not even like a cute dog that, you know, gets like weird and violent sometimes. Like an annoying dog. You know what I mean? With like patches of hair in a fucking junkyard. Oh, you don't like Israel? Oh, Israel does nothing good, huh? Israel does nothing good? I swear to God, bro. Vladimir Putin is an honest-to-God sociopath. And even when he is on television, he never really does like contentious interviews, right? But even like when you have someone who is like a Russian envoy on TV, they try to, at the very least, carry themselves better than the Israeli politicians do. It's wild. Like, at least when Lavrov is on fucking TV, he knows he can't say certain things. He knows the way people view the Russian government for understandable reasons, right? So they are infinitely more tempered when they are talking than an Israeli envoy is. An Israeli envoy talks as though you should be excited to be in his presence. Those who are there to defend Israel on television, on mainstream media, unironically have the attitude of like, I am actually wasting my fucking time talking to you, bitch. Why have you not said thank you and kissed my goddamn feet for even being on your stupid fucking program? Why are you not saying that killing children is the best way to defend the Israeli nation state alongside myself? That's what it feels like.
Since the war started, he mentioned Hamas. So yes, Samia, there is suffering in Gaza. No one can deny it, but the blame is on the shoulder of Hamas. They were the one who started this war 600 days ago. They are the one who are rejecting an offer that was presented by Ambassador Witkoff only a few days ago. And we said yes, and they said no. Now they're thinking about it. But the problem is Hamas. It's not Israel. The minute Hamas will release the 58 hostages, will lay down their arms, then it will be quiet and peaceful in the region again. So
I understand that's what you're saying, but so you're not willing to take any responsibility for the airstrikes, for the ground invasion, for the level of destruction and starvation in Gaza?
Yeah, it's over. Why are you not condemning Hamas? October 7 is done. It's over. It took, by my approximation, around 100 October 7s for the media to finally get there, but now we're finally there. 19 months, and 19 months, 600 days, 100 October 7s. But officially, journalists now treat Israeli officials like they are Hamas officials. Now, of course, if they were honest, they would have been doing this since day one, but they're not.
I take responsibility for the lives and well-being of the 58 Israelis being held captive. This war will not end as long as we have hostages in Gaza. And no UN resolution will change that. No speeches, no shows will change that. The fact is that we have hostages. We are determined to bring them back home. And if we want to end their suffering, it's very simple. Release the hostages now, and then we can think about what comes after. But we will not finish the war.
Interesting. I'm pleased you brought up the hostages.
Are still in Gaza.
Let's focus on the hostages then. It's also the will of the hostage families that Israel stops these airstrikes. It's been reported that many of the hostages were killed either when they...
they are also Hamas. They are not Israel. They are Hamas. They are agents of Hamas. They are Hamas-stages.
Hamas was, or the people that were keeping them hostage, be it other jihadi groups, were approached by ground troops or in Israeli airstrikes. The majority of hostages that were freed were through discussions and through a ceasefire period, not during a period of fighting. Why will you not listen to the hostage families?
So I agree with you on this topic, Samia. We prefer to release the hostages through negotiations. That's why we accepted the offer that was presented to us. And it's not a perfect offer. It's not something we wanted to accept, that we decided. That
Look at us. Look at us. We are so gracious. We are so gracious. Why do you not see? We want to kill all of the Hamas children. We say we will kill only half the Hamas children. They are children of terror. Why you not love Israel? Why you not love Israel? I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Say it. Say it. You not love Israel?
It's the best in order to bring back more hostages back to Israel. So we said yes, Hamas said no. But if we cannot release them through negotiations, then we will have no choice. We will use our military power.
Yeah, we will have no choice. We will have to kill them, all the children. All of the children. Stop saying I sound French. This is an organic, naturally grown accent in the Levant, okay? Stop. Why you not love Israel? You make fun? You think it's funny? You think Israel is funny? Israel is funny to you? You know what's not funny? October 7th? 7th of October? Hamas! Hamas is not funny. You know who likes to make joke? Hamas! This is a normal homegrown Israeli accent that Danny Danon has, okay?
Well, in order to fight Hamas, eliminate Hamas, and bring
Even if that risks the lives of your own citizens?
Well, as I told you earlier, we will try always and we will prefer the negotiations. But once we realize that there is no partner to negotiate, we cannot just leave them behind. You know, every day, you know, the situation is getting worse. We heard testimonies about the conditions that are being held, chained in the tunnels. They don't receive any food. You spoke about starvation. The only starvation in Gaza is the starvation of the hostages.
Bro, you're starving your own hostages, you fucking idiot. Yeah. Israeli newspaper Haaretz reports Israel's killed over 20 hostages or POWs in Gaza since October 7th and endangered the lives of 34 others. Yep. 54. Endangered the lives of at least 54 hostages. At least 20 of them were killed as a result. The only starvation in Gaza is of the hostages. Sick. Breaking, citing an official, Israel has decided to prevent Arab and Turkish foreign ministers from arriving in Ramallah. You know what I think about sometimes? Like, all these people that have made videos about how bad I am, about how much of a terrorist I am, about how, like, anti-Semitic I am, and many others who are pro-Palestine. Like, those videos are going to fucking remain. Are those guys going to delete those videos? You think? Everyone's seen them. Like, you didn't even think a little bit in the future. Like, you did not even think out of self-preservation. Many prominent media figures that are liberal Zionists have been awfully quiet in the last couple of months. Because at least they understand that if they were to come out and fucking chirp in defense of Israel, most people would look at them and remind them of the propaganda that they engaged with as a genocide was unfolding. How will the likes of, I don't know, Willie Slop Show or Ethan Klein or Bonerbox or numerous others actually try to present themselves, or Sex Pestiny or Hutch, how will they actually present themselves as though they were always against what is going on? How will they? How will they be able to just turn around and be like, oh, no, dude, I was so on the right side.
That's
So you're denying that there are...
D is now saying he's against the Netanyahu regime because Trump has given them carte blanche. Yeah, that's not going to work, big dog. Joe Biden gave the Netanyahu regime carte blanche as well. You can't just, like, be at the mercy of whatever the fucking Democrats are doing. Your former co-host literally said there's a Holocaust against Jews in America right now, like 2 days ago. What? Like, there's a Holocaust in Los Angeles, California right now against Jews. That's what he's saying? No shot. I don't believe that. No one is that insane. Okay, you said basically. There's pogroms in Bel Air.
Hungry children, babies dying. These are not my accounts.
Those
you know,
lies.
you won't allow journalists into Israel, but these are the accounts of British, American doctors, Israeli human rights groups, people who are in touch. Multiple times I've interviewed people on the ground working there. So you're denying the accounts of...
True, the Holocaust is when I can't sell my shit merch. Excuse me. I'll have you know that's exactly how the Holocaust happened, okay? Now, when people said Teddy Fresh was bad, basically Auschwitz. Basically. When people say, I don't want to buy Teddy Fresh merchandise any longer. I just don't like the colors. Like, I love Ethan Klein. I just don't like Teddy Fresh. That's basically a pogrom. This is a pogrom that's unfolding. Excuse me.
hundreds of doctors.
You know, I listened to Mr. Tom Fletcher from the UN claiming that 14,000 Palestinian babies will die within 48 hours. Then he had to retract his words and apologize and acknowledge that it was not true. Aid is coming into Gaza today through two mechanisms, through trucks.
Oh my God. Okay, dude.
The blatant, this violent anti-Semitism that is oozing off these people, if you can't see it, then we're basically just going, I mean, where are we going?
It feels like where it was during the war and the Holocaust. It's reminiscent of that time.
It's crazy to see.
Well, because
you can see how it happened. I've always said, like, I have no idea how the Holocaust could happen. It just makes no sense. And now I see it. I see how it
Bro. Yeah. Yeah, I can see how the Holocaust could happen. Because it's happening right now. Just not in fucking Bel Air, okay? It's happening in Gaza. You're not wrong when you go, oh, I can see how the Holocaust could, like, I always wonder, like, how could the Holocaust happen? It's happening. You are a willing participant in defense of the country doing the Holocaust. What the fuck? Also, I don't understand when people say like, oh, Israel has to exist because the only safe place for Jews and that America has become dangerously anti-Semitic akin to like Nazi Germany levels of anti-Semitism. Like the Holocaust is about to happen in America. Okay, well, you're not in fucking Israel. So how does that work? Like, I don't understand. You don't believe the shit that you're saying, obviously. Like, obviously, you don't fucking believe it because I don't see your ass fucking flying out to Israel to be like, I need to defend myself. Not to say that you should, for the record, because I don't think that is going on in this fucking country, you know? Oh, my God. You said Apex Shakur? Oh, stop. No, that's fucked up. Don't disparage the good name of Tupac Shakur by associating a socialist icon with Hila Klein. This is not funny. Think of the Bel Air pogrom. Yeah. Yet another pogrom has taken place that I'm completely fucking oblivious to, that I'm actually hiding the truth of, which is the Bel Air pogrom that's taking place right now. Like when Ethan Klein's housekeeper sued him, that was basically the same as like a pogrom. Or when people said that like they don't want to buy Teddy Fresh anymore, that was another pogrom. Yeah, or when Reddit told Ethan Klein, hey man, you are engaging in mass harassment of other people, by the way. Why the fuck do you think we would take down other communities that cover your mass harassment campaigns? That was basically a third pogrom. It's just pogrom after pogrom. Also, you know what's not a real pogrom? What's going on in Gaza? That's a war. Anyway. I'm going to talk about some insane shit that American politicians are saying.
When you are arguing about illegals that are receiving Medicaid benefits, 1.4 million, 1.4, they are not eligible, so they will be coming off. So people are not, well, we all are going to die. So for heaven's sakes.
Bro, she did the meme. Some of you are going to die, but I'm okay with it. But also, at the end, we all die. By the way, Zero Optics is funny, but like, Republicans are stupid. They're going to vote for her again. Back in the day, like 10 years ago, maybe 11, 12 years ago, a statement like this was an end to your political ambitions. Okay? It was over. You said something like this, and then it ran every fucking time, every single time you wanted to do anything going forward. This would be the only thing that people reminded you of. You would always be remembered with that statement. Now, you can basically say that and gain momentum and popularity off of saying insane things like this. And it won't matter.
Shall have the honor, no, the privilege to go forth and rescue the lovely Princess Fiona from the fiery keep of the dragon. If, for any reason, the winner is unsuccessful, the first runner-up will take his place, and so on and so forth. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Let the tournament...
Adam captured that sentiment perfectly here.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw this. It's fucking amazing. Let's watch. Yeah, we're gonna watch this today.
A congressman's underpants with a little bit of a print was tweeted out in 2025. What I would say is it wouldn't make the top 100 news stories of this year. That's right. So it represents an intersection of like an old kind of New York tabloid press, which is like that was kind of an old world thing. Correct. And then the new world introduction of technology into.
That's one version. The other version is
like dick pics. I love the point that Adam is making there, where he's saying like, you know, it's old world to have a longer time frame for controversies like this to continue, because in the new world that doesn't happen. But it's also new world because you sent dick pics on your phone. It was like one of the first moments of one of those first ever dick pic moments for a politician.
It was a relatively slow news period, and I'm a guy named Wiener who tweeted out a picture of his dick.
But
so
you
there's
were the
that.
first guy too.
No, I'm saying that I'm not dismissing that idea. I'm saying that there was an element of it.
But Matt Gaetz fucked a kid.
Right, and if his name was Matt Kidfucker,
No.
then the story would. No.
All right, let's play the full one.
I get it. Sometimes I critique the question you're
that we're
asking.
Jewish?
And you do this thing of like, this is not good for you to make fun of your host on the show. It's not working. I'm like, all right, I get it. I have not seen the documentary.
But you lived the documentary, so I'm going to ask you a question because I saw it.
You don't need to set it up as the documentary when I haven't seen it. If I did it in real life, you can just say, I understand you.
You're the one wasting time right now.
Fair enough. Hello, America.
My name is Adam Friedland. I'm extremely excited to welcome you to the premiere episode of the new season of The Adam Friedland Show. On a weekly basis, I will be releasing episodes where I sit down with some of the world's most important and interesting people. And for our first guest, I was joined by none other than current candidate for New York City Council and former Congressman Anthony Weiner. Now, it would be easy for me to prepare for my guest like a tabloid fixture. But let's not forget, Weiner is a seasoned and accomplished politician, and above all else, a human being. So in order to prepare, I decided it was necessary for me to sit down with an expert on human psychotherapy. And I may have even...
Wait, what? Bro, no. No. Have some decency, man. Have some decency. They bought you for $9, dude. I'm sorry. That's some Joe Brandon ass bullshit right there, bro. That's like just being a fedayeen. It's better to do this for free than to do it for $9. I've never seen a figure like this in my life, dude. I'm sorry. It unironically is worse that you did it for $9. No, he didn't even spend it on a haircut. In fucking Brandon's America, in the post-Brandon universe, who is cutting hair for $9, dude? You ain't getting a burger for $9. Maybe at fucking McDonald's, that's it. $9. You should have done this for $0. That way you could have at least maintained your independence to be like, nah, dude, I'm doing it for the love of the game. You see, I'm Mike Collins and I love Israel. I am Israel high. How did AIPAC give him $9? This doesn't make any sense. Dude, yeah. I'll give him 10. Will he start talking for Palestine? Like, he went to the conference and Israel paid for his parking lot. My goats are the same. I'm getting the full Hasan treatment. Oh, man. The right-wing freaks are melting down over the fact that I said 9/11 isn't that meaningful to young people and that they have 9/11 parties and cakes are in such a bubble they don't realize it's been a thing for a while. 9/11 birthday cake, emotional. Bro got a $5 bill and 4 singles. I can't get over this, by the way. I'm sorry. This is insane. Like, how does it get logged? How does it fucking get logged as $9? There's got to be an issue here, right? Like, did he go to an AIPAC conference and then they bought a beer? Like, where could you buy a beer for $9? I don't even think beers are $9 at the bar anymore. Did they buy it at the fucking convenience store next door and then logged it as $9? Like, what's a flat $9? That doesn't make sense. Like, parking? Parking is $9. He went to the AIPAC conference and they paid for the fucking parking. God, you're so out of touch. This is not an opportunity for you to act like there are many bars where you can just like easily get a singular beer for $9. Like maybe at the... No, I feel like maybe LA is more expensive, to be fair. But like we've gotten to a point where the fucking affordability crisis is so insane that $9 is... $9 is many things are not $9, okay? There are less things that are $9 than there are more that you could just like. Like back in the day, how much could a banana cost? $9 would have been so out of touch that it becomes a meme. Now it's a fucking reality, okay? It doesn't mean you're out of touch. It just means everything is insanely expensive. Like the very fact that beer can be $9 at a restaurant, or the very fact that a beer can be fucking $9 at a bar, and it's not that crazy like a craft beer. Okay, fuck it. Let's say craft beer, maybe not PBR. That is insane. I can't believe I'm going down this way. Hold on. Representative Mike Collins has finally caved to AIPAC. He accepted his first donation from the Israel lobby, a whopping $9.44. $9.44? Stop. This is a joke. There's no fucking way. Track AIPAC says it's $29 now. At MSG, I paid like $20 for a single beer. How? Wait, what is this response? Like, what the fuck? He's so shameless. I'm Googling it. A price of a combo meal in a fast food restaurant, Big Mac or similar, in Los Angeles, California, currently is $13. Okay? As in, this motherfucker couldn't even get a combo. Like, he's like, put the fries on the side. Don't put them in the bag. I never said fries, just the burger. Give me the burger, raw. Don't even put condiments on it. I can't pay for it. I got $9.44. No drink for me, please. I'm doing BDS. I'm doing BDS. No Diet Coke for me. $9.44. You're getting a fucking water cup and then sneaking in Coca-Cola into your water cup. That's the type of shit he's on, okay? I can't believe it. This guy. I mean, this is yet another perfect representation of what I say all the time. These guys aren't like getting paid to be pro-Israel. They are pro-Israel, and then they're paying him on top of that. You know what I mean?
Even learned a little bit about myself in the process. So without further ado, this. A red rose and a romantic novel. That's how I told my guests to identify me today amongst the hustle and bustle of the High Line, one of New York City's many hidden gems. I was here to meet James Foley, a renowned psychotherapist to the rich and powerful. If anyone could help me get into the psychology behind Wiener, it was James. After a brief stroll through the neighborhood, we sat down in my Hudson Yards penthouse to discuss the psychological profiles of the men that have shaped our world.
I'm James Foley. I'm a psychotherapist. I treat men for sexual misbehavior, such as affairs, hiring sugar babies, and things like that.
Tell us where we can find you. Do you have an Instagram?
www.sexuallycompulsive.com.
What's the general profile of your client
Yeah,
base?
so my practice is composed of high-functioning men, you know, like CEOs, guys that run banks, film directors, even high-end artists, musicians. I've had elected officials.
Let's say like a man sends just like a picture of his erection like under his underpants, but he's like, I'm not showing full meat. Like, is that like in a psychological process? Is like, well, if I'm not showing full meat, then, you know what I mean?
Yes. So
he's like, but then obviously his wife sees it. He's like, well, obviously it's legal if I'm just showing dick print, but no full meat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, people who engage in these things will
make deals with themselves. Or?
Yes, they'll make a bargain with themselves and obviously get themselves hurt with that bargain. That doesn't really make sense.
Okay, what is the difference between when a man cheats and a woman cheats? You kind of indicated something.
But a lot of our programming as men and for women as women, like, it's different. And a lot of our programming is behind our irrational behavior. So,
bro, it's called progress pics. It's different for me. I was not posting meat, chat. I was posting progress pics. Can you calm down, please? It's different. It's different. It's different. It's different. Like, you guys are being cringe right now. It was so different.
You and I are guys. We got different programming typically than a woman would get, and then.
But they cheat. They cheat.
Oh, I'm not saying they don't cheat, but
a lot of them do cheat.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's immune from that. At least no gender. But the idea is what's powering it can be different.
So why would a girl cheat on her boyfriend? Like, if he's like, especially if he's a great guy and stuff.
I wouldn't know. You know, that's a broad brush kind of thing.
It's just, but it's not. So it's. And there it was, straight from the horse's mouth. Women cheat too. And with that in mind, I was finally ready to take on my biggest challenge to date. Anthony Weiner. Pause. Our next guest is a former congressman. He was the youngest ever elected member of the New York City Council. He's run for mayor twice, and currently he is running in 2025 for city council. Please welcome Anthony Weiner, everyone. Let's get some energy in this room. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
It's my pleasure to be here.
We talked on the phone for 10 minutes.
We did. It was a good talk. Do you want this in your cup so we can... Oh, no, it's already got water.
We have water in the cup, and I would appreciate it if you just featured the logo.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I thought. So this is like, yours is white, mine is black, like Spy versus Spy styles.
Yeah, so you're a big fan of the show.
This one?
Yes.
Maybe the biggest? Which tells you a little something about the show,
he sent dozens of emails. Actually, your email style is very funny because you just go last name. No, like sincerely.
Correct.
Last name.
I think there's a lot of wasted words generally in the world.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I like that your show's about 8 minutes. It's quick in and out.
Were you like a last name guy, like with your friends? It's kind of a...
Well, I mean, Wiener kind of lends itself to that, right?
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I mean, yeah.
So growing up, you were Wiener to your boys?
Yeah.
I saw your Patrick Bet David thing.
Had you heard of that guy? See, this is what...
That guy is amazing. I saw a video of him recently where he's like, 4 years ago, technology. 3 years, pandemic. 2 years ago, vaccine. This year, AI technology.
Yeah.
he just says sentences like that, and like guys are like,
yeah,
I'm gonna pay $10,000 to go to the seminar. Yeah, and he's a billionaire now.
No, I asked these questions because I'm on terrestrial radio.
So you went there, you didn't know who the fuck that guy was?
No, I mean, I'm not saying like I didn't do anything to I got on a plane and flew down there, but it's more kind of like the season of yes of saying yes to arguing with people. And so I didn't quite, and I had a certain, once I looked it up a little bit and I saw that there was no, it was just the person who this ran. Became kind of fascinated to understand what exactly was going on. Because I'm trying to understand this a little.
Thank God Mullen isn't in this, otherwise we never watch it. Why? I don't have a fucking blockade on Nick Mullen. What are you talking about?
Like
this is okay.
You don't think you're a kindred spirit with him in terms of what you're trying to do? Like,
no, certainly not.
Not on substance, but in the general, like, people want to look at interesting shit nowadays. We don't really care what it is.
The objective with our show is this, right? The internet makes.
Someone should have told me this sentence before, but go ahead.
I actually did. No. I'll tell you this right now. I talked to him on the phone. He's like, and he's like, and you make money from this? And I was like, well, you know, we were on a podcast for morons for 6 years, and then the fat one left to do crowd work, and so then we changed it because I was kind of the schmuck, I was the nebbish, and we rebranded it to make me into an intellectual talk show host, and then. This was amazing what you did. You let like a little pregnant pause after my whole soliloquy. He goes, and you go, well, you took me on quite the journey there, but you did not in any way, shape, or form answer my question.
No, I don't say way, shape, or form. I don't think people talk like that. I just said I didn't get the answer.
You were like, vis-a-vis, et cetera, You did not.
All right.
I'm but a Southern lawyer.
Who did the notes for you? Who did the sample question? Like, did you do that on your own?
No, I have an
you got the manager.
I have a room full of women of color who are my writers.
I thought it might just be
I don't have a single honky ass. Okay, well, that does not go in the episode. Okay, you're born in 1964 in New York City.
I was, yes.
Okay, and you're a Brooklyn boy.
I grew up in Brooklyn, right.
Where you're Park Slope?
Park Slope, 6 between 8th and the Park.
Fabulous.
Yes, 39, junior high school 51.
How was was the food co-op there at the time?
No, it was a very different kind of vibe then.
Where are you now?
Lower East Side.
Lower East Side?
Well, East Village. Alphabet City.
It's too loud.
Yes, too loud.
It's too loud in these.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on there.
And then you have like an NYU vomit when you walk outside.
There's a lot going on there.
And your mother was an educator?
Or a math teacher.
Well,
educator. Who are you trying to impress? She's a teacher.
I was trying to compliment your mother.
I'm not sure why.
Why are you trying to shit on your? Okay.
Why are you down branding teacher?
I think it's an umbrella term.
Which one?
Educator.
Right, and a more precise one is teacher. She was a teacher.
Okay, your dad, an attorney.
He was like a little neighborhood attorney. He kind of hung a shingle outside our house, that kind of vibe.
Just like a family law practice.
Yeah, some real estate stuff. Yeah, I don't really know for sure. Like some real estate closings, that kind of thing. Wasn't big enough. He's like for people who wouldn't have Jacoby Myers, but they wouldn't have a big firm. They'd have like Grau and Wiener.
And did they split up when you were a kid?
When I was in college.
When you were in college.
Your parents together?
My mother passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They were together for 40 years. Yeah.
My thing was like my dad passed away recently. My thing was when my parents. Man, I can tell the story. The story's really not apropos of anything. Go ahead.
Tell the story. What?
No, it's just when they split up.
Let me tell. Okay. When I pause. This is a
literal pause or just a pause in the conversation.
Shut the fuck up. No, okay. People want to know you as a human being.
Okay, that's fair enough. All right, so let me continue.
Yeah.
So when they broke up when I was like in my 20s.
Okay, hurry up.
And I'm like, exactly. That was like so.
That was a joke. Come on, I'm a schmuck.
Kind of weak.
You gotta pop.
What is that?
It gotta pop. It gotta pop.
I understand what that.
It gotta pop.
No, I wasn't beefing about you. Like you.
Oh my God.
You know, there's the.
Sorry, I'm not.
No, I'm not beefing about you. You never. You know, what is it? You never.
Okay, sorry, I gotta laugh. I'm not trying to do a whip of a pork barrel backroom deal in the fucking halls of or whatever.
It takes a little while for me to figure out where the crowd is. This is not a very strong crowd. I mean, they're just laughing at like.
It's 4 guys.
Yeah.
What do you mean not a strong crowd? They laughed at Wiener? Sorry, your last name means Bean. It's not a big deal.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, there was did you think you were like, I'm fine, dude. There's another guy in Congress named Dick Armey.
Here's the thing is, Dick Armey.
You're like, what? Compared to Dick Armey, this is not that bad.
There was Norm Dix, too.
Norm Dix?
Yeah, in Washington.
Yeah.
You see, this is what it'll take.
It's funny, okay? And you're not a coward like that goddamn John Stewart Leibowitz trying to erase our culture. New York City kids, my girlfriend grew up in the Upper West Side. I didn't grow up here. And I feel like you guys grow up faster. Like my friends that grew up in the city, they're like, I had my coke phase at 13.
Yeah.
They kind of become adults
I
faster.
guess so. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the kind of the argument. Public schools, you bounce off a lot of different types of people. You know, plus growing up in the '70s, you mugged a lot. Like, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
so.
And you were going to Manhattan with your friends in high school?
High school, yeah. Actually, the same neighborhood I live in now, we would kind of go and it would, just to see how edgy it was, that kind of stuff.
Where were you going? Studio 54?
No.
Andy
We would go to
Warhol's
like
Factory?
we go to like Rocky Horror,
Rocky Horror?
Yeah, St. Mark's, that kind of style.
But that's for fucking nerds.
Yeah,
You're
but
doing
that's
that thing
probably
where
a
you throw things?
fair characterization of like where I was.
Yeah, I would have been at CBGB's if I was you.
You?
Yeah, if I was your age in New York City.
So you're gonna say you were cool then. Now what happened? What is
I've
this?
always been one of the coolest guys.
You were cool then? What happened? What is this?
No, so I mean, I guess New York in the 70s is characterized as like a completely different place.
Yes.
You've lived here for most of your life. Like,
my whole, except when I was in college and
Yeah.
in prison, I was here. And
Yeah.
Washington, I would go back and forth.
Yeah. I used to live in D.C. I went to college there.
Where?
GW.
You're just like this. Yeah, you're a Jew through and through, huh?
No, they gave me the most money.
Your girlfriend Jewish?
Why? Yeah,
I'm just curious.
What are you, my fucking
Just
parents?
curious. I'm
She's
sorry.
20. Her mom's half Jewish. 25% is my max.
Okay.
Oh my God, they don't. I can't stand it.
Sorry.
No, it's not.
No, I'm trying to gauge the level of the back and forth. You do the questions.
No,
I'll do
we're
just
having
the
fun.
answer.
I'm just doing a shtick where I'm like, oh.
And I'm doing.
What
a
are you,
shtick
my
to-
mother?
And I'm doing a shtick to being offended by like being apologetic. We're just all doing it.
Listen, you could have been a nightclub comedian in another life. I could have been a member of the U.S. House of Representatives.
You probably could have been.
We in parallel universes.
What? Yeah. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Vegas.
Yeah, you could have. You
Yeah,
could have
yeah.
been like Shelley Berkeley or something like
Actually,
that.
I worked for Shelley Berkeley.
Yeah,
I
you
told
could have been that. That could have been you.
I was an intern when I was a junior in high school at the Congresswoman's field office.
Yeah.
Me and my best friend Alex were interns there, and we'd like wear like a shirt.
Do you remember what office were you in? What do you remember?
Do you know the field offices of Shelley?
Oh, you were in the
Vegas.
district office.
Yeah, she was my congresswoman.
Got it.
And,
so you weren't really committed. You were like just doing it.
What do you mean committed? I was in high school. I had to go back home
No, there are
afterwards.
people that do internships in Washington.
Not in the middle of school. I just did it to get out of 8th period.
There you go.
Okay, so I'd go.
I think that's the definition of not being committed. Is when you say, "I just want to get out of 8th period."
But I got good. What was your GPA graduating?
It's a little bit.
What was your
in,
SAT?
in high school?
In high school.
I don't think I had a 3.
You didn't have a 3.
I don't think so. I was not a great student. But listen, I still got. Have you heard of Harvard?
What?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Harvard University.
Yeah, I didn't go there, but I just want to make sure you've heard of it. Well, I went to the state. You see now I know the room.
You went to Plattsburgh.
I went to Plattsburgh State.
Me and my friend Alex, when we were working at our congresswoman's office, we'd have to like wear a shirt. So
Bro, Anthony Weiner is fucking funny, dude. That's like, he's like surprisingly funny. It's shocking.
we felt like we were businessmen, and we'd go afterwards to Hooters because we thought that we were like adult.
This is in Vegas.
Yeah, when we were like 17, 16-year-old boys.
Got it.
Yeah, it's a great place. Have you been there?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
No, Hooters.
I don't believe I have.
It's demeaning.
Which part?
The fact that they don't let like.
Oh, I thought you meant just generally being here. And I was gonna.
This is good for you. I'm telling you, this is good for you. So you're a city kid. Mets Islanders.
Correct.
The Mets are the team of the Jews and the redhead.
I totally. Sorry, I can't. I just cut him. I just cut in the Adam's bit, but this is how he bagged a baddie, okay? Because I've been a big time Huma Abedin stan for many, many years. Like, it makes sense how he bagged a baddie like Huma, who is now dating Alex Soros, George Soros' son, and the heir to the Soros throne.
Right?
Brooklyn.
Your family were Dodger fans?
No, but you would not if you grew up in
You
Brooklyn.
kind of seem like a Yankee fan, though.
No.
You're a Met fan that acts like a Yankee fan.
What?
You were like...
No, I'm a middle class guy. I'm like...
Oh, you go toe to toe in Congress.
That's what the Mets do.
27 rings.
The Mets are a blue collar team. That's my team. Yeah.
No, the Mets are like, I'm sorry.
The Mets?
I've been at Citi Field sitting next to people and they're like, more of this again with this. You're like an abused wife that keeps going back to him.
Not anymore.
Yeah, you keep going back to him, the Mets, and saying he's changed. He's not going to hit me anymore.
I don't want to. Who tunes in to listen to Mets Yankee banter on this show?
I was on a good riff right now. You just killed it.
I'm not so sure because I'm not.
You're a Met fan. But you act Yankees.
I know you did that line. It wasn't that great the first time. I'm saying no. I am a Brooklyn guy. The Mets are a middle class team. You guys buy your rings. We earn them. And
guys that have two families that live 3 blocks away from each other are Yankee fans, right? Guys that are like have chronic allergies and get sensitive when they listen to Paul Simon, are Met fans.
The 86 Mets were like the iconic bad boy team of
yeah, but you weren't there. You were with Dykstra doing lines.
First of all, no. Is that the measure of like what team I've lost the thread here.
What do you mean?
Can we edit out the sports parts of this show?
Why is this the offensive part of the show?
No, I'm just saying.
See, this is the thing. He is a Met fan. He's acting like a Met fan right now.
No real New Yorker is a Yankee fan. I mean, I'll give you the Bronx. You want to do the geography thing? I'll give you the Bronx.
I think a lot of Italian and Dominican guys would disagree with you.
In the Bronx?
No, in Bensonhurst, they're
no.
Yes, they
Except
are.
that asshole Giuliani. That was it.
You think Mayor Giuliani was an asshole?
No, that wasn't the hard part. The Yankee.
Yeah. Hey guys, I want to talk to you about having better sex with Blue Chew. Not with.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh my God, it goes on for so long. Oh my God, he has so many ads. Oh my God, this is the new Jon Stewart. This is the millennial Jon Stewart. What the fuck?
This is the good life. And now back to the show. Okay. Let's get back to it. You went to Plattsburgh College.
No, Plattsburgh State University College of Arts and Sciences.
I know.
PSUC.
Plattsburgh 4 College. I'm sorry.
PSUC. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
They call it the Yale of the SUNY system.
They totally do.
Okay. And when did you get involved or become interested in politics?
Probably there. I ran for student government there.
What was your platform? What were you fighting?
Vote for Wiener. He'll be frank.
Okay, well, that's just a saying. Well, like, what did you want to do?
That's
for the
what do you think you need in college? It's really no more fish sticks in the cafeteria.
A pun about hot dogs.
Yeah.
And they were like, "That's good."
Vote for Wiener. He's on a roll.
But what? But that was your entire platform. You were like,
okay,
I want an office of Palestinian investigations or
so
something.
the division in student government, at least at Plattsburgh, is probably other places, is you have these guys, these resident assistants who basically they're the professional guys on campus who are hired by the colleges to be in the dorms, the RAs, we all know what they are.
But they're students.
So my whole thing is those people should not be allowed to be on student government.
Why?
Well, because they effectively worked for the administration, so there's so I don't think they should be. Those are always the ones that were most ambitious to run. So I ran. It wasn't a platform. Who gave a shit?
I kind of like that as spite run.
Yeah. So that's what I did, and I didn't win. I came in anyway. I came close, and then there was a bit. You want to keep hearing the rest of the story?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever told it on any podcast before.
This is what people want.
I'm dubious, but I'll continue. We'll see. We'll see if the dial groups do well for this.
We'll
segment.
cut it if it's boring.
So there was a vacancy because some kid didn't come back for whatever. He ran and then he didn't come back for whatever reason.
What was this guy's name?
I don't remember.
Full name.
I don't remember the guy's name.
Remember,
so there's a vacancy.
You definitely remember full name.
I remember names for the rest of the story.
Okay.
So then the charter of the Student Association of Plattsburgh State says that the president who's elected gets to choose a vacancy and has to get ratified by the Senate, right? So the president was Christine Slobin, and she chose someone, not me. And I'm like, that's not fucking fair. I was the next person votes, so I lobbied all the members of the Senate to reject her appointment.
Oh my God.
And they did.
And she was your first enemy in politics.
And she said, all right, fine. Who the fuck wants this job? Fine, you can have it.
Uh-huh.
And then I made the rest of the Senate miserable the rest of the time because I was constantly complaining.
So you love the game.
got a taste for it then in college, yes.
Okay, and then you worked for Chuck Schumer.
I did.
In D.C. right afterwards. And that was kind of was he your first like mentor in politics?
Yeah, first and only, really.
What did you learn about how politics actually works?
I learned a couple of things. One, I learned the combination of the inside-outside game, and I also learned that relatively few people run Congress. That there are 435 of them, but there's really only a handful that actually do a lot of the work, so that you actually can really influence things a lot easier than people might think. Like you run for Congress, if you can figure out the 25 or 30 people that get shit done, you can really get a lot done.
And
when you're
who are
there.
those people?
Sometimes they're staffers to committees, sometimes they're members who are super insider kind of people, like, you know, Nancy Pelosi knowing.
It's crazy that this guy is like still trying to run for office after going to prison for sexting a 15-year-old, by the way. Like, what the fuck? Dude, American politics is so busted that, like, it is actually, like, it does blow my mind. Like, going on a comedy show is one thing, right? With, like, Adam fucking Friedland. But, like, actually having the audacity to fucking run for Congress after all of that is wild. Do you mind elaborating? I feel like you should lead with that. Is all of my chat like 20? Do you guys not remember when this happened? This was kind of a big deal, man. Guys, I mean, Adam is going to touch on this in a little bit, but why do you think it's a scandal? 2016 election, Hillary Clinton. Like, what do you think the scandal was? He already mentioned that he went to prison. Like, he just dropped it in there in the convo earlier. I guess a lot of you were very young. Yes, I literally am. Who the fuck is this guy? Okay. Anthony Weiner was married to my queen, Huma Abedin, who is now married to Alex Soros, George Soros' son. But before my queen, Huma Abedin, was known as Huma Abedin Soros, she was married to Anthony Weiner. Now, why is Huma Abedin relevant to the story? Because Anthony Weiner, aside from being a congressperson, was important to the subject of the 2016 election. Important quite a bit, as a matter of fact. Okay? When Huma Abedin was married to Anthony Weiner, she also was Hillary Clinton's top advisor. And his sexting scandal broke out. His sexting scandal, sending obscene materials to a minor, broke out. And in the process of his the sexting scandal that broke out, there was a laptop that was recovered by the FBI. It was, I believe, a laptop that he had used that Huma Abedin had also used. At the time, the FBI director was Jim Comey. He famously came out after shutting down the initial Hillary Clinton investigation. He came out again with another announcement literally a fucking week before the 2016 election and relitigated the email scandal and reminded everybody by getting up and saying there is a second investigation that is being conducted into Hillary Clinton because of the fucking laptop that he had used, that Huma Abedin had also used. Nothing came of that investigation that tied it back to Hillary Clinton. But the fact that he brought it up might have played a role in Hillary Clinton losing the election. A lot of liberals don't remember this and don't talk about this because they present Jim Comey as a hero. You're conflating two different stories. The dick pic shit happened in 2011, not 2016. No, the dick pic happened in 2011 with what was her name? It was another girl. But there was a second scandal The first scandal was in 2011, where he famously sent a dick pic to what was the girl's name? It was a of age person. I mean, there's I think 3 sexting scandals. Yeah, 2011. Wiener uses public Twitter account to send a link to a photo on YFrog. The picture of his erect penis concealed by his boxer briefs was sent to a 21-year-old female college student from Seattle, Washington, who was following his post on the social media website. Though the link was quickly removed from Wiener's Twitter account, screenshots of Wiener's original message and the photo were captured by a user identified as Dan Wolf on Twitter and subsequently sent to blogger Andrew Breitbart, who published him on his big government website the following day. That was the first scandal. That was actually a very famous one. Okay. Later, that blew the fuck up. But afterwards, there was a second scandal. The former congressperson announced his return to politics as a candidate for mayor of New York City. He soon became the frontrunner against Democratic primary opponent, City Council Speaker Christine Quinn. More pictures and sexting allegedly by Wiener were released to the website The Dirty in 2013. Okay. That was the Sydney Leathers scandal. That was the other big one. Okay. The Sydney Leathers scandal, I think that was where he called himself Carlos Danger, if I'm not mistaken, or was that the last one? But the finale, if I'm not mistaken, the finale came with the 15-year-old. The 2016 one was with a minor. 22-year-old unnamed woman with whom Wiener had contact in late 2012 and as late as April 2013. More than a year after Wiener left Congress, the woman's identity had yet been confirmed. At a news conference the same day, his wife, Huma, by his side, Wiener responded, "I said the other texts and photos were likely to come out, and today they have." He also said he would not drop out of the mayoral race for the election in the city of New York. Okay? Now, the last one is the one that was consequential for the election, and that's this. Anthony Weiner released from prison after serving 18 months for sexting a teenager. That is in 2019, okay? No, you're mixing up with Elliot Spitzer. Elliot Spitzer had sex scandals as well, but Elliot Spitzer also had much better politics than Anthony Weiner did. Elliot Spitzer... and his sex scandals, I believe, was just that he was hiring prostitutes. But the reason why that came, I think, if I'm recalling correctly, the reason why Elliot Spitzer's sex scandals actually became known was because he was very aggressively pursuing a lot of major financial clients in the New York area. Like, he was actually trying to litigate. He was actually trying to prosecute a lot of big players in the New York finance scene, and that's the reason why the major high-end escort service, the DC Madam leaks, took place. Anthony Weiner sentenced to 21 months in prison for transferring obscene material to a minor. September 25th, 2017. All right, let's keep going.
Nancy Pelosi was going to be someone early on. Like, I supported Nancy for whip and majority leader and whatever else.
You
so
know,
like that kind of stuff.
She's like a real wolf of Wall Street. She really knows how to pick them.
She's very good. She's
incredible at it.
She was very good at her
investing.
job. She was very good.
No, I'm just
that.
talking,
I didn't.
She's unreal.
Yeah, but people have
How
money.
the hell does she know what stocks to get behind?
A lot of people are rich. Yeah, are you not familiar with that? Like
I'm making a joke about how, like,
yeah, and I'm not playing along.
Why? You think that members of Congress should own stocks?
Why shouldn't members of Congress own stock? It's the most transparent fucking body on earth.
I think that you can...
Every fucking word is published somewhere. Every word that's said.
That if you have
oh, he's such a scumbag. I mean, oh, come on, dude. how are you going to fucking defend insider trading of congresspersons? Like, I mean, obviously he's a scumbag. He sent dick pics to a 15-year-old and went to prison for it. But on top of that, this is like a bridge too far for me is when he defends. He went from, sexting a 15-year-old aside. How are you going to defend congresspersons doing insider trading, sir?
An investment in something.
Go ahead.
And there's
that is my red line.
piece of legislation that would threaten that investment. Do you think that is a conflict of interest?
No.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Because every fucking piece of legislation is incredibly public, and anyone who's investing based on pieces of legislation is not going to do very well.
Let's say you already have an investment, and this would threaten that investment. Is it morally correct?
There are pieces of legislation that threaten and enhance every investment on Earth. Go ahead, give me an investment. I'll tell you, there's legislation on both sides.
I don't think for the relaunch. I don't think that's a good one.
Okay, let me tell you this.
I don't think that's a good one for you.
And this kind of like superficial bumper sticker knowledge of politics.
It's not bumper sticker.
Over it.
There are so many.
This is like wafer thin, man. Oh my God, the conflict of interest.
It doesn't matter being right. It doesn't matter being right, right? And it sounds bad to people that members of Congress come in with not a lot of money and leave incredibly wealthy.
Dude,
okay?
My dude, listen, I understand.
Yes, brother.
People have a wafer thin, virtually translucent knowledge of politics that gets reinforced by assholes like you, and I'm supposed to go, oh yeah, that's up to them.
Why is that asshole?
You're choosing the wrong correlative. The correlative is that these are people that are exposed to a lot of rich people. So the idea that investing on like inside information, every single thing that goes on in the economy, sometime or another, the United States Congress touches upon. So basically you're saying, well, you've got all this inside knowledge about everything on Earth. Literally, as a member of Congress from Brooklyn, I was voting on agriculture policy. Didn't mean that I have inside information on soybean prices. It's a stupid premise. Now, if you want to say...
Oh my God, he is so unimaginably invested in congresspersons being able to trade stocks with inside knowledge, like shit that the market is not aware of, things that are not made public before the public fucking learns about it. Why is this such a major point of contention for him? Bro, if you were to ask him, is it appropriate to send dick pics to 15-year-olds? I don't think he would defend it this hard. Like, he's like actually insulted. You can literally be like, what do you think about age of consent? Should 15-year-olds receive dick pics from congresspersons? He wouldn't be that defensive, it feels like. This is his thing. This is like, nope. Too far, sir.
That rich people become members of Congress, bounce off other rich people, have information and investment opportunities that normal Mrs. Crappalucci doesn't have, 100% right. But it has nothing to do with the work of Congress, with being in a committee and saying, this line 17 here, which no one can read, says that we're going to start investing in AI. I'm going to go invest in AI. That's bullshit.
Okay. When someone becomes the president, there's a custom where they detach from their like private financial interests, right? President Trump, I don't believe has done that.
He did not do it, right?
Okay. When a member of the public sees that, we lose faith in that institution, right? Because the people that we elect to Congress shouldn't have any financial interest in what they are legislating, right? So even if you're saying I'm wrong, right, and then I'm undereducated, okay. In principle, we are in a time where people's faith in our institutions, especially in the fucking government, is at it is at a low point. In my opinion, people just don't they think it's all bullshit now.
Correct. Here's the problem.
Yes.
When I ran for mayor, I wanted to put pressure on Mike Bloomberg because I was going to run against Mike Bloomberg. I said, I don't have any money. You should put everything in a blind trust. And so I said to my staff, I said, let's figure out how I do this. They said, well, you can't because you have to report every quarter what you're holding. So I said, I can't, so it's blind, I just can't read my own filings? Well, no, you have to sign your filings. It's a conflict. But I'm saying it's bullshit. You, not you particularly, but you people like you, want to find an easy pat boogeyman for these things. Even if you're a middle class guy like me, who am I calling up for money? A bunch of rich people.
Yeah.
Right? So now in the city it's a little bit different. They incentivize you to call, regular New Yorkers. Your guy Pete lives in my district. I'm gonna ask him for $10 on the way out of here. I mean, Pete? Yeah, he lives in my district.
Don't give him $10.
It's worth it's 8 to 1.
That's kind of me giving you $10, just so you know.
You've just pleaded guilty to a felony.
Why? What's the felony?
Well, you can't.
He's
a straw donor.
Straw donations, yeah.
Good friend?
He's a straw donor.
Being a good friend? Okay, so Chuck was your mentor, right?
Yes.
And you took his seat in the House.
I did.
Okay, and
by force.
After you were in also, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
I used to live in D.C.
Yeah.
I mean, like, how ugly are these people?
Physically?
In the government. I mean, the only two pieces of ass I think in Congress when you were there were you and probably Mitch McConnell. Let's move on. Okay, so what is your relationship with Senator Schumer now?
Not great now.
Not great.
I've kind of given him a lot of space because I want him to be able to say, I don't know what that Wiener's up to nowadays, that kind of vibe.
You feel like you've become a pariah? Like what?
I feel that I let him down, yeah. I mean, I do.
You let him down during your scandals and stuff?
No, he was very kind actually during my scandals, etc. But I think that obviously, I caused him a lot of aggravation, and I was closely associated with him. So when my shit happened, I think a lot, the blast radius for my stuff.
Dog, you took down the 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign. I feel like the reputational damage that Chuck Schumer incurred in the process is so marginal and so inconsequential.
Included him, so
yeah. All right, I want to talk about being a Democrat during the Bush era, and I want to talk about your rise to prominence.
Because your viewers are really into the Bush era right now. That's their.
What do you mean? What? I am.
The Bush era is largely forgotten. I did my A work then, and no one remembers it. But go ahead.
I mean, we shouldn't forget it. I mean, you did vote for the Iraq War.
I did, yeah, I did.
Yeah. That was a crap war.
That was a bad call by me.
That was a bad call.
Oof, bad call by me.
Yeah. I thought that.
Did you know at the time it was a shitty call, or because you were such an ardent Zionist, you were like, yeah, get in there?
I did a walkout. I did a walkout of my high school.
That's good.
And everyone was like, fag.
that was just an
It really upset me. It upset me. I fucking hated Bush. I hated him.
No, Bush wasn't
I hated Bush.
Well, right, okay. But you weren't in New Yorker on September 11th, were you? No.
In spirit, I was. I was listening to Howard Stern. I was on the radio. Close enough. Like I was there.
Close enough.
You know that someone called in from the tower to Howard from the.
Oh shit! I did not know that.
And he was like, "Howard, Baba Booey, I'm in tower." Not funny.
Too
not
soon.
funny.
Too soon.
Not funny. Because the rest of America, we thought it was pretty funny. Anyway, of course, you rose to prominence in national attention because you had that fiery speech about the 9/11 first responders bill. There used to be this notion of there were Democrats in the party that were also fucking killers. You were a Democrat who wasn't a pussy. You were a macho. You were known for going on Fox News and smacking them down. And that did something for a lot of people because that was during the rise of Fox News. That was during the Bush era. What do you make of the state of the modern day Democratic Party? Do you think there are people that have that fire?
Well, it's the comparison doesn't fit because I was a bigger fish in a smaller pond at the time. There was this notion you don't go on Fox News and fight with these guys.
By the way, notice how he does get a little agitated about 9/11 jokes. I was like, well, you weren't in New York at the time. But also, when he talked about fucking voting for the Iraq War, 1 million dead. It was a bad call. You need to understand. That's how American politics and the attitude that Americans have towards these sorts of things. He just doesn't give a fuck, dude.
That's because why do it? What does it get? And I thought, one, it's the sport of it, and two, it's
They're idiots.
Yeah, and but now you have, it's now the entire institution of politics is gone.
As a New Yorker, I get rattled by 9/11 jokes. Oh my God, dude. Okay.
To be performative of people who just say shit for the purpose of having it echo for no particular reason. So there are a lot of people that
What
do
does
that
that mean?
well.
What does that
people that just want to be in it for the clicks and just want to say the outrageous things because they know it'll get picked up.
But they're in the modern day Democratic Party
Or Republican Party. Why are you making a
I'm
distinction?
talking about because you're a Democrat. The party is kind of, they don't have a defined message against Trump right now, or a unified message against Trump right now. They just lost an election to The Apprentice for a second time. You know, the party is kind of in a bad way right now, but they are perceived, I think, by the electorate as perhaps effete or lacking in passion or kind of empty. Like,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, one party won by 1.3% of the vote, and yes, you can make this narrative of, oh my God, we fucking suck. Or we were like a few 100,000 votes away from being, oh my God, it's amazing how great the Democrats are doing. We've had 3 elections in a row that are tied. You've got a lot of fucking people in the country who apparently don't take this stuff very seriously and just want to like make visceral screams every 4 years. All right, we know that. Now, how we as Democrats, we have more fidelity to the
Do you think
process.
there's anyone in the party right now that possesses like kind of the skills that you presented in 2008?
I know, but what I was doing,
just talk shit about some people right now.
What I was doing was I was expressing genuine, that moment in 2000, whatever it was, I was angry and tired and hadn't slept enough, and I yelled and screamed a lot. Yeah. And people are like, oh my God, that's amazing. Now everyone's fucking yelling and screaming. So
no, that's not true. Can you tell me one speech on the House or Senate floor that has garnered the attention that you got?
I know, that's the point I'm making, is that everyone is doing the same shtick now.
No,
of
they're
doing
not. the
performative outrage.
No,
they're
not.
all doing it.
The Congress is now, it's a little bit, it's become somewhat of a legion of skanks, if you will. I mean, it's become, what can I say? It's white, it's trash. No.
What does Marjorie Taylor Greene do all day?
When I saw that fight between AOC...
Marjorie Taylor Greene is unironically, for her own party, a much better, much more loyal soldier, a servant of the Republican Party than the average Democrat is to the Democratic vision. I will stand by that. I despise her. I think she's horrible. Okay? Having said that, as a disgusting titan, she is a more loyal soldier and a more effective vehicle for the ambitions of the Republican Party than the average Democrat is to the Democratic Party. She never stops campaigning. She never stops attacking. She's constantly posting. She's constantly putting her ugly ass face in every single affair. Marjorie Taylor Greene is such a freak. She literally attacked David Hogg. And I don't mean David Hogg like right now, okay? The VP of the DNC or whatever. David Hogg, when Marjorie Taylor Greene attacked him, was like a 17-year-old who had just survived a mass shooting. Okay? Like, understand that kind of shamelessness, that kind of energy. She is the fucking Fedayeen. Why does she do it? Why does she attack a child who had survived a mass shooting? Because she recognized, I guess, ahead of time, before everybody else, where the party was going. She had a better understanding of what Republicans wanted from their fucking politicians than the average Democrat does from their base. That's it. That's why they're winning. She is a monster, dude. Think about a while ago you said something that will stick with me forever. You called her a sexual dynamo. I mean, that is true. She is a sexual dynamo. That's true. She is a dynamo for the party and a sexual dynamo as well.
And the other Congresswoman and Marjorie Taylor Greene and they were like, with your butch body and your bad haircut.
What is
like,
that all about?
It's the government. They're acting like fucking Jerry Springer right now. When I see that slob,
Right, but you're asking
when I see
me,
that
is there
lurch,
anyone who does that like I used to do?
that's not like what you used to do. What you were doing was like you were standing up for a piece of legislation and you were standing up for people. You were talking shit about someone's haircut and your outfit looked bad. You know, seriously, it's trash. When I see that slob, that lurch Fetterman, I'm like, put on a fucking shirt. You're in the government. Have some fucking respect. It's the government. You know, the only time he wore his suit was when Netanyahu came and spoke to the Congress, and he looked worse in the suit. I got you there. I got you there.
What? Yeah, that's great. Do you have Fetterman's clothing?
I think you should put a shirt.
Fair enough.
It's Shabbos. Put a shirt.
By the way, am I underdressed for the show?
No, you asked me before what you should wear.
I did, because I didn't have enough experience.
No, this is a great outfit for you.
Okay, thank you.
How are you 60?
By the way, they won in spite of her, not because of her. She's toxic and the Dems wanted her to run for Senate because she's not well liked by even a lot of Republicans. Yeah, look at where the party's at now. Look at where the party's at now. Look at where the party's at now. Look at where the base of the party's at now. Marjorie Taylor Greene was, you know how I say being a leftist is about being right, but too early to be taken seriously, like the Nathan Tankus tweet? Marjorie Taylor Greene is that for the Republican Party. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the most honest, most unvarnished, most truthful version of the Republican Party. And she was leading the fucking charge. Like, think about the stuff that she got in trouble for. Saying that, like, Jews have satellites that cause the California wildfires. Like, she was an anti-vaxxer. She is a straight up fucking neo-Nazi. Like, all of those things, when she was doing that at the time, people were like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy. She still kept winning her elections, number one, which is wild. Yeah, she first said Jews did the California wildfires and then said the Chinese did the Hawaii wildfires because she realized they made her they sent her to the fucking Auschwitz to write a book report to apologize for her anti-Semitism. So then she was like, I learned my lesson. I am not supposed to say it's the Jews. I can always, however, say it is the Chinese. No, she's absolutely a harbinger of what the Republican Party is, but I'm saying she's not a good soldier for why the Republicans win. No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Marjorie Taylor Greene leans closer to the fucking most insane aspects of the base of support within the Republican Party, and therefore the Republican Party has basically been designed around her vision because she's just closer to the average psychopath, and they're hyper-focused on these like marginal culture war interests. And she's a loyal soldier for said culture war interests, and she's unashamed and willing to put herself out there and willing to make a fool of herself. And I think that if there was a Democratic Party version of her, it wouldn't be the fucking Jasmine Crockett. It would be like someone who was aggressively pursuing healthcare. You know what I mean? I want that level of ambition and that level of passion for the issues that the Democratic base cares about. Do you see what I mean? Republicans apply year-long pressure, never-ending, unyielding, year-long pressure on the issues that they care about in a way where they're like shameless. They're not afraid to lead. They're not afraid to lead the rest of the party, the rest of the base of support, in the direction of what their primary base of support wants. the super passionate white evangelical Christians. There's obviously a level that you can't go beyond, like Valentina Gomez. It would be like if a tankie became a congressperson, like a rapid anti-imperialist constantly screaming, yes. Yes. That's exactly what it would be like. It would be like if there were Democratic Party politicians who were like yelling at other congresspersons for not demanding that we nuke Israel. Like that would be the hyper exaggerated version. Like a bad empanada style fucking congressperson. You know what I mean? That would be the Marjorie Taylor Greene of like the most exaggerated version of the Marjorie Taylor Greene on the left. And in a world where there are people like that, the norm within the Democratic caucus would be infinitely more radical, is what I mean.
Guys, I want to talk to you about Lucy. We're really excited.
This motherfucker, bro. Oh my gosh, so many ads. Baller.
See, thank you. And now back to the show. Okay, so I want to ask you about the ACA in 2008.
Affordable Care Act. Who do you think the audience is for this show? They want to ask you about the ACA, right?
Don't talk down.
No, they know it as Obamacare. I coined.
It's crazy because it's like I actually am really interested in his answer for every single question that Adam has asked, and we are absolutely in the fucking target audience.
Well, I didn't coin it, but I called it when the Republicans are calling it Obamacare to be derisive. I called it Obamacare to say, yeah, we should own this.
They didn't own it. I mean, the Heritage Foundation owned it.
But that's the point. And I was saying, why are we running away from it? Either we're proud of this thing or not. You want to call it Obamacare? If you're proud of it, you should call it Obamacare too. And they called me from the White House, and they're like, you mocking the president's accomplishment. I'm like, no, I'm just calling it what, if they want to call it this, we're proud of it too.
It felt like Bush left office with an atrociously low approval rating.
He did.
It felt like there was this guy.
My conspiracy theory is that they had to cut Nick Mullen out because this show will never run without Blue Chew. And Nick Mullen is the reason why Blue Chew, after like 15 years of being a loyal supporter of anything that Nick or Adam or Stavros ever did, finally cut ties, financial ties with the show because of his October 7 joke about Blue Chew. It's one of the most insane jokes I've ever heard. And if you know anything about Cumtown, okay, Seaman Village, Nick Mullen has made jokes about like selling Blue Chew. In the process of selling Blue Chew, Nick Mullen's made jokes about like how pedophiles consume it before trying to fuck children. And these guys, Blue Chew, have never pulled back their sponsorship. Like, think about that. And this was the bridge too far.
You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises.
It allows your phone to get better reception on the bus.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The process is simple.
Like I said, say you're not planning on anything, but now suddenly there's a hole in the wall in Gaza, and you walk through it, and you find yourself at a music festival.
It's crazy they let this happen.
Yeah, you're gonna need some Blue Chew, pal. I mean, you've got work to do. Yeah. 75 years worth of revenge.
You don't need the Blue Chew for that. No, that's ancient blood, and it's boiling.
There's no evidence any of that actually happened in this idea.
But there is a lot of evidence that Blue Chew will get you rock hard. And ready for all types of rape of man-king situations.
My thing on the reads of the last like 2 months has been trying to work in the October 7th. Is anything October 7th related into at least one?
What was it, October 7th? What happened that day?
It was
a bit of a kerfuffle.
Eeyore's birthday.
Eeyore's birthday. I forget.
It's a massacre at Eeyore's birthday in Austin, Texas.
Really? He did it in his name.
Yeah.
He had a cloud.
Pin the tail on this.
Some Muslim guy dressed up like Tigger raped a bunch of people.
Interesting.
If you take this, like, take a half of one of those,
You need to understand. The other joke was funnier. Yeah, his retelling of it is actually funnier. I had never heard the original one. Let me explain something to you. Okay? the reason why this is insane is because Blue Chew for like 10 plus years gave them money while Nick Mullen fucking sat there and would talk about how, oh, I'm going to go be a pedophile and take Blue Chew before. Like that is how he sold Blue Chew on his fucking podcast for almost a decade. They've done the most heinous ads, the most unhinged ads for Blue Chew, without Blue Chew ever fucking going, yeah, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't say that our products are good for pedophiles to use. Okay? And this was the bridge too far. That's what's so crazy.
Did Blue Chew you're with, or do you have
who are we with most recently?
I think Blue Chew might be most recently.
Okay,
but we've had a couple.
We'll just put it over. We'll just if it's a different one, we'll just put a different one.
Just put it over from our first.
Hey, we're you know we the products.
They got mad at us because I said that the Hamas guys were using it on October.
No, it was no. This was amazing. They're like, Blue Chew wants you to pull an ad, and Nick's like, they have been advertising with us for 8 years.
Yeah,
I have a great relationship. And they were like, well, let's talk to they wanted us to talk to someone that was like the ad buyer. He's like, I want to talk to the company. We talked to their head of like
advertising or
of promotion or something, and they were like, yeah, man, like you can't say that Hamas took it before they flew Mario Karts into the music festival. He's
And
like, you guys have been great partners, but
yes, I can, and I did.
Nick was like so fired up, and then they're like,
I
you
can
can't
say that. I did say that, and it's probably what happened. Now, where is my $200? I would like my $200.
The amount of times we should have crossed the line, and then that.
I know it is funny.
I disavow whatever this is. I hate that. I disavow it as always. Of course, I'm not laughing, even though Stavros's smile makes me laugh instinctively because he has such a fantastic and dare I say contagious laughter, and yet I am so shocked and so angry, and I condemn them. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
I lived in D.C. at the time. And I remember the night Obama won.
Mm-hmm.
And I was with my friends. I was in college. We were like listening to Born in the USA, and we didn't realize it was a song about how America has abandoned the veterans coming back from Vietnam. But we're like, it was the first time we felt like, yeah, we're fucking patriotic. A black guy became the president,
right?
And he's incredible. He's an incredible speaker. I ran to the White House, and I was shouting at the building, and I was like, fuck you, Bush.
Yeah.
And I was like, a black guy's moving into your house, you fucking piece of shit. And girls were showing their tits. But going back to the ACA, so we had an opportunity to finally give people the ability to go to the hospital as a human right. And it, on a personal level, I became jaded probably for the rest of my life because they immediately gave up on it.
Give up on?
On single payer.
Oh no, they never. They made a decision early on. I mean, look, you've got to decide. A lot of our economy is a single-payer system, and Medicare and Medicaid, the Indian Health Service, and then a lot of it is employed.
By the way, one of the most insane things that took place in the Nick Mullen joke that I'm still thinking about and not laughing about, of course, was that the only part that he clarified was that there was no evidence. Like, he didn't even apologize for anything else. And he was just like, I'm so sorry to Hamas for saying that they used Blue Chew. He did not apologize to Blue Chew for the association with October 7, but he basically delivered an apology to Hamas for associating them with the mass rapes that were conducted on October 7 narrative. That in and of itself is like I don't know how to describe it. Like that is like a secondary impact when you think about it. subversion of expectations, comedy. I know. I'm just saying that, you know, people are. There's a reason why people say Nick Mullen is fucking brilliant. He is an incredible joke crafter in terms of like one of the funniest things. One of the funniest things he's ever said that I always use all the fucking time. Nick would be the leader of men if he were 10% less racist. I think so. But the Clues one is hilarious when he's talking about 9/11. Or the classic one on cops. Yo, current cop violence watch on civil lawyer on YouTube, please. Bro, please, please. 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 Please stop. Stop it.
Lawyer based, and they had to make a decision early on what they were going to do, and they learned from the Clinton failures to double down on the insurance model and give insurance companies a bunch of money to and give you money to give to insurance companies. It wasn't the transformative thing that maybe a young Adam Friedman.
Shut the fuck up! You're doing the Patrick Bet-David thing to me again.
Friedland. Shortened Friedlander?
No, it's not because I'm fucking quiet quitting. The reason why I have to leave soon is because I'm going to Dallas, or sorry, DreamCon. I'm going to SockOn. Full week, half days, full week. What's SockOn? Sock on my nuts. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Okay, well. No NIGHTREIGN, you leer. ADL was wrong. You are no gamer. Well, I freaking got you. I think on a high note like that, we can end it. If you think there's no way Israel would murder a Swedish activist and a British actor, you haven't been paying attention. Greta Thunberg and actor Liam Cunningham are to join the Freedom Flotilla bound for Gaza. Let's see how that goes. Anyway, love you guys. I am going to leave now because I got to get ready. I still haven't gotten ready. And fly out to Texas, baby. I can't finish the video, but I'll be live tomorrow from my hotel first and then at DreamCon. Lots of crazy stuff happening. Obviously, we're going to be balling. I'm going to be balling my freaking face off. I'm on Team Mark. Okay, going up against Team Duke Dennis, Team Mark Phillips, Supreme Dreams. You already fucking know. I'm going to be balling my freaking face off at DreamCon tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be able to collab with some people, get to see some people that I haven't seen in a while. But yeah, get excited. Don't get it twisted. Let's freaking go, baby. Peace, everybody. Love you all. Peace, peace, peace. See you tomorrow from Texas.
Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. The H3 crowded up. bathe the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.